For the fourth year running, there are hundreds of teams logged into more than a dozen splits of the Majors 24. Prototypes and GT3s are invading the virtual French countryside to emulate the classic event that's known simply as Le Mans. 24 hours around a circuit that evolved from a route between rural towns and into one of the greatest racing circuits we've ever known. Thanks for joining us. We're nearly set to go racing. Welcome to Pit Stop TV in the virtual Le Mans, France. My name is Andrew Cardinale IV with Zach Burtis alongside, and it's a pleasure to join you for coverage of the 2024 Majors 24. Today's broadcast coverage is, of course, brought to you by the Majors Series, Majors Garage, and the Hunger Project. And Zach, as we prepare to go racing for 24 hours, I know that's a big number. We've done it and seen it before, but it's always so staggering when you load into a session, when you're ready to go racing at a place so monumental as Le Mans, and you have to think as a driver, you're ready to go racing for the next full day. It's a feeling that's almost indescribable.
Absolutely, and there's so many 24-hour races that transpire throughout the year. You've got the 24 Hours of Daytona, which is one of the other big races that you see a lot of these guys competing in, but here we are at Le Mans, which is always so big, so incredible. It's the Indianapolis 500 of sports car racing, except we're turning a lot more than 200 laps. So I'm ready for this. Andrew, are you ready for this?
I didn't think I'd be saying that I'm ready after staying up until 4 a.m. with prep, but I'm ready.
Heck yeah.
It was a very late night, very early morning for us at Pit Stop TV, but it's a good day in the virtual Le Mans, France. Here's a look at the track map, and I know from high above, this is it doesn't really do the track justice, but it does show the track layout and corner numbers, even though it's really kind of pointless here. You're really talking about corner names and complex names. Of course, Dunlop at turns 1, 2, 3, that uphill and chicane that you drop down into the S's and around Tetra Rouge to begin your lap. And I say begin your lap, that's a full 30-45 seconds. It takes up quite a bit of time just to get through the first 10 corners. Then you fire down the Mulsanne straight into the first of 2 chicanes, into the second of 2 chicanes, around that slight bend and into the Mulsanne corner, then down through what's technically, on iRacing at least, turns 16 and 17, into Indianapolis and Arnage, my 2 favorite corners on this entire circuit, and finally into the Porsche curves, the Corvette curves, and the Ford chicanes. It's a very long lap here at Le Mans, but boy does it go quickly when you're in the heat of battle and in the moment in a race, especially a 24-hour race. Now, we don't have point standings to go over today. We don't have a schedule. We are just here for some racing. Hyperpole is happening in the background. There's only a handful of drivers left on the racetrack that are running qualifying laps. Of course, we can go over the Whiplash SimCam's race details. These splits were set up earlier this week by pre-qualification. Now, in the race session, these drivers are running a Hyperpole Session, which is attached, of course, to the race session, 30 minutes of qualifying to set the actual race lineup. You also see open setup, 13 available cars. We'll talk more about that, and up to 4 virtual safety cars at random that will act a bit like full course yellows, full safety cars, but they'll be virtual safety cars with no safety car driver on the racetrack. We have 18 LMDH teams. We have actually 19, now that I see one that's a little bit off pace in Hyperpole. We also have 18 Lmp2 teams, and we have 17, count them, 17 GT3 cars. It looks like actually one particular Lmdh team is way off pace. Here they are. Boy, this is way off. It's Nemesis Racing Pro with currently Dmitry Klopov behind the wheel. Way off the pace right now, trying to get up there in Hyperpole. And Zach, I can only imagine the stress right now as you're way down the order trying to move up the grid. This has got to be stressful. You're in the final moments, 4 minutes left in this session to get up there.
Oh yeah, there's not much time left, and it takes quite a bit of a time to get around 24 Hours of Le Mans circuit here, especially since, you're on a Q set. You got to make sure that you get back around with enough time to spare and enough fuel in the tank that you can complete the lap. So a lot of these guys are just utilizing as much as they can when it comes to these open setups to keep the fuel load as light as possible while also being able to make it around and not sacrifice too much time. Into the Porsche curves we go. Oh man, you said earlier Indianapolis was your favorite corner. I love the Porsche curves. I love how flowing and smooth these cars go through it. Right into the Ford curve.
The Porsche curves definitely are my second favorite corners here. Tetra Rouge, a very close third. But as Dimitri comes into the final Ford chicanes here, he'll complete what is lap number 4 in his Hyperpole run. That was a little over the edge almost, a little close to being off track, but Dimitri across the line will move up into the LMDH field. 15th quick now with that last lap that he ran. That was a 3:22.49, almost at 47, 4:97 technically. We also have composite performance now on the racetrack at a Porsche. And this is lap number 4 for that group as well, and they only get 4 laps of qualifying here in Hyperpole, so you don't get the full session to go out there and just run. And if you take a look at the left side of your screen, in fact, let's pop up this graphic, this will be helpful. The LMDH drivers and teams are in red, LMP2 in blue, GT3 in yellow, and we do have the ability to show you team names. However, for the leader, for whatever reason, and we'll fix this before the last 6 hours, it does not show the team name, so you'll go off of the leader driver name for the leaders. Anyways, you do see the team names for the rest. Paul Gibson on track right now. This is the 19th place LMDH car, and thankfully they're not Ryder Engineering down there in 37th overall, 20th on the LMDH grid, but these guys do have some work to do.
Well, they've got 24 hours to make it all happen. There's always plenty of time for improvements throughout the race, and you know, in a lot of different race formats, like a NASCAR race format or even an IndyCar race format, you get a massive amount of damage on this car. You get a blown engine, something that's going to need fixing, and it's going to take half an hour to fix it. You can take it here. You can take it and still have enough time to get laps back and really try to hound the leaders and get back on pace because you've got so much time. It's amazing sometimes to see how that works, because even when I've seen my own team compete in something like 24 Hours of Daytona, we might have a lot of damage, you might have a blown motor, you just pop in, get that half an hour, and then stay in it. Don't give up. You've got so much time to be able to make it happen. There are an insurmountable amount of things that could happen in this race, and if you stay in it, you don't give up, still, you may even see yourself getting a top 10, a top 5, or heck, you might even get the win still.
Paul Gibson through Indianapolis, a little tail happy, just the perfect amount. That car just slid out to the right a little bit. That was cute of it. That was really cool. Want to take a look at weather conditions before this Hyperpole session comes to a close. 71.8 degrees in the air, of course, in Fahrenheit. 95 degrees on track. That's going to be somewhere north of 30 Celsius. So not warm, I would say. I mean, it's warm. I wouldn't say it's toasty, that's for sure. It's a comfortable temperature for racing.
Well, 95 comfortable? That's still pretty hot to me.
Well, for a track temperature.
That is true. 95 for the track temp is pretty slick. But 71 for the air temp, hey, like you said, that's comfortable. That's very comfortable, actually. And we're in the last 20 seconds of qualifying here, Andrew. And it looks like the composite performance group here with Gibson in the car is coming through the Porsche chicanes, gets a little sideways. He's going to abandon the lap right here.
Oh my goodness. He was 2 apexes away and now resets and will go back to the pit lane. That has got to be so frustrating for composite performance and Paul Gibson behind the wheel. That is so painful. Oh my gosh. 2 apexes from having a better qualifying lap potentially. We'll roll into the race session. Do want to take a look at things we have upcoming at Pit Stop TV. Briefly, we'll let this graphic sit on screen for a second because we do also have the final 6-hour stream. That'll start at 3 a.m. Eastern tomorrow morning, Sunday morning. Or, of course, you can extrapolate from there, but 3 a.m. Eastern. It's the only 3 a.m. Eastern that's coming up, so you can find your time zone from there. I want to say that's probably 8 across the pond in the UK, something close to that. I'm not sure if that's British Summer Time or GMT, but you can extrapolate further. We've got cars headed to the grid, and Zach, I just want to thank you for being here this afternoon. Well, I can't even say afternoon, this morning. It's still literally 9 a.m. in the morning. I cannot get over that. Good to have you here as we get ready to go racing for 24 hours from Circuit de la Sarthe, otherwise known as Le Mans. Now for the grid, we don't have anything too special. We had to make this broadcast happen on a budget, but we're going to let the CC's Business starting grid roll on by and kind of walk you through who is where. So it's going to advance on its own, but on pole in LMDH, almost said GTP, we've got V10R Esport and Dylan Madeleine. On the outside pole, it's DLR SimLab Blue with Ernie Kamalder behind the wheel. Sorry, not Ernie. I went over this. Emre Alder. Anyhow, got a little away from me there. In Lmp2 pole, we've got Vermilion Esports with Duhan OK Lmp2, Zach Rattray White on the pole with Nico Schiffer and CRZ Simsport outside pole. In GT3, it's Satellite Racing Indianapolis and Banana Racing Team. We don't, of course, know a whole lot about these drivers and teams yet, Zach. It's going to take us a little bit to really get to know and appreciate each of these drivers, each of these teams. So right now, these driver names, these team names, they don't hold a lot of weight. In 24 hours, it's going to make all the difference.
Absolutely it is. And just look at all these cars prepped and ready to go. You can see a lot of them starting to warm their tires in. Look at this absolutely stacked field, Andrew. I'm happy to be here. I hope you're happy to be here, because this is going to be one of the best races I think we've ever covered here on Pit Stop TV. I love seeing the amount of people that are hyped for this race to get going. Everyone out there is so eager to see these guys take the green flag, and so am I. I'm excited to see how they line up and stack up today.
And of course, this grid is going to stagger a little bit, so we're going to have the LMDHs rolling off in their own group. A little further back, you'll have, there we go, the LMP2s are finally rolling off the grids. They're giving ample time in between grids in order for them to each get to the start-finish line on their own. There you go, the GT3s are finally going to roll off with a Corvette and BMW at the front of the grid. I want to go back up to the LMDHs briefly and take a look, because we have two Acuras sitting on the front row, and the talk of the town going into this race after the BOP was adjusted a little bit on Tuesday with the iRacing build was that the Acura had been nerfed. So to see two Acuras on the front row even after that BOP adjustment through Hyperpole, I think that says something. I think the Acura is still going to be a very serviceable car. Of course, when you go down from the top split, it kind of just comes down to what the team can do with it. Regardless, that is a very impressive effort from V10R Esport and DLR SimLab White. Into the Ford chicanes we go. 24 hours on the clock, ready to go racing from Le Mans. Thanks for joining us. We are green. Already contact, that's going to be a crash off into the first quarter. The outside pole sitter, car 40 in the inside wall rather, into Dunlop. The LMP2s are coming across the start-finish line. They begin their race, and the GT3s firing into the Ford chicane, already a single file, and racing here at Le Mans. The last few names scrolling across the bottom of your screen. Out front is going to be V10R Esport and German Sim Racing Purple. Dead Bull Racing in the third spot. Major's Garage has also gone off track. That's Garen Batten. Oh my goodness, we talked to him a bunch setting up for this race. I went back and forth with Garrett a whole lot, and unfortunately his car has got near terminal damage on lap 1, and that LMDH is now behind all of the LMP2s, and the GT3s are approaching. He's got a long lap around.
Yeah, that was the car that ended up losing a rear wing on the start. I saw it happen. Didn't want to interrupt the great start here for 24 hours, but that was some interesting contact on the start of this race, but they went 4 wide into turn 1 as well. Now we see them firing down the Mulsanne straight.
Here they come, I promise. There we go, over the hill.
There they go. Look at the snake in, trying to break the toe.
That is one way to get a race started. A little bit of contact, that's okay. It happens. Long race to go, as you said a bunch. Plenty of time to get things reined in. We're going to go back to the LMP2 field here on their first lap. They're through the first chicane and headed down to the second. Out front, it's Vermilion Esports with Ducan OK LMP2. CRZ Simsport in second. Down in GT3, Banana Racing Team and TLDR Simsport making a jump here on the first lap. They jump up into second in class. First battle on the racetrack is going to be for 5th in LMDH. We've got Chokebar, iSport, and ProTech Motorsport. A little bit of side-by-side. They're going to go down to Indianapolis. This is Dead Bull Racing actually making a pass on the right side in the Cadillac. It's an Acura being passed here on lap 1, Zach. Lap 1, getting the jitters out, getting through the first lap, nearly one car off track. It was Chokebar iSport rather. And Arnage proving to be an opportunity for Dead Bull. He gets by.
That was a tight squeeze coming off the corner there. Now they get single file going into the straight. But you can see just a little bit of snaking, trying to break any form of toe that is possible, but these cars are just going to get so close together. They've got a good draft with them, to be perfectly honest. It's really easy to close up with these cars, and you can find a lot of speed just being in the toe. It's insane to me how they work as we zoom in again on the LMP2 field.
Yeah, this is the first battle for the race lead in any class, and actually we've got a better battle down in GT3 into Indianapolis. How about this fight? Banana Racing Team and TLDR SimSport. I love GT cars. I love prototypes for sure. I love GT cars a little more because you can have sustained battles like this at the get-go of a race, and you see that big burly Mustang in 3rd place. That was released earlier this week on Tuesday. Good to see it on the racetrack as lap 1 goes complete for our leaders through the Ford chicane.
You say the Ford GT was just released this past Tuesday. Don't forget, the Corvette just got the new GT3 R-Type variant as we see one car into the pit lane. That was your outside pole sitter. Now he's trying to see what damage he can get fixed on that 40 car.
And that was the car that got hit in the rear that we saw so quickly off the grid. Used to hitting one button, Zach, for the single class ticker. Not used to hitting that other button for the 3 class ticker. I'll get used to it eventually. Here is the incident. We go back a little bit further and catch what happened on lap number 1. They were 4 wide, headed down to Dunlop.
Yeah, 4 wide is always a great scenario, especially on any racetrack. There's the contact. Just a little tap to the left rear, and that can always upset any car, regardless of what it is. So easy to get a big upset, especially with that kind of a tap. And here we see another angle of it.
That was the German sim racing purple machine. Manuel Schuffman behind the wheel. Schuffman, rather. We'll get a better look from onboard. It's tough on these starts, Zach. You're all so tightly packed and everybody's moving around. Here's a better look.
Yeah, patience is always key on these starts. Just settle in and find your rhythm. Going up the hill in Dunlop. Yeah, just a miscalculation on the braking right there. It's really easy to see what's going on in front of you, but in the same time, sometimes it just ends up coming up on you a little too quickly and it's hard to calculate.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, there's Garrett Batten in the 19. This is what happened on the start. You saw the rear wing sitting in the middle of the racetrack because it just got completely knocked off.
Got ran into from behind big time, and that was pretty high up on the grid, too.
Yeah, look at the crab walking down the straightaway. That's more than just a rear wing falling off the car.
Gonna look at the camera, looking behind. Just a checkup on the start, and that was car 12, so that was gonna be ProTech Motorsport, Joe Newman, getting in the back there of Garrett Batten. Again, it's tough when you get going for 24 hours and people are checking up, people are going, and you're trying to make sure you're with the top end of the field. It's very, very difficult to do that right. Up front, German Sim Racing Purple, Sierra's SimSport. This is the battle for 2nd. It's not so much a battle at this point in the race, Zach, but we do have that fight that's still evolving down in GT3. And, oh, an LMP2 car getting passed up maybe by some... No? Getting back through, rather, the GT3 field. I was going to say, for a moment, that looked a little strange.
Yeah, we see that new GT3 Ford right there trying to catch a draft off of the LMP2 car.
So this is a team that started from the rear really quick. This is Tomas Eng Sim Racing, Liam Sweetman behind the wheel. And since they started from the rear, their data isn't loading through ATVO. they're just passing the front end of the GT3 field. They are some 43 seconds behind the rest of their competitors in class. Meanwhile, look at TLDR nearly bump drafting that Banana Sim Racing BMW.
Bump drafting on a road course. Never thought I'd see the day.
Well, then you haven't watched enough races at Le Mans. We've seen it a couple of times in sim racing years back. I can recall one broadcast I did with Kyle Heyer over for Porsche Motorsport Canada, where we had some bump drafting and some four wide here at Le Mans. I love this place. I really do. 24 hours of talking about it, nearly 12 hours technically. Definitely worthy on my sim racing calendar for the day. Here's that Mustang you mentioned, Zach. So cool to look at.
Yeah, Andrew Dyson here, currently 39th. I think that is the overall stacked up position because,
yes,
you know, that's including all the cars on track. But this new GT3, oh my goodness, it just looks so beautiful. The new Mustang Dark Horse, Ford has really gone all in on everything they're trying to do with their new Dark Horse program. They've adapted it to all racing series, NHRA, Le Mans, sports car racing, NASCAR, even a lot of street racing as we see just how far out they swing going into the Ford chicanes. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful and breathtaking. You say I haven't watched enough sports car racing or Le Mans racing when it comes to seeing a bump draft at Le Mans. You're right, I don't. They have a very different broadcasting system that they use for WEC, and then at the same time, you're not going to catch me up at 4 o'clock in the morning trying to see who's going down the Mulsanne Straight.
Well, see, and those on the end would just call it WEC instead of WEC. So that does show us something a little bit. But yeah, you're a race car driver over here in the States. You go around the roundy rounds, the oval, so it makes a little bit of sense. It's okay. CRZ SimSport up here in third spot in LMDH, just 4/10 off of German Sim Racing Purple and Manuel Schuffman. Of course, that 67 might be under investigation. I hope there's no penalty out of it, but I can absolutely see why there might be a protest filed there on lap 1, turn 2, just for that bit of contact. It's very easy to see why that might be, right, Zach? I mean, rear end contact on the start, you're always going to be a little bit miffed by it, so why not file a protest, right? Well, hopefully, and this goes out to anybody watching as well, hopefully there's not too many, I guess, invalid, if you will, protests filed. The competition committee has a very long day ahead of them.
Absolutely, they do. They've still got 23 hours and 50 minutes ahead of them. And I would like to point out, Ben Faulkner in the YouTube chat, brother never heard of bump drafting on road. You dang right.
Just got to watch some Miatas at Daytona, man.
Oh yeah, no. Well, then I have heard of bump drafting because I love watching the Miatas at Daytona. Those things put on an absolute amazing show. But I'm a NASCAR racer through and through. I run local short tracks, so we don't utilize bump drafting. We utilize the bumper. That's pretty much all there is to it.
Well, 6th on back here at LMDH, very much packed up. Chalk Bar iSport 444, Alexis Henry behind the wheel. 6th place, that's that black Porsche on screen. The white and blue Porsche is 498 Racing, which is Michael Clubb behind the wheel. And I love that we have the team names on the ticker right now. I think that's going to be more useful throughout the day, but we will show drivers as well. In the Dunlop, this is lap 4 for these guys now, and these fuel runs, they're going to be, what, 9-10 laps, thereabouts. You're already talking about being a third of the way through a fuel run. You're 10 minutes in. Maybe not quite a third. We'll say 25, so we'll say a quarter to a third.
9 to 10 laps for a fuel run. Am I hearing
sounds crazy.
that correctly?
Well, these laps are 3.5 minutes.
That's still very, very short in terms of lap count for a fuel run.
So prototypes go about 40 to 45 minutes. The GT3s will run right about an hour. They will try to get that extra lap and go a bit longer if they're worried about fuel. Otherwise, they'll probably run about 58 minutes on fuel, thereabouts, depending on where the actual lap breakdown comes. I think it's going to be real close to being on the hour, considering they run about 4 minutes. So they'll probably pit right at 59 minutes or so.
Well, I'm sure that a lot of these drivers have already figured out the fuel strategy for this race. They've already calculated the estimated amount of laps that they'll be turning here today in the 24 hours. They're going to figure out how many laps they can run on a fuel run. They're going to try to break up their stops and see how much fuel they can save. So I'm sure, even though we're only 13 minutes into this race, there's already fuel saving taking place.
I see some mentions about the TLDR SimSport Audi and Elliot Hellier behind the wheel. We've had Elliot on Pit Stop TV broadcast before with the Sim Pit Racing League, and TLDR absolutely dominated, mostly Terry Crouch behind the wheel, but we've seen Elliot before. We know just how much of an alien he is, and to see him being beaten right now by Yoni Katila, I think that says something about Yoni's pace and Banana Racing Team. We might see them battling for the race win here in about 23 hours and change. I will knock on wood. I don't want to jinx Banana Racing Team, but definitely these guys are good.
They are dubbing Elliot in the car right behind in that Audi that, if I'm pronouncing this right, Elliot, trying to combine Alien and Elliot.
Ben, it comes down to an ATVO thing. We were up until, well, you were up until 3 a.m., I think, doing your own thing. I was up until 4 a.m. trying to get ATVO to cooperate with team names. Quite frankly, when I started this broadcast, I didn't think it was going to work. Zach can attest to how surprised I was that it finally did work. In testing, no matter what I did, it simply would not show team names for anybody, and it finally worked this morning. So we'll straighten out the leader showing the team name later on between the 6-hour coverage gaps. Hate that it doesn't show the leader with the team name. I think I know why. It's just going to take a bit to adjust it, as 498 Racing already... Oh, I was going to say into the pit lane. No, they're just slow for some reason, being passed up. Must have been shoved off track or made a mistake.
Yeah, off the base right there. Lost a number of spots. A little bit further down the running order than we saw them earlier. That's Michael Clubb in the car at the moment. There's a fight going on right in front of him, going up the hill into Dunlop. And that is going to be a pass completed. And still more fights going on throughout the field. This is one thing that I have never been truly appreciative of when it comes to 24-hour racing and endurance racing in a sense. There's always so much time on the board that everything gets so spread out. And it's not like a NASCAR race or an IndyCar race where it's a lot shorter and you see a lot more exciting battles because they're a lot more on edge because they have less time. These guys have to be patient. They've got still 23 hours, 45 minutes of racing to go. They can't exactly be forcing themselves into fights right now. They got to take their time. They got to just roll with the punches at the moment. And I'm sure the lap times will show that they are holding back, not completely pushing. Even in the Lmp2 category, I'm sure those lap times are being relatively tame.
Oh, pass there, I think. That was Adrenaline Motorsport V3 racing at a Tetra Rouge, and V3 making the pass on Adrenaline. That was a close swap for position. And of course, it's worth mentioning because I just saw the wipers activated there for V3 Racing. While we do have rain in the sim now, we will not be seeing it in this 24-hour race. That has been confirmed. No rain in the forecast. We are racing through in the dry. It would be cool to see rain, but it does cause some issues for some drivers. That's V3 Racing off the curving. Whoa, that was a catch.
That was a big catch.
Oh, and Blythe. That was some driving for sure.
That was some amazing car control right there. He could have absolutely ended their race 15 minutes into the session. So that is some heads-up driving to keep that car rolling straight. He definitely lost a lot of time in the car in front. But hey, I would rather lose a little bit of time than end my race early.
Also want to mention, of course, we will see up to 4 virtual safety cars throughout the course of this event. We don't anticipate them at any specific time because, well, we don't know when they're going to happen, as we had a battle here in GT3 racing for 3rd spot. Satellite Racing Indianapolis right on the back end of that Mustang. So Satellite Racing is moving up. They are now into the 4th spot. They were not there earlier, as you see one Corvette leaning back and giving time back. Here is that Satellite Racing machine. A Corvette to match that brand new Mustang. So the brand new Corvette, brand new Mustang, up here in 3rd and 4th in GT3.
Yeah, that Satellite Racing team actually pulled over on the start of the race. Not sure why, but they gave up a lot of spots on the start, dropped back a little bit, but now you see them moving back up, and it's really nice to see the new Corvette finally on the iRacing service. There's so much history with Chevrolet in any forms of motorsport. And I know that they have had a little bit of struggles in the WEC, WEC for people in the end. Oh, moving over. We finally have lap cars coming into play.
Was that a... No, that wasn't the leader. That must have been one of the LMDHs trying to make time back. I think that was Pure Motorsport Yellow? No, they're in the garage, actually. Something happened there. That was the Major's garage car of Garen Batten moving by.
Ah. Oh, they finally got the rear wing back on that car.
The Battle will go up and pass the GT3 leaders here in just a moment. You see them in the foreground. We do also see the Pure Motorsport Yellow machine of Keith Stewart in the pit lane. Unsure as to what happened to Keith. Obviously, a handful of repairs there. That's going to take a while.
Yeah, that looks like some toe knocked out. The front nose completely gone. And we zoom back in to the GT3 field.
A Corvette and a BMW. This is mid-portion of the GT3 field. French Formula Team and Quantum RX Black and Evolved SimSport in this kind of three-car train, it looks like. French Formula Team pulling away, so it's Quantum RX, Quantum X RT Black and Evolved SimSports. A lot of complicated names. They should make it easier on us. Nathan Medina behind the wheel here. This is for Evolved SimSports.
Looks like he's going to make a move right here, looking to the outside. Down into the braking zone, give me patience, stay behind. And one thing that I actually completely didn't realize for a second, I know this is the GT3 field, but isn't it when they go off to Daytona, it's considered the GTLM field now per the new regulations?
No, so GTLM was GTE. And GT3, when they go to IMSA, well, in IMSA, is GTD, GT Daytona. Here's a fight for third. That Corvette and that Mustang. Satellite Racing Indianapolis in the Corvette. DPR Racing 41 in the Mustang. And Andrew Dyson nearly gets passed up there. They stay side by side. We've got ourselves a fight with some trees in the way of the cameras. Get out of the way, trees.
Look at how close they are.
Oh no! Oh, they're both going to crash.
They're both spinning.
20 minutes in, and these two teams come together. Satellite Racing Indianapolis, DPR Racing. So frustrating.
I was just saying how close they were together, and that has resulted in so much contact for both those cars. Not a lot of damage, it looks like, on the Corvette. A lot more damage on that Mustang now.
Might be more than you think. He got the wall there through the Porsche curves.
I see some rear end damage.
Ooh,
he's sliding a lot.
Personally, if it was me, I would pit DPR Racing in that Mustang. Yeah, they're going to have to pit. That nose is falling off. We'll see if Satellite Racing does. No, they stay out. And DPR Racing will, of course, pit.
I'm sure they have a few of the other drivers that'll be stepping in the car in the session with them at the moment, looking over that car, trying to see if there's anything wrong with it, if it was worth pitting or not. And I think they made the call to say it was not worth pitting. That Corvette team, the Satellite Racing Group, are staying out on the racetrack. We're back into the LMDH category up here, the GTP, nope, LMDH, excuse me. Still all very close together, a lot closer together than I figured they'd be.
That's another very important discernation, would that be the word? In IMSA, of course, they'd be GTP across the pond and across the world, I should say. They are hypercars, or in this case, LMDH today, Le Mans Daytona hypercars, I believe, or hybrid. I'm intrigued they went with LMDH as opposed to LMH for just Le Mans hypercars. That's a Mustang out of the way of these See, I almost did it. The LMDH cars. Binding things up big time as they work through Tetra Rouge, though. And
very tight past the Mustang right there. We got a couple of moves going down Mulsanne Straight.
Yeah, that shuffled the entire LMDH field. Look at them. A formation lap headed down to the first chicane, moving around side by side. You see a side by side in the foreground as well. A lot of good racing down the Mulsanne Straight into the first chicane.
2x2 into the chicane. They get single file back out to make sure they have no incidents going through the chicanes. This is some great racing taking place right now. So much going on all over the racetrack, and
now we have lap cars.
If this is a preview for the next 23 hours, then you can sign me up for the rest of the race.
Our race leader has just made it by the full GT3 field. This, of course, V10R Esport. Haven't talked much about them. Dylan Madeleine behind the wheel of that Acura. And, of course, this is just one of the 3 leaders that, unfortunately, you're not seeing the team name on the ticker. That's an issue we're working through. But Dylan Madeleine, for V10R Esport, far and away the race leader by 5 seconds right now, setting a blistering pace, running 3:27s the last couple of laps. Best lap of a 3:22.8. Definitely cooking the rest of the field at the current point in time. Long ways to go, though, as Madeleine works through Indianapolis. And we have our big GT3 Lmdh mix for the first time. This is going to get a little bit scary for some.
This is where you start to separate the men from the boys. Getting through the lap traffic and making sure that you're not running into the backs of these GT3 cars. And as a GT3 car, as we see a little snap there, as a GT3 car, it is your job to be predictable for these faster hypercars, to make sure that you are staying and holding your line, staying out of the way as they move on past you, not really getting in their way in a sense. It's like running your line, but at the same time, being predictable. The hypercars know where you're going to be when they roll up on you, so you just need to make sure that you do exactly what you need to do, and they're going to roll on by you. Easy peasy, as we can see right here on the onboard.
Yeah, on board of the Hillbilly Racing 55 car, Kevin Rowland behind the wheel. This is scary through the Porsche curves, passing a Mercedes there on the right, and right up on the back end of that, Paul Gibson Composite Performance 913 Porsche. Another couple of GT3 cars in the way, and some fighting up ahead in in Lmdh, side by side to the Ford chicanes. Wow, we're working on it this morning. Ryder Engineering going on by 498 Racing and Michael Clubb. They have been on the slide, Zach, for the better part of 20 minutes. They've only been racing for 25.
We've only been racing for 25 minutes. That's crazy to hear. Usually on our previous broadcasts with things like the Icon Cup Series or even the 1/8 Media Tour or Sarah Super Series, 25 minutes, we would have been a quarter of the way through some of these events, but we're only, well, as you said, 25 minutes into this race.
So 498 Sim Racing falling back to 10th, a little further back, Protec Motorsport. Now, we've got an Lmdh actually in the pit lane with damage, Echelon Sim Sport Lmdh. That's definitely some damage.
A lot of damage. There's front and rear end damage on that car.
And we've got more in the pit lane. Oh man, Dead Bull Racing, Reagan Carty behind the wheel.
A big incident that caught up a lot of these cars.
It's fair to expect it, of course, with the GT3s that just had to pass. This is afterwards. Go back a little further. Looks like it might have happened down in Indianapolis. Right in with the GT3s. You see they're passing Nate Stewart there on the left in that Mustang. Dead Bull Racing, the bright green, the mint green here. And just a little bit of contact ahead. The Echelon car got into one other. Wow, parts flying high in the air. That was cool. Not for them, cool for us.
Cool to see. Like you said, not cool for them. That's about 3 or 4 cars that have a lot of major damage. Take another look at it.
Just right behind where we were looking.
Yeah, just the slightest bit of contact that upset the car. Just meeting in the middle right there, and you see those 3 get collected and into the tire barrier. Not how you want to start your 24 hours.
The other car involved there, DLR Simlab Blue, Emre Kamalder, they were, of course, involved on lap 1. That was the team that was punted off from outside pole. So unfortunate that they're involved here again. We'll go on board for this impact. Well, actually, rather, they got hit, but didn't really take damage. They got by it, thankfully. They weren't in the massive tire barrier impact, so that's good for them. Of course, they're already lapped, but up front, German Sim Racing Purple, second place, pulling away from CRC Simsport, of course, V10 still leading. And Madeleine, as I say that, goes fastest, 3:22.7, now that they're through the GT3s.
Starting to open the lead up. 6 seconds out in front of the nearest LMDH. They're really starting to get spread out now. Ooh, catch in the sand on the last corner right there out of the Ford chicanes. I think they're pushing a little bit there, Andrew, maybe just a bit.
Just a bit, for sure. Down to LMP2s, the first battle on the racetrack in their class. North Sim Racing P217. Christian McCrelly behind the wheel. This is on board with Manatee Racing Black. And Tom Zweers out of Benelux. Porsche curves ahead, Zach. You love these corners so much. They're so flowing. And this section in particular, through this little Michelin bit, I love that there's safer barrier there. I'm a NASCAR guy first before sports car racing, even though I'd like to think I know my way around a sports car. So seeing safer barriers used on an oval course, or on a road course rather, that's pretty cool.
I think I know my way a little bit more around a stock car than I do around a sports car, but
oh, we know.
It's nice to be able to step in to a different racing discipline. And you know, Andrew, that reminds me, we just recently covered a street stock race on the Chicago street course, and I brought up how street racing is a bit of a different discipline than road racing is. Well, Le Mans, at least 24-hour circuit, combines a normal road course layout that they have in a closed circuit setting, as well as a street circuit. The Mulsanne Straight right here, this is public road. They use it for the 24 hours. So what do you think the discipline is here with combining a road course layout in a closed circuit and street courses?
I think you're going to catch some hate mail for calling Le Mans a street course. Technically, you're right. I never thought about it that way. You're not wrong, but I'm not going to say you're right either. I dislike that. It made me uncomfortable. It made my skin crawl a little thinking Le Mans is a street course. You're not wrong, though, and that's upsetting.
He's out of line, but he's right.
Well, to deter from that, second and third on the racetrack in GT3, Hellier being chased down by Fedor Koman. This is the .exe Esports by Albi Racing machine. A Porsche chasing an Audi, so some German engineering at the front of the field, although removed by one spot. That Catila machine, of course, Banana Racing Team, they have pulled away by now, what is it? Let's see, 10 seconds? It's insane.
Starting to stretch out leads right now, but hey, I would not start counting my chickens before they hatch, really. A 10-second lead right now could easily go away in the next hour or two. Heck, we've seen a lot of people have their races completely changed. Madeleine goes fast yet again, setting another purple lap. You think he's holding back, Andrew? You think he's trying to show him what's going on as we see one car let by?
That's definitely a time penalty there for the Chalk Bar iSport 444. Alexis Henry behind the wheel there. They'll fall back down to 7th spot, and RPL UK grabs another position. Let's see, they started 9th, so they're up 3 spots as they move into 6th. This RPL car, been watching them throughout the early bits of this race. They have been very impressive, I feel like. That Audi has been making a lot of moves, so you're watching for more from the RPL UK team. Meanwhile, Chalk Bar falls another spot down to 8th behind Nemesis Racing Pro. And you heard me mention when we went through the GT3 cars a little while ago, somebody that I recognized the paint scheme of immediately. And this will be a driver that we feature a couple of times as the LMP2s now work by the GT3 cars. Nate Stewart, behind the wheel of the 03 Penguin RC Thunder Ford Mustang. We know Nate from a lot of different leagues we've covered, including the United Friends League, Untitled Friends League rather, UFL. And we have I mean, we've seen this guy from league to league, basically. So we're going to talk to him a couple of times throughout the course of the race. You see him on track, though. Admittedly, has some work to do down at 14th as the Lmp2s work through the rest of the GT3 field and try to get by all of these guys as quickly as possible. It looks like the leaders have done so. It's really the mid portion of the Lmp2 field that still has to pass all these cars.
Yeah, now we see the GT3 field bunching up a little bit more as they're trying to let the LMP2s go by. It's very common in stock car racing, from what I've seen at least, but it's also common in the road racing. If you're in a slower class, at least here now, you're getting passed up by all these faster cars. There's a lot of holes that are opening up for these drivers to make moves. You see an LMP2 car, say, take a position away. Now you've got an inside or an outside line on the car in front of you that you might be able to take advantage of. You can see it right here. The outside line opening up, which is going to become the inside line. As we see the LMP2 right there get by. That was very, very close.
And the etiquette basically dictates that the slower car holds their traditional and predictable racing line while single file. Of course, once you're side by side, it's heads up, don't make contact. But while you're getting lapped and getting caught, just run a predictable line until a faster car gets alongside and can make a proper move into a braking zone or even down a straightaway in an acceleration zone. We do have a battle here in Lmp2 forming during all of this chaos, getting through the GT3s. We've got Orbit Drop, Bear, Motorsport, Saturn. These team names, man, they're definitely girthy, even if the not-so-girthy boys ahead in position 11 in class are about to be passed, potentially.
Girthy?
Hey, that's their team name, Not-So-Girthy Boys. Pete Herod behind the wheel. Look, there have definitely been more unique names, but this might be the most unique in this session, in Split 4.
I won't deny it. You see them moving past a couple of the GT3s, rolling up on the Corvette and the Mercedes right in front that are locked in.
That was that satellite racing car that just passed, that red and blue zebra-striped Corvette.
Fighting with the Tatum Racing Group, I believe.
Looks that way, yeah.
Well, Andrew, I was thinking about this a little bit earlier, but it completely slipped my mind. What endurance race do you think is your favorite, aside from the 24 Hours of Le Mans? There's a lot of endurance races that go on throughout the year. A lot of them included with the WEC group, a lot of them included with the IMSA group. Some of them are combined outings like the 24 Hours of Le Mans or even the 24 Hours of Daytona. Me personally, big fan of the 24 Hours of Daytona. So much history behind it. I know there's history here, but I absolutely love the 24 Hours of Daytona.
I think Le Mans takes the cake, to be honest. Daytona is fantastic, and I wouldn't put Le Mans many chips ahead of Daytona, but I think Le Mans just is the endurance race. When people think of endurance racing, I gotta think people think of Le Mans before Daytona. Daytona, of course, has the NASCAR connotations, and I think that's what people think of there. I think it really does come down to, as we got LMP2s in the pit lane, I think it comes down to, oh my god, look at everybody coming in. I think it comes down to Le Mans for endurance racing.
Oh
yeah.
my goodness, look at all of these cars coming in. I think we have a couple of the Lmdh cars coming into the pit lane as well. So many into the pit lane.
This is all LMP2. The entire LMP2 class just hit the pit lane at once.
Well, that's an interesting strategy then.
And Paceworks Esports going to pull back up onto the racetrack here on the pit limiter, of course. Along with Vermilion Esports, they will be nose to tail as they leave the pit lane here. Right now, they'll jump off the limiter, get back on power, and that is your fight for the lead now in LMP2.
Now, Andrew, I don't know if you know it or not, and maybe you can clarify it for me, but usually when it comes to a lot of these European circuits, how they operate with pit road is there is a merge lane and there is a fast lane. The furthest lane to the left-hand side in the pit lane is the fast lane. That's where all the cars are supposed to be when they first come into the pit lane and when they exit the pit lane, so they can stay single file. And then the right-hand lane, as they exit their boxes, is the merge lane. That's where they're supposed to come out and merge into when they leave their box, so that way they do not interfere and get an unsafe pit exit or anything like that. Is it different here at Le Mans, considering how many cars there are, and maybe there's 2 fast lanes, and keeping a little bit to the left-hand side of the boxes is the merge lane, or is it what I said previously and I'm just overcomplicating it a little bit?
Well, every pit lane in racing is designed that way and intended to be used that way, even on iRacing. But in sim racing, you typically just see drivers roll down the pit lane as they please, however is going to work for them the easiest. And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, sometimes might have a collision or two in the pit lane, but our LMDH leaders now working into the back end of Lmp2, now that Lmp2 is pitted, so that gap has been closed up, and Dylan Madeleine will soon be passing other prototypes. Dylan has already passed a handful, as we're on board with our LMDH leader catching those LMP2 prototypes. And pushing the clutch in, actually saving a little bit into the braking zone, trying to save every drop of fuel that Dylan can. Watch the RPMs, and, well, we'll go by car 42. That is position 16 in LMP2. Rubis Gas by NGC. But watch the RPMs when Dylan approaches the brake zone from Ulsan, especially with an LMP2 ahead. That clutch should go in. It doesn't that time.
I think that's too much of a high-speed corner there, Andrew. I think you got to be able to roll the car in as normal and not sacrifice any of that engine braking. But, hey, it's nice to see that their strategy already going into play this early into the race. Trying to save fuel as much as you can. Maybe cut off a pit stop down the road. That's, gotta love it. Super, super smart. I think it's really good to start prioritizing fuel saving and strategy right now instead of worrying about it later on in the race.
Well, you know, you mentioned that street stock race at the Chicago Street Course. We covered that and covered their fuel and tire strategy and talked a bit about working the race in reverse, right? We even talked about that. We talked about that a lot with the Icon Cup Series and their races. Well, the same is true here at Le Mans, of course. This is where it originates, as there's a pass made there in LMP2. That is Team Red X going by, I believe, one of the slower, no, getting passed, rather, by a faster LMP2 car. As we've got a problem, CRZ SimSport, they were up and battling for the lead, and I think they had the lead, didn't they, or second?
They were
and they've just spun.
Coming out the pit lane.
But you work this race in reverse, just like any other road race for the most part. So you want to be full throttle, no saving at the end. You're going to save them at the beginning. As they stay side by side, CRZ standing their ground right back at the apex of Dunlop and takes that spot back away from Manatee Racing Black for fourth.
That's good to see, as they are just trying to be on recovery mode now after a spin. And I do want to point out, thank you to Scott Kessel out in the YouTube chat for pointing this out to us. He said the problem with clutch saving is that it doesn't recharge the hybrid battery at all. And we do know that these are hybrid cars. They have battery systems that they can use for electronic boosts to keep themselves in the fight in most cases. As we see, well, our overall leader and LMDH leader in the pit lane.
German Sim Racing Purple is in, Old Turtles Motorsport is in, Scuderia Volpe is in, we've got RPL UK, Nemesis Racing, all of the GTPs, or LMDHs in this case, all pitting on this lap, aside from CRZ and their LMDH car. CRZ stays out on the course, and their Porsche is going to try and lap all these LMP2s, but every other LMDH at the front of the field has come in under this lap, and there you see they're waiting to be released from their pit stop. The pit time approaching a minute nearly. For Mad Lane, it's 50 seconds and change. There goes German Sim Racing.
Little wheel spin coming out of the pit lane there.
Dropping the clutch, trying to pull away.
Everybody else hauling the mail out of the pit lane, trying to gain any spots possible.
CRZ is really interesting to me. Really interesting. They're going this extra lap very, very early. And as long as they can pull it off, that's very much worth noting. And the savings versus battery conversation is one that definitely is coming up for each of these teams and drivers. It's going to be interesting to see where the 44 blends back in. They were racing, I believe, in the front half of the field. I have to go back and check, but definitely a solid speed out of this group. Their Lmp2 program racing for the top 3 until that spin happened. Interesting, as Chalk Bar has spun and is off the course.
That's an immediate toe pack to the pit lane. Oh my goodness. We're seeing a lot of problems out of the Lmdh cars today. This is
down the S's? Oh, they've got some damage already. This is after it happened.
Very slow. Front end damage on that car, and then going into the corner, just straight off the racetrack. Oh, the right front's broken.
Yep.
They couldn't get the car to turn.
It's going to happen here leaving the pit lane, so an Acura goes by. I think 1 or 2 more goes. But here in a second, they're going to release. And this is Alexis Henry for Chalk Bar Ice Sport, releasing with an Acura there, the 77 car. That's Ryder Engineering, so this is 8th and 9th. And Alexis Henry has to check up right here, is on the curbing, is going to brake for Dunlop, and just locks up. Boom, wall.
Oh, goodness. You can see he moved over under braking just a little bit to not get into the car in front. That was very heads-up driving, but at the same time, that was very, very close.
So Damian Hugenschmidt with CRZ SimSport now comes in with that Porsche. And this is where we get to see where they're actually going to merge back in with the field, where they're going to blend back in, of course, taking tires here. I think in just about every class now, we're going to see tires taken most, if not all, pit stops. But Hugenschmidt up on the jacks, and we'll see where the 44 merges back in with this field. V10R Esport through the Corvette curves, now into the Ford chicanes, and should be passing that CRZ car anytime.
Dominating performance right now for Madeline in that outfit. They have been doing an absolute stand-up job for the first 45 minutes of this race, and there he goes back in front to retake the lead.
Quickly, we've got a battle here in LMP2. That's F Racing Lmp2 passing Altitude Esports. That's a big pass in the middle of this LMP field. That is for 7th spot. And V3 Racing slowly working their way up a couple of spots. Owen Blythe behind the wheel. These guys going through more of the GT3 field. That's always scary. That was actually the .exe car, wasn't it? Yeah, it was. So Elliot Hellier there as well in the TLDR SimSport Audi, being passed by all of these LMP2 cars.
See them all flying on by there. TLDR group now about 14 seconds off the leader in the GT3 category. It's not too far. It's still time to make up, Andrew. Like we've been saying it all race long so far. So much time in this race to be able to make spots up and be able to stay in it. We see Another LMP2 car right here behind. Is that a little bit of damage on the right front of that car?
Yeah, it is. Good eye. Now, there are 14 seconds between our GT3 leaders. Banana Racing Team has eked out a massive advantage at this point. And I think they've been all gas, no brakes. Yoni Katila on the gas, big time here in the first stint of racing. They've still got about 10 minutes to go before they pit, which is kind of crazy, actually. 10 more minutes, and all of these prototypes have already pitted at least once, and the LMP2 has been on track for another, let's see, 2 laps since their pit stop.
It's kind of crazy to me. We saw the Banana Racing Group getting passed up by one of the GTPs, or excuse me, the LMDHs. We're going to keep making that mistake all broadcast. My goodness. We saw the Lmdh Group passing the Banana Racing Group, and it's kind of weird to me to see headlight flashes in the middle of the day. Obviously, it's a sign that a lot of the faster cars use to get the slower cars to move out of the way and let them know they're coming on strong. And it's always been crazy to me to see it in the middle of the day, just because you'd think it'd be a little hard to notice.
Oh, these drivers notice, believe me. Having been in that situation on both sides of it, you definitely notice. Flashing, it always, I think, it's like nails on a chalkboard to a racing driver, especially here on the sim. It's like, get that flash and you are ready to, I'm not going to say punch the driver. That might be a little extreme, but it wears on you.
Out the window.
It's like like a bug crawling on your skin. Like, you just really do not want it there. It bugs you, literally. Satellite Racing Indianapolis working here on Tatum Racing Team. Corvette drafting with Mercedes.
Different move right here, maybe. No, gonna stay in line.
Saving that fuel.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say, and I can respect it. Why go for the move right now when you can sit the draft? But that was a much better corner. Oh my goodness. That has got to be one of the most cringe-worthy things in racing that you can ever think of. You know you're faster. You get a better run. You think you can take it, but you just got that little voice in the back of your head saying, don't do it. Save the fuel. Think about the bigger picture here.
So Mirko Suriano from Italy for Tatum Racing Team, trying to hold off this Satellite Racing car. For Satellite Racing, we know they're quick, especially with Jawad behind the wheel. That's a big name for me. I mean, that's especially at 10 in the morning. But Jawad Karoni for Satellite Racing already was up in, battling for the top 3. Had that incident with that Mustang earlier on between, I want to say it was here and the Porsche curves. Or was it the Porsche? No, it was between Arnage and the Porsche curves.
I think so.
And Jawad now falling back. Well, we've got a fight up in LMP2, Altitude Esports, LMP2, Mark Hutchinson trying to chase down Owen Blythe. I said earlier that it was V3 Racing and Owen Blythe making the pass. No, it was this car, Altitude Esports LMP2, making a pass just a little bit ago. And working on another. I mean, this would be for the 8th position.
We're still a little bit of the ways back. Still a little bit of time to get up there. I think really the Ford chicanes and the Porsche curves are a bunch of corners you can make up a lot of time in. We see it right here. Big snap sideways from the V3 Racing Group. And that is a lot of time closed on the Altitude Esports. Drivers are coming up. Mark Hutchinson looking to the right-hand side, up the hill into Dunlop. That is going to be a pass made for second in the LMP2 category.
It's so tough to pass in these cars. They're spec cars. Are
they all spec cars?
Well, and they're all the Dallara, so they're all the exact same car. So there's no advantage between, you know, in LMDH you have a Porsche versus an Acura versus a Cadillac versus a BMW. If anybody is running it, I don't think they are. So you have some car differences and different strengths and advantages here and there. In LMP2, it's all the exact same car. So you're really just down to the driver and the setup, and it's very difficult to set up and make that pass, especially here, where everything is just so fast. But solid pass there by Altitude Esports. They move up another position. We'll be watching for them throughout the course of the day. And now pit stops in GT3. Once again, everybody in. There goes Banana Racing Team, though. That's important. That 36 car down and away.
Off and away out of the pit lane. Going to retain that race lead in the GT3 category. And that's going to be by a clear margin, too. Seems to be a few drivers that stayed out on the racetrack.
I apologize for what's happening here. Obviously, it's a little bit jarring. This is actually an issue I've seen before on iRacing. I hadn't had it in testing yet. Gonna work with it as best as we can. It should subside. That's the hope anyways. It's weird, Zach. You can actually have this problem while spectating. If there's too much audio in one area with all of those GT3 cars pitting and cars being passed, you can actually get these skips. It's rare, but it happens at iRacing, and we're gonna hope it subsides. Worst case, we throw to a quick commercial break and try to reload. But this has happened in the past. iRacing things.
Well, like you said, Andrew, hopefully it should subside relatively soon. I think it seems to be my goodness, I'm a little tongue-tied.
Oh, no.
Evening itself out a little bit. Then again, technical issues aplenty, but hey, the racing's still all good throughout the field. And throwing it to the YouTube comments a little bit, TP Sim Racing made a comment that the aero wash definitely makes it a lot more difficult to pass in the LMP2 category, and now someone who's not completely involved in the sports car racing category doesn't exactly know how the aero wash is effective on those LMP2 cars, but I'm sure that they are absolutely right with their comment saying that it can make it a lot more difficult to pass. I know aero wash is definitely apparent in things like the Indy car as well. I know that's very difficult, but I can't see why it would be difficult with the aero wash to pass in those LMP2s, especially with how spec they are.
Yeah, it's just tough. We are going to throw to a quick commercial break and hopefully work through what's happening here in the iRacing.com sim. It's happened before, and we're going to see if we can resolve it as quickly as possible. While you wait, I invite you to, of course, follow us on social media. There's a few different places to follow us. Facebook, Instagram, Twitch, YouTube, and X. We're streaming to Facebook, Twitch, YouTube, and X today. No stream to Instagram. That's the lone platform that's left out of streaming. But we're going to reload the server if this continues. Or, hang on. Cars are getting solid again. If this doesn't continue, we might be in business here, Zach. Like I said, it's happened before. Usually when it's happened to me in the past, it took reloading the sim. Thankfully, we might have just dodged a bullet. I'm surprised if it was going to happen, I would have thought it would have happened at the start of the race. With everybody all up in one area, but interesting. Well, here's your race leader. This is Dylan Madeleine still as we approach an hour complete.
This entire team has been performing incredibly well. It's insane to me that they've only been out in front for 15 laps. We've been racing for almost an hour, and they've led 15 of what is now 17 laps. We are on lap 17 for the overall group.
I would have expected 425. You said we're going to do a whole lot more than 200 laps. While that is technically true, this is fewer laps than you would see in a NASCAR race at Bristol. You want to look at it that way.
Less laps, more distance.
Oh, far and away. We were talking about 250 miles in a NASCAR race at Bristol versus, want to do the math, I guess? 425 times 8.5. 8.46,
how these guys are
3,600 miles or so.
Can't imagine how these guys are doing math inside the car. How they're working on strategy with the teams and trying to find ways to get any extra performance out of these cars. And I've had the pleasure of running the 24 Hours of Daytona on here, and it was quite the convoluted strategy call on a lot of different things, and seeing how it works here at Le Mans seems like a totally different breed of strategy, especially with just how these drivers tackle this racetrack.
Well, we've tried to wait it out. We're going to wait it out until the hour. That way we make the first hour of broadcasting without interruption. Then we are going to go to a break and reload the sim. Of course, we're okay breaking the fourth wall here because we know most of you watching are sim racers as well, so you get it. You know the situation with iRacing sometimes. This can happen, and unfortunately it's happened to us here today. So, in the next minute or so, we're going to reset and take you to a commercial break. We have some alternative programming, if you will, some throwback clips from past broadcasts while we reload, and as soon as we get back into the sim, trust me, we'll go right back to broadcast coverage of this 24 hours of Le Mans for the Majors 24. And might even just tune a graphic setting down or two, Zach, see if we can avoid this in the future. Again, that fourth wall, it's okay if it's broken a little bit. It's sim racing, it happens. It's difficult to make all of this happen in one day.
Still a ton of more coverage coming at you, though. We've still got 5 hours left on our opening coverage here of the Majors 24, and there's still so much racing left to do, so much left to run, and I believe...
Oh, and SimSpeed is checking in at the worst time, telling us to have a great show, you guys as well. Right as we're having technical difficulties as we hit our first hour complete here. I want to thank everybody watching so far. This has been a pleasure joining Majors for coverage of this event. It definitely was not planned, but Mike, we thank you for having us for it for sure. And as SimSpeed carries on with their coverage of split number 1, we're going to just double check if it's still happening. We're going to reload. I say if it's still happening, and I see solid cars for the first time in 10 minutes, Zach.
Trying to wait it out as long as possible.
Well, on board, Maxime Dumoulin. Trying to chase down the Rider Engineering 77 of Peter Hertzl. Maybe we aren't going to a break. You told me we had to hit an hour?
Oh. Hour and a minute. Call it.
Bizarre.
Check the clocks, call it on the time. At least our technical difficulties have worked themselves out, and now we are back.
Knock on that wood. Knock on it. Knock on it.
I gotta reach mine. The closest wood to me is a little ways away. There you go. I knocked on wood. I knocked on that wood for you. But I would like to point out, the YouTube chat, everyone viewing today, has been outstanding so far. The viewership we've had has been incredible. You guys are absolutely showing your love for sports car racing, and in a sense, hypercar racing as well, for that Lmdh group. Thank you to everyone, like Andrew said, for showing out and showing up today. We've got Lots more coverage coming at you today. There's still 5 hours left, like I said, in our opening broadcast. And, Andrew, we've also got the last 6 hours to cover as well. So I believe we will cover at least that transition in today, tonight. Just make sure you don't get your times confused, because
we should have some sunset racing tonight. I don't think we're going to get sunrise. In fact, I'm pretty sure we won't, as, well, we were doing good. Yeah, we should have some sunset racing later this evening. I don't think we're going to have sunrise. This race started at 3 o'clock in sim, and this first set of coverage will go to about 9 o'clock in sim. In the morning, we'll pick back up at about, I guess that would be 9 and go to 3. So kind of backwards, but we will resume full broadcast coverage here in just a while. We're going to reload iRacing. Hope this works itself out. I'll be back to you in a little bit. We're going to have a couple of ads that play. Stick with us. We have a lot more broadcasting to go here for the 4th split of the 2024 Majors 24. Well, thank you all for your patience to this point. It has been a journey getting the iRacing.com sim back up and running and getting this broadcast to resume today, that's for sure. Zach should be back here in just a handful of moments, but in the meantime, we're going to break back into the iRacing.com sim here in just a moment and have this coverage back on the road. And again, I'm so undyingly appreciative of all of you who have stuck around to this point in time. It means so much to us here at Pit Stop TV that you guys are this willing to stick through these difficulties and stay with us here for the broadcast. It really does mean a ton. And as we get back into the iRacing.com sim, welcome back to the 2024 Majors 24. V10R Esports still leads the race overall. Vermilion Esports still leads in Lmp2 with CRZ SimSport second. And down in GT3, it's still the same top three: Banana Racing Team, TLDR SimSport, and .exe. Should mention, it looks like the same top three or so in LMDH, with V10R leading, German Sim Racing Purple second, and Old Turtles Motorsports third. I think they were third before we had our issues previously. So, as we get back into the swing of things, let's straighten that out. There we go. Rambo leads, and this is now showing driver name for the time being. There is Justin Rambo leading the way for V10R Esport. German Sim Racing Purple is some 6 seconds back. It's another 7 seconds back to Old Turtles Motorsport. Another 3 back to CRZ SimSport. First battle on the racetrack is going to be for 7th in Lmdh. Composite Performance, 498 Racing and Nemesis Racing Pro. All in a line through the Porsche curves, now Corvette curves, and back around to complete their 29th lap of racing. Down in Lmp2, the only battle that we have on the racetrack currently is F Racing Lmp2 and North Sim Racing 217. This is for 7th spot on board with F Racing Lmp2. Marco Pinto behind the wheel. Whoa, what a GTP up the inside suddenly. That was a surprise, a little bit of a jump scare. A reminder, we could see a virtual safety car any point in time. I believe there has not been one to this point yet. While we have you here, a big nod to our partners with Pit Stop TV at the channel. Whiplash SimCams, ATVO, and CC's business make these broadcasts possible. And how about the Hunger Project? This event's charity of choice. Now, it's to my understanding that the Major Series picks a charity for each event, basically, to benefit, and the Hunger Project is that charity this weekend, and it's one of the more admirable motions, I guess, in sim racing, to have a charity for each and every event that you run. This battle in Lmp2 stays going, as we actually have one now brewing a little further forward. 4th and 5th in class, V3 Racing and Manatee Racing Black. Owen Blythe getting by Norbert Frank in that Manatee Racing car, and some Lmdh cars going on by. In fact, it's that battle that we were talking about just a moment ago. 498 Racing, Composite Performance, and Nemesis Racing Pro. Oh, was that Nemesis off in the dirt for a second? It was. Wow. Dmitry Klopov behind the wheel. Now, while we get back into the swing of things, I do want to hear from you guys in the chat, since you're all so energetic today, which we appreciate. Let us know who you're pulling for, where you're watching from in this big, wide world, and your favorite car that's in this race as we watch this fight go on up ahead. That is 498 Racing Composite of the inside of actually an LMP2 car, and maybe a door slam there at the apex of our notch. They get on through and continue on. So we want to know where you're watching from, who you're pulling for, and especially your favorite car in this race. We've got the 4 LMDH cars, the Acura, the BMW, the Cadillac, the Porsche. We've got the Lmp2 Dallara. And of course down in GT3 where it's still Banana actually hold the phone. We've got pit stops through GT3. Early ones at that, in fact. Banana Racing Team just pitted, so they no longer hold the race lead. It's Satellite Racing Indianapolis out front at the time being. How interesting. Samir pulling for A5 Automo Endurance. We've got Rob Carmichael from Australia. We've got people from Germany tuning in. How about that for Twin Turn Sim Racing? But Satellite Racing Indianapolis now race leader down in GT3. Mirko Suriano for Tatum Racing Team is second. Strong Characteristic Horse Racing is third. And this amidst some pit stops. Banana Racing Team, of course, the top team that has pitted in GT3. TLDR second. .exe third, just a little ways down the road in that Porsche. And Evolve Sim Sports in their metallic red Corvette will cycle into fourth. French Formula Team should cycle into fifth. Then we get back to this fight. Of course, down in GT3, we've got the Audi R8, we have the BMW M4, we have the new Chevrolet Corvette, we have the Ferrari 296, we have the new Ford Mustang, Lamborghini Huracan, the Mercedes AMG. And we can't forget that Porsche as well, the Porsche 911 GT3R. So on board with Nemesis Racing, they were catching hang on. Our race leader is 4 seconds down on this lap and is now within 1.5 seconds of second place. Unsure what the issue is for V10R. But something happened during that lap. We'll go back and look for maybe a replay of it. This is headed down to Indianapolis, and that's already German Sim Racing in the background, so we got to go back further. German Sim Racing in the background there as well. Something happened. It must have happened in the early portion of the lap. We'll go back a little further and check. This is the start of the lap. They had a 6-second lead. I don't see German Sim Racing Purple anywhere behind them. So Julien Rambo now behind the wheel, out of France. Something happened in this lap. They lost 4.5 seconds to German Sim Racing Purple. That doesn't just happen by no means. Oh, was it a slowdown? All I can think of is a slowdown. we've got that battle now brewing up ahead as all of our LMP2s pit. German Sim Racing Purple catching the leading Acura, Julian Rambo, with all of our LMP2s coming into the pit lane or already on the pit lane here on lap 32 now of an expected 418. Just before 2 hours are completed in this race. And German Sim Racing Purple, hello. I don't know where this has come from. Welcome back, Zach Murtis. I don't know where this has come from, but Lars Vatzig has got some big time pace right now from German Sim Racing. Last lap was a 325. Really, something happened to V10R on the last lap, and I don't know what it was. Went back and looked for it, couldn't find it.
Looks like I rejoined the booth to some action-packed racing going on only about 2 hours into the race.
Yeah, something happened to V10R within the last lap, and I'm a little unsure as to what. But Julian Rambo is about to be caught for the race lead. This is the fight for the race lead overall in the fourth split of the Majors 24.
Yeah, they are so close together. This is probably the first really at-all fight we've seen for the lead since the start of the race. Nobody's been close to this 110 group, and they have been blistering all session long, but now the fight's starting to heat up as we go through the Porsche curves. Again, favorite part of the racetrack, coming through the curves and soon into the Ford chicanes. That's where all the time can be made up, especially in the back half of this lap.
Oh, Julian Rambo! That was scary.
That was a tap to the grass. He could have gone around easily right there. Lost some traction. We'll see how much time they can gain here. Oh, look at that. Look at that closing rate, Andrew. There's a lap car up in front. Bad run through the chicane.
Fantastic run, though, for German Sim Racing. Can't do anything with it just yet. They're going to try and square up for Dunlop. Not close enough for Dunlop. It's going to have to happen into one of the braking zones after a big, long drafting straight. Maybe one of the Mulsanne chicanes.
Maybe, but he could, if he gets close enough, they could potentially, use the draft, make the pass down the straightaway, which is where I would want to make it, to be perfectly honest. And look at how close. Look at how close they are to each other. This is where the toe's going to start kicking in. The lap car is still way out of shot. So we might have a pass for the lead right here.
Certainly a fight for the race lead, and that is an LMDH ahead. So they have some room up to that car ahead. You see the LMDHs in the background. Old Turtles Motorsport back there.
The move.
Oh, pulled right back in line.
Back in.
German Sim Racing, a very calculated team. I've seen many a stream from them. They've been on iRacing for a long time. I can't say I've seen as much of V10R Esport. That doesn't mean a whole lot, but I've just seen a very solid social media and paint scheme presence from German Sim Racing for a long time. I know if anybody's going to be calculated in this race, they are one of those groups.
You gotta have that in any form of racing right now, even on
Sim
racing. Oh, that was a big bobble.
Getting out there is Julian Rambo. I think he feels the pressure for sure. I mean, you've had this race lead by 5-10 seconds the entire race until now. And whatever happened. Here we go.
Again, Andrew.
Looking into Mulsanne.
Side by side. Oh my goodness.
So close.
The defense for the lead right now is very tight, as these two have not been separated since the start of this lap, only about a car's length in between. The runs that this 67 is getting are, oh, here we go.
Helmet camera with Vatzig. This is into Indianapolis. Can he make the pass? On the outside, into the kink, into Indianapolis, on the inside, pass for the race lead in LMDH. Vatzig goes ahead, Rambo shuffles on back. First lead change on the racetrack all day long in LMDH, and it happens right there in Indianapolis at Arnage. What did I say my favorite two corners were?
We know your favorite corners now, Andrew. We know exactly why.
That stop and go switchback is just so cool. You got to slow way down for Arnage especially. You can carry more speed through Indianapolis, but it just stops you before that long straight into the Porsche curves, and after that long straight, of course, out of Mulsanne. I love that section of racetrack so much. So, lead change, big one there.
Yeah, for the first time today, the V10R Racing Group is not out in front. That is one heck of a show. We got a fight here in the GT3 category. That is... actually not sure who that is in front. That would be the TLDR car, isn't it?
Yes, this is for second. That's TLDR ahead. Yannick Mormon behind the wheel. Marius Brewer behind the wheel. This .exe by Albi Racing Machine. New drivers in these cars for the first time in GT3.
Oh my goodness. I just realized it on the ticker. They are actually dot as it's spelled DOT.exe.
Yep.
I thought you had been saying just a standard .exe with the period. So that threw me off. I mean, still the same as they're getting passed here by one of the Lmdh category cars. Still the same thing, same difference. Just a little bit of a throw off there, you know?
Trying to shuffle out of the way of these LMDHs down the straightaway, but they figure it out. Marius Brewer, like I said, brand new drivers in these two cars for the first time all day long, and same for all of the GT3 cars. All of these drivers making their first driver change for the most part. There might be a couple of stragglers who defy that rule, but Zach, that first driver change, such a big deal. I think you've run a couple of endurance races. I've run plenty on the sim. This is that really big moment where, again, the second driver getting in has all those jitters, getting in the car, and then they start to come back down. Want to mention we've got a fight on the racetrack in LMP2 as well. This is IFRN Racing Team. Frederick Trains behind the wheel, chasing Nick Yurkovic. And TeamRedX.com SimSport 804. This for 14th and 15th in LMP2. And the pass was actually made. So the graphic there at the bottom right says that Frederick is chasing Tanaka. That's actually the car ahead because Frederick has been passed within the last lap. So that'll update at the start-finish line each lap. So that team has dropped one. Does that make sense?
I think so. Makes enough sense to me. I've gotten so used to watching races where the scoring ticker doesn't even update until all the cars cross the line. It's very common in things like ARCA or short track racing nowadays where they only have one timing line on the racetrack and it's the start-finish line. So it's kind of common nowadays. We see on board here with Brewer. Oh, look at the closing rate on that Audi. He is trying everything he can. This is what we were talking about earlier, Andrew. Earlier on in the first hour of the race where these GT3 cars, they have to be predictable and open up the lines for the Lmdh category, which allows chasing cars to find holes that weren't there before because they had to give up a racing line. So now they are so much closer together going down the Mulsanne straight and into the first chicane. There might be a pass here pretty soon.
Might be at the same time. We watched TLDR sit behind Banana Racing Team for how long earlier in this race, just drafting, saving fuel, or at least attempting to. I mean, we could very well see these guys just sit in line for a while and try to draft, save some fuel, and pull up maybe on Banana Racing Team a little bit.
That's very well possible. And you've got a few faster cars coming up behind. That blue and yellow flag is definitely prevalent today. We've got another fight on track here, still in the GT3 category. The car in front is, I believe, the Indy Racing Esports group.
It's Evolve Sim Sports, actually. Vorovsky behind the wheel. A move here. Mathis Bruno down the Mulsanne straight into the first chicane, looking for position number 7, and the BMW has got it. So the French Formula Team now out ahead for 7th spot over Evolve Sim Sports in the 642 car in that Corvette, but they might switch it right back.
They just might. Very close together. Just under a tenth now. Gonna look maybe going into the chicane. I don't think so. Looks like he's gonna stay in the draft. The 642 car. Just sticking in the draft.
And Vorovsky backs right off. It's important to realize sometimes as a driver that you don't have to make every pass opportunity that you come up to, especially in a race like this. You can just pull up on somebody and sit back for a corner, especially when they just went by you. Here is that satellite racing car, 3 wider than Lmp2 passing. That is the Tatum Racing Team trying to go by. Ryan Walker in the car for Satellite Racing Indianapolis. And Mirko Suriano in the car for Tatum.
Now they're side by side going into the next corner. Looks like the Tatum group will clear. Make that pass, complete it, going down into the next corner. Oh no, this is going into Indianapolis, excuse me. They had already cleared the Mulsanne corner.
So pass made there. Now French Formula team at Evolve Sim Sports still nose to tail. Evolve Sim Sports soaking up that draft.
Super prominent toe, as they like to refer to it on the European circuit side. We call it draft here in the States. They call it the toe. It's all the same thing, really. Going through the Porsche curves here. That was close.
Tatum Racing just held up that one LMP2 car. And was that? That's a fight for position. That's F Racing LP2 and North Sim Racing. So North Sim Racing got held up. F Racing 2 got held up.
I'm not going to lie to you, Andrew. I keep seeing these cars swing out a little bit towards the pit entrance to get a little extra going into the Ford chicane, and I keep thinking they're all heading to the pit lane. They just swing out exactly where the pit entrance starts to get that extra arc into the corner, and it throws me off every single time. I'm so tempted to say, oh, here we go, cars heading to the pit lane, but no, they're not going into the pit lane.
Got to use all the racetrack.
Absolutely.
Up ahead, Nemesis Racing. Dmitry Klopov chasing down Dornenberg, or at least trying to, for competition performance. Or composite performance, rather. Composite performance, remember, that was the car that in Hyperpole really took until the very last moment to get a lap in and go higher than, well, dead last in LMDH. So, composite, fighting back from one of the less desirable starts that you could possibly have in this race. I want to say they started about 15th spot. They're up a handful of positions. They're up into 8th now.
Actually, I think we started. No, you might be right. 15th or 17th it was. I'm not
Let's see
sure.
if it loads for us. 19th.
19th.
Wow.
It's not too bad there. I mean, back part for LMDH category, but hey, what are you going to do sometimes? They're still in it. They're still running very well.
That might have been the team that was coming into the Ford chicanes and abandoned on the very last couple of apexes and just had a small mistake and had to jump out of it.
Yeah, I think you're right, but I don't know if you're watching the ticker, Andrew, but I think we got a 3-car race for the lead right now.
We do. V10R has been caught by Old Turtles, and German Sim Racing is not far ahead. Great eye, Zach. This is in a lot of traffic as well.
Yeah, I was watching. Old Turtles went by the V10 group. They were able to clear them for the second spot, and now they're chasing down for the lead. It seems like the lap traffic has really started to play a factor in this race. I watched that ticker. They went from oh, look at that big, oh my goodness. That's going to be the type of thing that scares you half to death in racing. The V10 group really hanging on to that car. But like I said, Andrew, I was watching the guys who were fighting for second and third, which is these two we see on screen right here. They were about 3.5 seconds back from Watzig in the 67. Now they're only a second and a half, really.
Watzig, though, the advantage, he's ahead of a couple of other lap cars, is now the Old Turtles machine. Max, hang on, let's get clarification. Max Daleiden, we're going to say. Daleiden? Regardless, Max getting by one of those lapped LMDH cars. Now Rambo's got that very, very tall order. It's difficult to pass a slower car in your same class. It really is. Just like we were saying earlier, it's tough to pass an LMP2 for position. It's even tougher to pass a car that's slower in your class. Doesn't matter what class it is.
What the saying goes, it's easy to catch someone, but it's harder to pass them. It's something along those lines.
Look at all this traffic here out of Arnage. That is the Formula Racing Team BMW, the Evolve SimSport Corvette.
It's brought the leaders so much closer together as well. Look at how close they are now. Look at them trying to work through this traffic.
3 cars within a second and a quarter for the race lead.
Into the Porsche curves. That old Turtles group is starting to catch up. They are trying, and there's more lap traffic ahead of our leaders. Look at the holdup going through the curves. Now they're close together going into the 4 chicanes. Only half a second separating.
Pitting.
Oh,
here we
pitting.
go. Wow.
This is going to set the strategy up nicely. I believe the V10R is pitting behind them as well.
Yes.
So that should keep all 3 leaders close together. Now it's going to be a race out of pit road.
So these 3 lead cars all pit. We'll let them get their service. Nemesis Racing Pro Composite Performance. And Matt, it will definitely be taken under consideration in the kind of overnight when we make a couple of edits to the broadcast. On board with Nemesis Racing Pro, they will also pit. So all of the LMDH cars are going to pit this lap, it looks like. We'll shift over to Lmp2, where Vermilion Esports is your race leader. There's a 28 car. CRZ SimSport, Nico Schiffer. We're working on some of the names. But CRZ, they have that sister car in LMDH. They have been very impressive today as an organization. CRZ actually staying out under this lap, but assuming the race lead with Jacob Erlbacher behind the wheel in LMDH.
Lots of good races going on throughout the field right now. So much really transpiring when it comes to strategy at the moment. The
only class that doesn't have a fight within the top 3 or 5 really for position is GT3. And
yeah, they've got a 20-second gap.
I'm shocked as well, because I said earlier I like GT3 because of how closely you can race. I'm very, very surprised at how split apart they are. I mean, you see 20 seconds from Isa Pulkkinen back to Marius Brewer. That's a shocking distance, honestly, this early in the race. I mean, it's not at all unreasonable, I suppose, but it's just when you consider how close TLDR was earlier in this race. By the way, TLDR has lost second to .exe. It's kind of crazy to think about, I guess.
Absolutely. And I'm just expecting them to be a lot closer, seeing as they were fighting so hard as, well, TLDR group has lost another spot. The 168 has finally made their way by. And now there is quite a considerable margin between the 2 cars as we roll through Indianapolis. And I will say, Andrew, the racing today has been all around relatively amazing throughout the field. The lap cars of the GT3 and the Lmp2 are really doing a good job of giving way to the Lmdh, especially during the fights that they've had. It's been relatively tame. We had our wrecks early on at the start of the broadcast, but now it seems like everyone's starting to settle into their pace, settle into their rhythm. They've got just under 22 hours still left in this race, so finding your rhythm a little later in the race might hurt you instead of finding it now. So getting settled in is definitely going to be the way to go for the next hour or 2.
Well, team entry was 40 majors credits or $40. You don't want to just burn that in this kind of a race. You want to make sure you get your full money's worth. You want to make sure you race cleanly. This is a fight now for 11th in GT3. Penguin RC Thunder and Blue Chip Racing on board of the Blue Chip Racing Audi of Nicholas Larson chasing down Nate Stewart. This, again, would be for 11th spot. Stewart, one of our featured drivers that we'll talk to later on today. I imagine sometime after his stint, he'll probably mosey on over to the Pitstop TV Discord, and we'll get a word in with him as one of his other teammates drives the car. But he's pulling, I believe, a triple stint, so he'll be in the car for another 45 minutes or so. You know what? It's better than a quad. I'll tell you that.
It is better than a quad, but coming from someone who has done double and triple stints before, I never want to do that again. Absolutely. We had the Thunderstorm racing group that I raced with for the 24 Hours of Daytona. We had a lot of different strategy calls, and there was a point where one of us had to double stint, and thankfully it wasn't me, I will say, and I'm very glad it wasn't, because I was not the most highest performing driver on the team. I held my weight, but I wasn't the highest performing, so I didn't want to stay in that car any longer than I had to. But it becomes a lot more taxing, and it really makes you think about the strategy, because I'm sure a lot of these drivers have worked out their time frames for who's running what times, when they're getting in the car, when they're getting out of the car, how many stops they have to do in between in their stints. So to have someone double stint, it really starts to affect the math of how the drivers are going to be calculating when and how long they'll be staying in the car.
I'll mention we have twin turn sim racing on the racetrack that's just made a pass by the not so girthy boys and James Dennis. So pass made there for Marcantonio Fodera out of the West Club here in the United States. F Racing Lmp2 also pulling up on North Sim Racing P217. This would be for 7th in Lmp2 competition.
Quite a large gap there now. Everyone's starting to get a lot more spread out. The fights seem to be a lot more spread out throughout the course of the field. And like I was talking about earlier, that's the one thing that I tend to reflect on with endurance racing. The fights are more spread out over the course of the time of the race. You got to make sure you're easier with the cars. You can see a little bit of closing right here through the Porsche curves, but I don't know, Andrew. I like seeing a lot closer fights throughout the field. I like seeing people battling for on-track position, and you know, I understand racing is not all about on-track position and fighting super hard, but hey, it's nice to see.
We're going to put the sim aside for one moment. It sounds like we are not the only ones having the blinking, Zach. I've just learned that we are not the exception to the rule apparently today. Grid Vision has had the same problem with Split 3, and it seems like Joe Peak from GSRC has a solution. So we're going to change a couple of settings here briefly and see if that will start to help what we've been having happen.
Oh, thank you to the GRSC group for providing us with a little bit of help and assistance, and I'm glad to hear we're not the only ones that are having this issue right now with the broadcast. But hey, it's been great so far, and still quite a great turnout all across the board, especially in the YouTube chat. You guys have been amazing so far. I've been loving everything I've been seeing, and the racing has been still absolutely amazing so far. You can see here the ticker on screen while Andrew messes with the settings just a little bit. Just over 3 hours, 15 minutes into the race.
We might be cooking with gas.
Isn't cooking with gas a bad thing?
I would argue cooking on gas is better than not. So
I have an electric stove, so I don't know, man.
Here's the caveat. We might miss an incident or two. The ticker also may do an interesting wonky thing or two, apparently. So this is kind of surprising to me that we're having this issue across the board, not just in our broadcast. Which is encouraging, though, I will say. iRacing things. Sounds like GSRC is having similar things happening as... Well, unfortunately, what it is going to do is, yeah, it's going to mess with timing a little bit. There's a spin! Whoa! Hello! Off the racetrack. That was one of the... I think, I want to say, yeah, the Quantum RT Black BMW going for a slide.
That was very, very close to being a lot more contact than it needed to be. There's been some changes for the overall lead as well. as we roll through a replay here. We saw it live, but we're going to see it again. Going up into Dunlop.
BMW came
right
over.
Across the track.
That was the CRZ SimSport
Whoa!
Porsche LMDH car. No change actually for the overall lead other than timing. They've split up a little bit.
Well, that's interesting because I saw the V10R Esport group to the top of the board and then...
Right, so that's where... So the fix is to draw fewer cars, basically. The problem with that in a broadcast setting is it de-renders some cars, and then scoring doesn't quite match up. So we're gonna learn on the fly. This is not what I expected today. See, it happens again. This is... We're gonna learn a little bit on the fly. We're gonna go Pit Stop TV side by side, I think, for a moment while we try to tune in exactly where it needs to be. But we appreciate you sticking with us. We'll be right back. Welcome back as we continue on with the Majors 24. If anybody has a magic number of the number of cars to draw that helps with you, that would actually be really helpful. This is not what I expected today, and we apologize for it. It seems like it's something a little more iRacing related than it is us related. But on track, there we go. A couple of class leaders around each other. The German Sim Racing Purple team stays out ahead, while V3 Racing Lmp2 is fourth. And see, this is where it's going to get a little bit challenging. Vermilion Esports is the Lmp2 leader, and Banana Racing Team is the GT3 leader. So, Alessio Carrera mentioning that they've had the same issues with the German Sim Racing stream. It seems like drawing all cars can lead to this kind of bottleneck, and if you draw fewer cars, it can help it. The problem there, Zach, is timing and scoring gets a little bit behind, and unfortunately, it'll seem as though cars are being passed when they aren't, because now you'll see a lead change in Lmp2 in about another couple of seconds on the ticker right there. They didn't actually take the lead. That's Altitude Esports running in 4th place or 5th place or so. So what we will do is we're going to learn from this and do our best to work up a compromise overnight. I don't know that there is one, and I'm open to suggestions, because again, this is beyond me.
Challenges aplenty, but we work with it. We keep on trucking.
Yeah, it is what it is. Votzig, I gotta say, has put together a hell of a race at this point. Tomas Ullman in 2nd place for Old Turtles. A really solid run, just about caught up, and then had that pit stop, and they swapped drivers. Tomas Ullman now still doing a really solid job, still ahead of V10R. And I think they squarely have 2nd place for the time being, but V10R is definitely within that range. If you go a little further back, CRZ SimSport in the 4th spot has plenty of time back to anybody else. And there we go, pit stop for Scuderia Volpe.
Yeah, we have RPL UK in the 5th spot overall for the Lmdh category, and I don't know if you were able to catch it, Andrew, but I heard it out of earshot. The RPL group actually had an incident, and they slammed the wall on the right-hand side of their car. Not too much damage on the side of it. They got it back going, didn't take a pit stop, but it was out of earshot. Pulled up the camera, saw them sideways in the grass, so they're still trucking, though.
Can make out just a little bit of damage on that car. You look very closely on the right side. They seem okay now. The steering wheel looks pretty straight.
Yeah, no major damage. I think it was just a slide, step out. They grabbed the wall to get back going straight. I don't think there's anything too wrong with that car. I just know that heard it out of earshot, saw it on the camera, went to see what happened, and well, they didn't take a pit stop or anything, so they're still trucking. They're doing a good job.
We talked about them earlier in our first hour of coverage, and they were impressive. I really think they're one of the better teams here in Lmdh. It's a matter of putting the full race together, of course, and that's always difficult to do.
I think if you keep yourself within about a minute of the leader over the course of the entire race, you have a shot at the win. I mean that wholeheartedly, because you could go a lap down early on in the race and you can get it back the hard way, obviously, because there aren't a ton of safety cars here in road style racing. So you can get it back the hard way and you can keep trucking and you can stay on the lead lap. Ooh, big snap of oversteer right there from Hughes. But if you're staying within the leader by about a minute and you're holding pace and not really losing a lot of time, I think overall you still have an amazing shot to be able to win this race.
You can just stay in this race. You're doing a good job, honestly. Oh?
He psych you out there too?
Oh, no. If you can just stay in this race, though, like, all you got to do at Le Mans is finish, and you're probably going to come home in a decent position. especially if you can do so on the lead lap or even just one lap down, you're going to have a solid result. I think lead lap, you're probably top 5. One lap down, you're probably in the next top 10 or 12. You can...
Wow. I can definitely see what you mean. You can see right up there, actually, in front of this Banana Racing Group 36, gone.
And they've still got that 19-second lead over second place .exe, so nothing changing in GTE. There's a fight between Evolve Sim Sport and French Formula Team. That Evolve Sim Sport Corvette still looking good.
We'll snap out of the last corner right there. Lost a little momentum.
I've heard from a few
Catch a
drivers that the Corvette has been very snappy, which makes sense. I mean, you look at the car, it's angled for attack, but that snap that we just saw out of Evolve could just be the car's characteristics.
It's possible. I think the rear wing could be angled a little bit better for rear downforce in these cars. You know, obviously, if you run a wing with more angle, there's a lot more drag, but it definitely also helps with rear end downforce, rear end stability. As we see Nate Stewart here in the pit lane in that GT3 Ford Mustang Dark Horse.
He was not there before. They are 6 laps down, so something has happened to that team. I don't know that we can go back and get a replay, considering it was 6 laps ago. But we should be able to contact him here shortly for an interview and find out what happened at the very least. But problems there for one of the teams that was looking pretty solid down in GT3. Oh, composite off the racetrack. They're 6th, and here comes ProTech with a run.
Interesting turn of events.
So watching on board of Daniel Thomas from ProTech Motorsport, 7th place in Lmdh. This could be a really solid opportunity for ProTech to get the 6th spot, and then 5th isn't so far up the road. Top 5 is not far away for these guys. That's what I love about endurance racing. You can look at this situation so optimistically. Even if you're down a couple of spots from where you want to be, you've got 21 and a half hours on the clock. You're only about 5 seconds or so out of 5th. If you can just chip away a couple of tenths a lap, you'll eventually get there.
Oh no, you're absolutely right. You can see a lot of attacking here into the Ford chicanes. It's super easy to get runs through here, and you can see driving off into the distance. I will say, someone pointed out in the YouTube chat, the A5 Endurance team is catching the Altitude Esports team at about 1 to 2 seconds a lap. Should be attacking soon. They're only about 2 seconds apart from each other at the moment.
And they're both catching Manatee Racing Black.
Oh yeah.
There's a line of LMP2s from 6th down through 10th. Manatee Racing Black, Altitude Esports LMP2, A5 Automo Endurance, North Sim Racing, and F Racing LMP2 that are all pretty close together. 5 cars all told. So if we ride on board with Automo, this is in the middle of the line. ProTech though, composite side by side down the Mulsanne Straight. This for 6th. And they back out.
Can't get them going into the chicane. They're going to probably set up for another run here.
Ooh, I like that.
Going into the second chicane.
Squaring up an opportunity. You see 498 coming around at BMW in the background. That's Brendan Madonia behind the wheel. ProTech, though, trying to set up for something down here in the second chicane, maybe. Or do they draft?
Takes a look.
A pass move? No, they stick right back in behind.
That's good, though. Just being patient. Closes up right there on the bumper.
Second place in Lmp2 starting to get a little bit spicy. This is CRZ SimSport with the position. Adrenaline Motorsports wants it.
Closing in quite a bit here through the Porsche curves. That's why I love these corners so much. I'm going to keep saying it all throughout the broadcast. They do an outstanding job of really drawing these cars back together. And they are now so close together going into the Ford chicane.
Yeah, I think, so I see your comment, Alessio. I think we're sitting at about 45, which is what the broadcast channel is pretty much coming to a conclusion of in the broadcast channel in the Majors Discord. Let's see. Grid Vision turned their graphics down. GSRC has their cars down. I'd rather get the graphics where we can actually cover the cars, even if it looks a little bit worse than it should. Let me see if I can tinker with it a little bit more. I hate that this is the the topic of conversation in a 24-hour race like this. Oh, it's unfortunate. Oh, crash with a GTP lead. Hang on.
That's what I was about to say. The 67 has gone off. They have a pit for repair flag. And the
Let's
A5
see if we're able to catch it.
Endurance Esport group, they have also been involved in a wreck as well.
See if we were able to catch this. So this is German Sim Racing Purple. We've gone back a little ways. We're just going to watch through the replay. On board with German Sim Racing Purple. Being told it's after the Porsche chicanes. And that's A5 Adamo, isn't it? So that would that would make sense.
They're saying it was a netcode incident from what we're hearing, and now going through the Porsche curves. Yep,
oh,
there it is.
Wow.
That's a big
unbelievable.
That just ripped off the whole nose of the car. They absolutely have to tow to the pit lane. That is going to be both of their races pretty much over. They can get the car fixed, more than likely get it back out there, but in the same regard, is it truly going to be worth it to get those cars back out on track? This is the onboard here from the 67. Yeah, no, that's just a big netcode incident. That is something you never really want to see, and that's unfortunate. Any racing series, that would have just been a standard pass.
And again, that involving A5 Automo, the Lmp2 team out of Brazil. Rafael Silva behind the wheel. I'll look back at it. Netcode. A5 goes for a spin. Not nearly as bad, but they still end up in the wall backwards. I mean, that's endurance racing for you.
Then I know another team that's been very prominent for support in the YouTube chat today has been the Quantum X group. They also have a pit for repair flag. The meatball flag is some like to refer to it as. I'm not sure what happened to them, but they may also be done for the day as well.
On board with Afonso Caetano, I think. Wow. And Old Turtles, that was their view to take the race lead. That's incredible. Well, we're on board still with F Racing Lmp2. That's who we just had the on board from the lead. And
seems like we've had a spin in the Lmp2 group. Just caught it out of earshot. Not sure where though.
Well, we are going to... I'm going to put the ticker back up. I promise. About 2 more seconds. If anybody has any suggestions of the specific graphics to turn out, I see that Grid Vision has turned theirs down. I'm going to try to tinker with it and see if we can get to where we can actually cover the cars again. Let's see. In the meantime, I'll leave you to it, Zach. I'm going to try and work some magic.
Hey, you work your magic, Andrew. We all appreciate everything you do here on the production side to make sure Pit Stop TV provides, you know, the best quality broadcast that we can. And it's been great so far. Everyone out there, all the viewers today, you guys have been so amazing with showing your support for the Pit Stop TV group. And thank you so much. Andrew and I are just out here trying to make sure you guys enjoy our 24-hour coverage. Well, our first 6-hour coverage that we are just under 3 hours into. A lot of on-track fighting has been going on throughout the field today. You can still see the ticker on screen to your left. Still a lot of good fighting going on. You see positions being made all across the racetrack, especially the Lmp2 group as the ticker rolls on through. That is the Altitude Racing group, I believe, dropping back. Everyone just working on finding their race pace at the moment. Staying in it, not really trying to falter for the most part.
Wish I had a little more input right now.
It's all good, Andrew. You're doing everything you need to do. And
well, we will
lots
come
of
back.
thank yous across the board from all the viewers right now for everything you've been doing so far to make sure the broadcast stays up and running.
We're gonna try. Oh. As soon as I thought we were okay. This is unfortunate.
We have our first virtual safety car of the evening. Well, the morning. Still before noon over here on the East Coast.
Oh, hello, yeah, slow. Very slow is our race leader. On the pit
Virtual
limit already.
safety
Hello,
car.
somebody just came spinning in. That's the 45. That's one of the Manatee cars in LMP2. And that is the, it's not the TLDR Audi. It's the number 106 blue chip Audi. Into the Porsche curves. I think they checked up hard for the VSC. The virtual safety car on the racetrack. And the process basically here is they work the pit limiter. Now, I don't think the leader had to hit the pit limiter immediately, but basically the race keeps moving and it's treated almost like a traditional safety car, where the field comes to a slow and they each have an opportunity to pit. And once the VSC procedure, more or less, is complete, they go back racing. It's almost a condensed full course yellow without a pace car.
So the way I'm hearing it is if the drivers who are not taking service are staying out on the racetrack, they're to increase their virtual safety car speed and pass the pit entrance. So we see a couple of cars staying out. If they are pitting, they are to hold pit limiter speed. So that way they're still holding pit lane speed. We see our leader here, our overall leader, Ullman, in the 73, heading to pit lane, taking the 110 right behind him. And then we've got a few cars currently being waved around the leader at the moment to get back a few laps. Not really going to get back on the lead lap. Not going to make too much of a difference in terms of the overall track position, but it's definitely going to help a lot of these drivers in their current class position.
So Old Turtles comes in, V10R Esport included with that bunch, and these guys will take this opportunity to come in for pit lane and service as you see the blue chip car absolutely crabbing down the pit lane. Let's go back and see what happened while they were checking up. This is coming into the Porsche curves. They get on the brakes, and the Manatee Racing LMP2 definitely had no clue. Tom's Weirs. First virtual safety car of the day.
Hard to believe it's not even noon yet. Oh my goodness.
Well, as we're in the pit lane, and it looks like most of our leaders have cycled through. And we are catching back up, like reestablishing that this is our race leader with the VSC. You see Sears eSim Sport. This is a learning process for us for sure. But the field going to line up in behind. Old Turtle, CRZ, V10R, ProTech, your top 4. Composite Performance completes your top 5, which is good to see for Composite. From 19th to 5th so far in this race. Unfortunate that it's come at the expense of not Old Turtles, who was it? German Sim Racing Purple. Also, the fact that V10R Esport now is 3rd place here, Zach, when they demanded the beginning of this race. Really interesting.
I think what's more interesting is how big that GT3 Ford Mustang looks compared to these LMDH cars. It throws me off every single time how small these cars actually are in comparison to pure American muscle, as they like to call it, especially when they had the NASCAR here just last year's the Garage 56 entry, which, to be perfectly honest, I kind of wish they would have had as well. I think having that Garage 56 entry was amazing and stellar, and I wouldn't mind seeing some multi-class racing with some NASCAR stock cars included.
Some more cars in the pit lane. There's the TLDR Audi coming around. They're going to cycle into 3rd spot, it looks like, under this virtual safety car. .exe going to take 2nd. Banana Racing Team nearly caught up, and will pull up with the pack in the 3rd, not in the 3rd spot, but as the 3rd class in the 1st position. There's the pack. Bit of a lull, and that's a good thing, actually. Let these guys rest a little bit before they go back racing, and this is what I think Majors does the best of anybody. You don't see this kind of caution procedure pulled off, at least not to the scale, in any other sim endurance racing that I'm aware of.
I can't think of anybody else that's done it either, actually. That's not something I've seen. You don't see a lot of full course yellows in endurance racing.
In road racing at all?
Well, I'm not going to say in road racing at all. I mean, you've got safety cars in IndyCar with full course yellows. There are full course yellows.
Well, I thought we meant on iRacing.
Well, if we're talking specifically iRacing, then yeah. Not really any full course yellows unless initiated by an admin or race control. Anything the sim does by itself is strictly sector yellows, which are, in a sense, for those that don't know what a sector yellow is, just meaning when you're going through a portion of the track, you'll see a waving yellow flag. Just means you need to slow down, don't pass through the area. There was a car that went off, or there was an incident. There's double waving yellows, and that means it is a full course caution.
There you see the magic blinking.
A common issue that seems to be prevalent quite a bit. Not just with us either. Like we've said before, seems like a lot of channels are having the same issue across the board. Thankfully, though, the drivers are not having this issue, and they can full well see every single one of each other, to be be able to better work themselves around.
We've got some mixing here while we're under this virtual safety car. We've got the 447 Paceworks Esports LMP2 down in 44th overall. Blue Chip Racing still in the pit lane. Penguin RC Thunder is back on the racetrack. Nate Stewart has declined to comment right now after their incident, whatever it may have been. Quantum XRT Black back on the racetrack after their incident a little while ago in Dunlop. Looks like there's one car out of this race, Zach. And it's all the way at the back end, 55th, Mercury Setup Shop, the 00. 25 laps down out of 46.
Just unfortunate. They were doing so much to keep making progress and to see their race cut early. Only 3 hours into this race. Not even 3 hours into this race.
So field should be rolling into Mulsanne here. I think the VSC might be released out of Mulsanne. I think. So these guys are all slow. You see them here. All slow on the approach to Mulsanne. I think just about everybody is in this virtual safety car procedure. There's a few that are catching up still. I don't believe we're going to reorder the classes. So we should just see these guys release the pit limiters here soon, unless we're going to reorder the classes. I do see one car pulling up. It's an LMP2. Do I still see a couple of wave arounds? Zach, what are you hearing from race control?
Not too much, really. Only just the fact that there are drivers at the moment that are being waved around in their class. The call from race control is that the driver, if they want to receive a wave around, they need to remain in front of their class leader to receive that wave around. And currently, we are up to the GT3 wave around. So it seems like they are getting their wave arounds at the moment. And then I think once the wave arounds are complete, the VSC will be released.
There you go. So in effect, it will be a reordering. That makes sense. Slow everybody down, give them a chance to pit, start wave buys by classes, and that will, in effect, just about reorder the field. 54 teams still in this race. A handful are in the pit lane. But what an impressive run. Now, as we talked about at the very beginning of the show today, if you would like to join us for a broadcast interview, all you've got to do is join the Pit Stop TV Discord. There is a link in the FAQ section of the Majors Discord. If you don't have it, you can pop in and talk to us. We'll happily talk to anybody who would like to have a chat. As, the Banana Racing team just went by.
They are just getting waved around the overall leaders at the moment, I believe.
Aha, so they're going to pull a lap back.
Wait, hold on. Wait a second. Okay, no, there was a miscommunication through race control. We're hearing some drivers coming over the radio actually right now. They are trying to communicate to race control that there was a slight incident. The 36 was not supposed to be waved by. He was a lead lap car. He was not supposed to be waved by.
So now he's going to have to pull over along with the other GT3 leaders. I was a little confused when I saw the GT3 leader passing.
Listening to race control at the moment. Sorry to cut you off, Andrew. Race control was just speaking at the moment. So pretty much what you were saying just now. They are being forced to pull over. They're stopping, or at least coming to a crawl on the racetrack to essentially let the LMDH cars go on by. So these three cars you see on screen right here, these were lead lap cars. They were not supposed to be waved by. The Banana Racing Group, the .exe, and the TLDR. And they are just doing a crawl, really. But I don't know how well that's going to work out because Race Control actually just told the leaders in the LMDH class to slow their pace down under the VSC to go back to a crawl. They are currently working on a scoring loop thing, just trying to get these cars, in a sense, back to where they need to be. So I believe we'll be staying under caution for just a little bit longer. I will keep you posted on race control.
Yeah, while these guys work that out, let's talk about what we have upcoming at Pit Stop TV. Of course, we have coverage continuing throughout the day today and tomorrow morning. Then, tomorrow night, Zach, we go Icon Cup Series racing on a road course at Sonoma Raceway. NASCAR Cup Series vehicles at Sonoma, always a fun time. Of course, this next-gen car that's closer to a sports car has made road racing that much more interesting with NASCAR Series. And then Thursday, we head out to the Milwaukee Mile with the Sim Auto Racing Association 1/8 Racing Media National Tour. The next broadcast after that actually isn't for another week. June 20th, it's the North American Racing League making a comeback here on Pit Stop TV and going racing at Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. And it looks like...
Not to cut you off too quickly.
I think they're going to release VSC soon.
Nope.
Oh, no.
That's what I'm trying to inform right now. So, while you were listing off all the great broadcasts we have coming up on Pit Stop TV, I have been very much paying close attention to race control at the moment. So, here is the gist right now. You can see in the foreground of your screen right there, there is the BMW, the Banana Racing Group, coming into play. They have been told to hold pace and file in with the GT3 cars, and the VSC will be extended an extra lap. Hang on. So, Race Control has actually just now said that the VSC will be released this lap. VSC is being released this lap. The running order is correct, and you can see the cars getting back up to race speed at the moment.
Yeah, these are teams catching up, it looks like, to get back to the race leader. So the leader, I think, is going to slow back to VSC pace, which is the pit limiter. Yep, pit limiter just went right back on. They got the order correct, so everybody's going to slow right back down, which is going to cause a bit of a bottleneck. This could be a little bit treacherous.
Well, it seems like everyone's also spaced out a little bit. There you see the GT3 cars coming back into frame. So they are...
Many of the LMP2s are going to restart right behind the GT3s.
This is going to be a bottleneck of a restart, I will say. You see a lot of cars right now are actually trying to warm their tires in, especially in the Lmdh category. They are all, you see them up there, swerving back and forth, trying to put some heat in the tires. The tire model on the iRacing Sim definitely doesn't work the way you would expect it to in a normal race that you would have with the normal Michelin tires. You can see the rest of the cars falling in. They're listening to a little bit for race control. They're just mainly trying to let everyone know to be courteous of the cars in front of them. Like you were pointing out, Andrew, there's a lot of GT3s restarting in with the LMP2 cars. No overtaking will be initiated until the green flag, so they will restart, and the green flag will come out in the middle of the restart, and then they will be allowed to initiate passing. So there might be a little bit of bottlenecking going on in the middle of the field where the restart's taking place between the GT3s and the LMP2s.
Well, we wait official word on when we'll get this race restarted. German Sim Racing Purple in the pit lane. Get Pole Racing's with us. Paceworks is trying to recover. They're at the back end of the line here. DPR Racing in their Mustang is the back of the line. Penguin RC Thunder is back in the field. Way back there. But Old Turtles Motorsport is your race leader, and we should, I would guess here, Zach, either after this chicane or the next chicane, I think we might see a green flag.
We should. Looks like Race Control just said that green flag will come out just shortly here. Scrolling through the running order here on my setup in the booth here, there seems to be one other car that is currently experiencing issues. They are in the pit lane, or at least they're coming out. The 106 Blue Chip Racing Group, they had a pit for repair flag, but now it seems like that has been all cleared up. They should be back on the racetrack. and still awaiting race control to say when this race is going green. They have gone radio silent for the time being, but it seems like, I believe, might be like you said, after we go through the next chicane, that racing should resume, or at least out of the Mulsanne corner. But I do know that they will be going green soon. Hold on. Safety car's coming in from what race control says. 3, 2, 1. Back to green flag racing here, Andrew. Race control has just thrown the green flag.
Look at everybody shifting around. This is the mad dash down to the second Mulsanne chicane. Look at this group of LMDH cars at the front of the field.
Oh, look at how they fall in. The 110 has fallen back, actually. They were third on the restart, and now look at how many spots they've lost. Oh my goodness, the V10R Sport group, they lost quite a considerable amount of spots on the restart. Here we go into the Mulsanne corner.
We're getting there. Here we go, 3 wide maybe. Nemesis Composite side by side, and that's Simitok right behind them. RPL UK has fallen back to the 10th spot. They're way back here at the end of the line. LMP2 is getting through. Vermilion, CRZ, V3. They're your top 3. Down in GT3, .exe and TLDR have passed Banana Sim Racing Team for the first time today. So Banana Racing Team down to the 3rd spot. And LMP2 going by on the inside there, one of the bends. Up front, CRZ second place now in LMDH and LMP2.
And race control having a field day with the restart right now. The Tatum Racing Group in the 17 GT3. They're being told to hand spots back for jumping the restart. So race control absolutely looking over everything, making sure this restart was absolutely clean. But up front, this LMDH race is definitely heating up. So we see the rest of the field rolling through. Now through the Porsche curve. Oh, one car really wide right there.
That was Protec in 3rd.
Almost into the sand trap. That could have been very, very bad.
This is a really cool shot.
Hey.
You see him swing out. You see him swing out wide from the entry to the Porsche curves, and here they come through the back end. Side by side, some LMPs and GT3s. Wow.
A couple of cars through the grass there, through the Porsche curves. Really great to see just how all of these drivers are tackling. You see a few drivers taking on the front stretch.
Here we go, leaders into Dunlop. There's Old Turtle, CRZ, Protec. And that's actually a different car that was not Protec. Oh, crashing!
Oh!
It's the 498 Racing Porsche. And they are destroyed.
Goodness. They are crab walking, no rear wing. They have been so consistent all race, and that car is being towed to the pit lane. They have exited the car. Oh my goodness.
This was Brendan Madonia behind the wheel. I believe, wow, netcode into turn 1, or 2 rather.
And that is the toe knocked out.
I believe that was that DLR, maybe?
I think so.
No? Scuderia Volpe? I'm trying to find the car it was, but...
Scuderia Vol, that's who it was. Volpe, excuse me. You were correct in your first assumption.
No?
Then again, maybe not.
It was right here, Reagan Cardi. It was Deadbolt.
Yeah, the ticker has actually already updated on my screen, so it just completely threw me for a loop right there.
Wow.
So well, Deadbolt Racing is actually 2 laps down, so they weren't even in a fight for a position. That's why I made that scoring error. So sorry to you there, Andrew. You do a lot of hard work, and sometimes you need to help out a little bit with trying to find where the cars are on track, but hey.
Lmp2's, oh, there's contact! One car went up in the air for a moment. That was the 48. Yeah, he's not happy. That's Adrenaline Motorsport flashing the A5 Adamo car.
Yeah, there's already been some...
A5 is laps down. I think that's where the frustration is.
Choice words over the radio, and they're not happy. They are not happy, I will tell you. You can obviously tell from the headlight flash. Like you said, Andrew, it's like the nail scratch on the chalkboard for a lot of these drivers, and we continue to roll on through. And I don't know if you've noticed, but there's some... I was going to say, we had Nate Stewart actually waiting on us. You said you wanted to talk to him, but he has actually since left the broadcast booth. So, no talking to Nate Stewart at the moment. I'm sure they're still trying to get their car back settled in. Lots of fights still going on. You see some moves being made here on the straights through Indianapolis. Look at all these cars. Look at them, Andrew. You just got to love this endurance car racing beauty. These sports cars and these hypercars, they just provide such a great show for us.
We're going to get Nate Stewart in here in just a moment. In fact, let's bring in our one of our featured drivers of the day, Nate Stewart, after an incident earlier on today. Nate, what happened?
I got turned in a place you're not supposed to turn.
Well, it sounds like maybe that was a straightaway. I know it was a pretty solid effort from you guys at the get-go. I know you didn't have necessarily the highest hopes coming in, or I guess the highest expectations, I should say. Were you exceeding those expectations, though, in that opening triple or quad?
No. I kind of expected better. I kind of expected better of myself, just because I feel like I had the speed to run like some top 10-ish. I just kept making tiny mistakes that turned into slowdowns. Really, the slowdowns are a big killer. They're extremely strange. I'm not necessarily a fan of, but that's just what everyone's given the same playing field, and I just didn't adapt like I should have for the opening steps. Slowdowns ultimately is what was an issue. We somehow only had like 7 minutes damage total, which was interesting. So we got pretty much away with it. And now we're out here just 2 laps down off of our class leader, and yeah, Christian is just gonna vibe for a while. We'll just take it comes to us.
I like that. Just going to vibe for a while as we watch this battle in Lmdh for the 3rd spot. Nate, that Ford Mustang, really cool looking, obviously. How has it been to drive?
It's been a lot of fun to drive. It's definitely been interesting getting used to it. I would say it's like a mixture of the Mercedes and BMW. You know, front engine, it's a bullet down the straightaway as well. It's also a little bit off-steering with all the weight on the front. So it's been I've really enjoyed driving. It's all fun. It's got really good speed. You know, there's a Ford running in the top 5 in class. I feel like all the cars are definitely like reasonably balanced. It's just some of these guys were able to extract a little bit more out of it in terms of sound. We're doing our best with what we got, and that's what matters.
And it's tough, especially, to get a setup together that quickly from Tuesday to Saturday. That's not a whole lot of time to work with. Moving on in this race, though, what can you guys do as a team to rally back and grab some of these spots and make sure you stay in it for the full 24 hours?
Exactly that. Just stay in it. We just had our first safety. Like, right now, 41 is Brad walking back to the pits.
Oh, wow, yeah, that Mustang you were just talking about, they've been up front a lot of the day.
I was actually about to comment on that after you guys were done. There's a couple of drivers that have been involved in a few incidents, and they all have pit for repair flags, that 41 being one of them, and now he's heading to the pit lane.
Yeah, so the 41 right now is having a pit for repairs. 09 R19 is currently in the pits as well. They don't have a driver in the car for some reason. So, I mean, it's just little things. Well, I say that and they get a driver in the car, but, just little things can happen. We'll pick up spots as long as nothing else happens to us. That's the main takeaway. We just gotta keep our heads down and stick with it.
Well, Nate, it's good to talk to you. I think we'll be talking to you again later on in the broadcast. Thank you for your time. Hopefully we're talking to you again very soon. Appreciate Nate Stewart for that. I know it was frustrating when he was involved in that crash earlier. We do have a lot to carry on with, which I would have talked to Nate all day, but I do want to introduce, first of all, a third seat into our broadcast booth today, Zachary Shucker. Before we get to Zach, other Zach, this is, I tried preparing myself for this, and I don't know how I'm gonna. I'm the A to the two Z's. I've got two Zachs alongside Zach Murtis and Zach Shucker, but I'll try and work through this. Anyways, Zach Murtis, you were able to see some of the action there as we got back green flag and we're talking to Nate Stewart. What did you catch that maybe we didn't?
So one thing I actually did catch is 204 Racing Machine of the, if I can find it real quick, the Cinetalk Sensations. They had a waving black flag. Not sure what it was for. They got it served though. They're still on the racetrack. A few cars that we have out of this race, the 48 Adrenaline Motorsports car, they have a pit for repair flag. And then as well, we have 41 UPR Racing 41. They are also having a pit for repair flags. We've got fights going on the racetrack in the LMDH category. And then the 498 Racing Group, we saw that incident happen live. And then the 720 IFR Esports 718, they also have a pit for repair flag. Most of them are more than likely out of the 24 hours here today.
And this is a couple of lap cars in front of a bunch of lead lap cars. So V10R Esport pulling up and trying to pass these lap cars. Those are Dead Bull Racing. And I believe, let's see, who's the other LMDH that's there? That is, hang on, Nemesis. Okay, so they are for position. This car is not. That's Dead Bull. And then V10 was trying to get by. Another one I think they have pulled off. Regardless, this battle has gotten very congested. Composite Performance and ProTech Motorsport are third and fourth. And Zach Shucker, as we welcome you to the booth for the first time, you'll be with us for a couple of hours here. This has been a very tumultuous broadcast, not just for the drivers on the racetrack, the teams on the racetrack, for us as well. Technical difficulties here and there. But we have got one heck of a race after our first virtual safety car of the day. You've got experience in somewhat similar conditions after a caution flag, a full course yellow in amateur endurance racing. What is that rush of adrenaline like?
It's very chaotic. Trying to keep yourself calm is the biggest thing, knowing that everything is going to happen very fast for the next at least 2 to 3 laps, even the next 20-25 minutes, depending on what car you're in, how big the track is. Here at Le Mans, if you're up in the LMDH, once you kind of get strung out, especially if you're towards the back of that group, you can kind of relax after a lap or two. But if you're somebody towards the back of the GT3 field, you got to be ready for prototypes coming up on you after a couple laps and making sure to place yourself in the right spot with all the adrenaline still going.
Definitely chaotic stuff when you get back racing after a slow up period like that. Zach Murtis, see, I'm gonna have to specify. Murtis, have you heard anything else from race control after the restart? Any other penalties?
No race control updates at the moment. Everything's been quiet. They have seemingly worked out all the issues that have been assessed during the restart. Nothing has been sent over in the officials channel. Nothing's really going on at the moment, Andrew. Like I said, we're having a blast here in the booth. Now we've got, the better driver, Zach Murtis, able to talk to the lesser Zach over here. So that's a great thing that we've got going on at the moment. But other than that, we're a little more than halfway through our first 6 hours of this 24-hour race.
Oh, side by side there.
And I'm going to
tight battle.
I'm going to take every moment I can to reference that I am the only Zach here, the superior Zachary, if that sends a message.
Oh boy. Zach on Zach competition. Well, we have Composite Performance trying to hold off ProTech Motorsport here for a top 3 position for a podium spot. Meanwhile, VTNR Esport just made it back into the top 5, getting by Nemesis Racing Pro. Scuderia Volpe now pulls up, and they're actually 2.5 seconds back. We've got a lot of lapped LMDH cars right here, so a big LMDH battle behind the leaders. That is a lap or more down. I also want to flip down to LMP2, where we have CRZ SimSport leading a train of LMP2 cars, 6 or so. CRZ SimSport, V3 Racing, FR Racing, Altitude Esports, Twin Turn Sim Racing, and the not so girthy guys. I'll never not chuckle when I see that team name. And I want to mention as well.
You're joined with that.
Yeah, that's one of the best of the day. Want to catch as well, GT3 is a completely different race now. .exe is your race leader. French Formula Team and Evolve Esports complete your podium currently. Banana Racing Team in 3rd spot. And French Formula and Evolve, they are once again on top of each other. There you see them down the backstretch, that BMW and that Corvette. Then you go all the way back to Banana Racing Team, Strong Characteristic, Get Pole, Satellite. They're all strung out. So GT3, a completely different race with the, I guess, I want to say deletion.
We've had one car around just out of Indianapolis, Andrew. It was the 67, the German sim racing group.
Not again.
Again.
And for context, I don't know what you caught, Zach Shucker, but the 67 of German Sim Racing Purple had taken the race lead from V10R, who started this race on pole. And German Sim Racing Purple had an incident in the Porsche curves that sent them into the air and flipping. And now, as they try to rebound in the 33rd position currently, more issues for that team. But it looks like they've rebounded okay, get through the Porsche curves okay, and get back in this race. So our focus then shifts right back up to that LMP2 fight, 6 or so cars in a line. They pull up on the TLDR GT3 as they now run 47th. They had a problem, it looks like, through the caution. They're a couple of laps down to the leaders.
Headlight flashes all the way around.
Yeah, as the LMP2s try to work through those GT3s, you'll see that. That's pretty common. Zach Shucker, how frustrating is that as a driver in one of the lower classes that's just trying to run your race and fight for your fight? How frustrating is it to be flashed?
I mean, if you're in a heated battle right in front of you with nowhere to go, it gets really frustrating. Because if you're trying to set up a move and somebody's being impatient, all it does is turn up your adrenaline because you just want to get by the car ahead, and the faster car can come up behind you trying to force something and end your run that you've set up on somebody. Just like right here, you got this car coming over to the left, guy protecting on the right. See if he can outbrake him coming down into the chicane here.
This is Twin Turn Sim Racing on Altitude, and Twin Turn will complete that pass. Altitude pulls right back in behind.
Nice smart move there. Get back behind them and just follow them.
Well, now that I can visualize this graphic, 2 Zachs with me in the booth. I've been attacked by a Zach attack. No?
No.
No. That's okay. A quick focus back up on ProTech. They are catching right back up to Composite. And actually, Composite made the pass. ProTech, I want to say, had the spot, or is it reverse? Anyway, they continue to battle for 3rd spot. That much I know. Composite now starting to eke out an advantage. Our leaders overall and in LMDH, Old Turtles and CRZ SimSport, they are seconds ahead. So this is our first real concern in LMDH right now.
So spaced out now. We went from a tight line of racing on the restart. Well, we still got a little bit going on there in the background, to a little more spread out. Just trying to find some footing. Oh, excuse me. Everywhere across the racetrack. Seeing them roll through the Porsche curves is so satisfying in a way. And I'm gonna keep saying that it's satisfying because it really just is. A few cars clipping the grass back there as we roll around the GT3 car. Look at how close they are going into the 4 chicanes.
That got very close. Nemesis Racing, the kind of green car up here. Scuderia Volpe, V10R Esport, they're in this group. Scuderia Volpe is at the very back end. That's that white Acura nose. V10R is this kind of Miami Vice looking car, and then the cars flashing right now are all lap cars at the moment. So they kind of, oh, V10R going for a spin. Pole sitter earlier in the day, more trouble for that team.
Looks like he avoided damage.
Sure enough, I don't see much damage on that car. Zach Murtis, do you?
I do not. Don't think so, anyway. Not seeing any incident flags for the car. Nothing really going on, so they may be able to continue in that outfit. Probably just hightail it back around to the pit lane, or honestly, maybe stay out.
Want to highlight a battle in Lmdh, 25th, 26th on the racetrack, 11th and 12th in class. This is going to be Dead Bull Racing and Pure Motorsport Yellow. They work 2 laps down from the race leaders. And these are a couple of the cars that have been in this lead group right around V10R until that moment. So now, the only real Lmdh battle is that 3rd spot. We'll keep tabs on it, but we're going to float around the field a little bit here, Zach Murtis. I think you're going to step away for a few. We'll be back with you here shortly then, and Zach Shucker, as this day goes on, GT3 battles kind of waning and dissolving a little bit as they may. This is still so early in this race, just a little over 3 hours completed. These guys have to go another 20 hours, 43 minutes, 27, 26, 25 seconds. There is a long day ahead, and it's already felt so action-packed.
Yeah, all you're trying to do for these first, 16 hours of the race is just get in a rhythm, survive, keep the car in one piece, try to avoid any extended periods on pit lane if you can. If you take 30 seconds, a minute of repairs here and there, keep yourself in it. That's your whole goal right now.
Now, have you taken any laps in either one of these new GT3 cars?
I have not. I unfortunately have not had time to be on the sim until this morning, so I've not got to mess around with them. I'm hoping somebody will show up in one in a race later on today, but I was kind of interested to see what that dynamic looked like with new cars getting put into the sim this week for a major race that we have.
Yeah, I'm actually really surprised but thankful that Majors allowed those 2 new entries on the grid here today. I gotta say, I think iRacing did a decent job of balancing them. I'm sure there's a couple of different oddities and exceptions to the rule at the very top end in Top Split. I'm sure we see a couple more cars of one variety or two. But down here, a couple of splits lower in split number 4, I've seen a great variety of cars. I don't see too many Corvettes. I don't see too many Mustangs. And we've got a Porsche leading. We had a BMW start the day in the lead, and then we had a Mustang up there. A couple of Corvettes have been around. We had an Audi in second place for a long time. There has been a really solid mix. The only thing we're lacking today, because I've even seen some Mercedes in the field, the only thing I haven't seen is a Lamborghini.
That's kind of shocking. Usually you see 3 or 4 Lamborghinis just because everybody likes the look of them. They tend to be more popular than Audis, but...
That's me. I'm one of those.
Yeah, I think some people just find the Lamborghini easier to adapt to driving-wise, too, so... maybe some of those people that would be in the Lamborghinis did take a shot at the new Corvette and Mustang.
They are, yeah. Talking about the similarities between the Audi and the Lamborghini, I think the Corvette is very similar in its own right. The same kind of formula, right? Mid-engine car, angled for attack. I feel like they definitely are more pointed on the nose and fit that style of driver. So if you're looking for that out of a car, you might gravitate towards this Corvette if you're trying something new, as opposed to going with the Lamborghini, which it still feels so new to me because I recall when we got on the sim some 3 years ago now. But it's one of the oldest cars in this lineup now. It's insane how quickly iRacing has updated this whole GT3 lineup.
Yeah, it is. It's just like real world. You always have manufacturers bringing out the different Evo version of the car. I know Lamborghini's done
Whoa, there's our leader.
Yep, got some prototypes coming up for the GT field here. I believe our battle for third and fourth is very important in this traffic we're watching as well, so that's going to be an interesting dynamic here.
Yeah, that was our battle for second. French Formula team and Evolve Simsport now getting passed up by first and now second in Lmdh. Third is coming around the bend at Mulsanne. They'll get to the Banana Racing team, yellow BMW here shortly, which is starting to close in on that fight with the French Formula team and Evolve Simsport. Whoa, hello, look at this. Gaggle off of Mulsanne corner. A couple of GT cars back there. I see ProTech. Let's see if we can get that, actually. That was Strong Characteristic Horse Racing in the blue and yellow Mustang. And 12th place, Sure Esport Red in the blue and red Mustang. I see a Ferrari there as well. Haven't seen many of those today.
Yeah, Ferraris, you know, typically there's always 3 or 4 of them. They're usually pretty strong, but I think this new one is a little bit shorter wheelbase, and a lot of people are struggling to adapt to that just because the car tends to be a little more twitchy, which is typically a Ferrari move. It's the kind of twitchier cars. You get that right, they're really, really fast. As you can see from this angle, Ferrari doesn't have a big hole it's punching through the air, so it's going to be pretty hard to draft off of it if you're the Mustang, just because roles reversed, Ferrari would get a much bigger pull down the straightaway.
Want to catch back up with our LMP2 drivers. Vermilion Esports leading still, now by 9 seconds over this fight. Twin Turn Sim Racing, second place. CRZ has dropped to third. V3 Racing is now in the 4th spot. And these 3 cars, all in a line, will jump on board at the V3 Racing number 188 with John Hallowell behind the wheel.
Yeah, it looks like he's trying to make a move down into Indianapolis here. Decides to just follow. If he can get a good run through here, not drop a wheel too much, get off the exit here real good, he might be able to get a draft coming down to the Porsche curves and try to make a move. It's going to be a little bit harder though, since the car head does have a toe as well, so you're not going to get as big of a jump on him.
And there you see some of the technical difficulties. There we go, as I have difficulty saying the word. Technical difficulties we've battled. It sounds like it's across the different splits that are being broadcast today. Le Mans with this 13 car limit starting to push the iRacing broadcast sound barrier, if you will, where it's just it's getting a little bit challenging. It sounds like it's been happening for Grid Vision, maybe even for GSRC, or at least a couple of their commentators. But Grid Vision had to turn their graphics down. We've tweaked with them a little bit to try and maintain the balance of both worlds. It has been a rough day in that regard, just like it has been for some of the drivers on the racetrack. But we move on, we work with it. On board with, well, we tried to go on board with John Hallowell. CRZ Simsport just ahead, and part of it is these guys are getting through more traffic where there's more cars concentrated in one area, and that tends to be what aggravates it. It's a matter of how many cars are drawn at any one given time, but it looks like it's going to calm down for a moment.
Yeah, we'll see if he can try to get a nice run here onto the backstretch and try to make a move into one of these chicanes. You know, it's now that the car up ahead is pulled away from car he's trying to get around, it's going to help him a little bit here. You know, he's real critical exit right there. Let's see if he can get a run coming down the straight here.
Following along with Last Eaters in the 3rd spot in LMP2. Want to move up, actually, to the 2nd spot, Twin Turn Sim Racing. We've seen a lot of fans of them in the YouTube chat today. Mark Antonio Fodera behind the wheel currently. And Twin Turn in this 2nd spot has definitely got some speed to show, and they've been showing it here since the virtual safety car. They've really come alive, and I think taken advantage of the opportunity now that they've been bunched back up, Zach. That's a big thing you have to do. When you're bunched up like that, you have the virtual safety car out, you've got to take advantage of it and get some of those passes made, because that track position in the moment might only be a handful of tenths or a second or so, but it's going to be dozens of seconds down the road if you're able to just get that track position and hang on to it.
If you can get by somebody first lap after a restart, let alone 2 or 3 cars, you know, you may only be 2 tenths quicker a lap, and it's going to make it very difficult to get around them. But if you can get around them, save yourself 10 laps behind them, that's 2-3 seconds down the road. Not to mention, you're not abusing your tires being behind somebody's draft. you know, at Le Mans you're so low downforce because this track is all straightaways that trying to follow somebody closely, especially in an LMP2 car, you just start sliding the tires in some of these corners, and as soon as you overheat them, it takes it a little while to come back, and you're fighting that for the rest of the lap.
I want to mention ProTech is still working on composite. This for third place in LMDH. The lead fight in LMDH about 3 seconds. ProTech is about 6/10 off of composite performance.
Yeah, I've been watching that battle. It looks like to me ProTech is trying to save a little bit of fuel here in the draft. I'm noticing he's lifting a little bit early, coasting down into some of the corners. He hasn't had a big run where he's tried to send it, so if you watch down here at the first chicane, he might lift off a couple cars early and just float down into the corner a little bit.
We'll try and... Well, go ahead.
Oh, I know from talking to a couple other teams that were running, they were about, you know, a tenth or two of a gallon short of making an extra lap. So they were all trying to kind of play that fuel game and try to get that extra lap if they could. They thought they'd be able to do it pretty easy in traffic, and this is a great situation, sitting here behind somebody's draft.
We'll try and come back to the sim now. I've turned a couple of cars down, so hopefully we have fewer of those blinks we've been going through. It's been a battle all day for sure, but looks like it's calmed down for the time being. So you're right, they've stayed in line. ProTech saving fuel, just trying to get through this race, hit their fuel numbers. We've seen that a lot today. V10R and others just staying in line at times where it's better to save fuel than go for the pass and slow each other down.
Yeah, the other aspect to that is if you can just sit a second or so behind them, leave a little bit of air on your tires so you're not abusing yourself, you can drop them in the pit stop because you're going to take less fuel. And that's the easiest way to pass them than trying to do it on track sometimes.
Whoa! Big move there. That was one of the LMDH cars going by these couple of LMP2s. One car spun around. That's the seriously characteristic Mustang. Strong characteristic horse racing Mustang turned around between the S's and Tetra Rouge.
That was a really bad spot for those cars coming up as well, because that's a blind crest, high speed, sliding out. It was a good thing he was on the inside of the track there.
See if we can get a look back at it. This with Kita Yabuchi behind the wheel. Over onto the curbing on the right, trying to let that LMDH go by, and just got around.
It's just a case of trying to be too nice to a faster car and got himself out of the groove and missed his marks. It happens, unfortunately, but he did a good job to not hit a wall, so that was the big thing there.
We haven't taken many onboards with the Mustang yet, but here is one of them with Kita Yabuchi, who just went around back live out of Japan. You don't see that very often.
No, and that looks very much like a Merc onboard. You know, you drove the Mercedes and kind of look over that hood, same sort of style there, long front end. It's unique to get used to because you got to know where the front of your car is. You're sitting so far back in that car.
Some position changes up ahead in GT3. .exe still leading by 6 seconds, but Banana Racing Team has moved into third, and French Formula Team has fallen back to the fourth spot. So Evolve Simsport in that Corvette now second position in this fight, and well, leading the fight as it stands.
The interesting dynamic here, two Mercedes behind a Corvette, kind of what we were talking about earlier with the Ferrari and Mustang. Corvette's a lot smaller to pull through the air. It's a nice color red on that car as well. Let's see if this BMW can get any sort of run. It doesn't look like he's going to get that.
And Banana Racing Team started this race on pole in class and absolutely dominated up until that virtual safety car where things went completely awry for that team. They even led during the safety car, and finally somebody was able to usurp them and get to the front of the field. Up ahead, LMP2, things have changed. Twin Turn Racing no longer at the front of this fight. They are actually down to 6th spot, while Altitude Esports is just off the back end of V3 Racing. This is for second and third. V3 second, Altitude third. North Sim Racing is now 4th. The Not So Girthy Boys are 5th, with Vermilion still leading in class.
Working through some GT traffic here. Nice clean move down before you break zone. Both
And
cars
pit stops.
going into the pits here.
Pit stops for these LMP2 cars. Oh, and contact into the pit lane. That's altitude into V3. That is right where the pit speed begins. That absolutely could have triggered a penalty for both cars.
Yeah,
Gotta be
that
careful.
was a perfect case of somebody trying to be conservative here early in the race, not get a penalty, and somebody trying to get everything he could get. And the overlap ended up being a front and rear bumper there.
Well, they will change drivers, looks like, over altitude. Meanwhile, we'll go back up to our race leaders overall. Old Turtle's still leading. And it's by 2.6 seconds over CRZ Sim Sport. Another 6 back to Composite. And ProTech now has Nemesis Racing Pro breathing down their necks. So 3rd, 4th, and 5th in a line. 3rd starting to scoot away.
Yeah. Place here, ProTech, he's gonna have to start being on the defense. He's starting to fall back a little bit. Starting to see his car squirm off the corners. It looks like he's overused the rear tires, got them a little bit too hot. So let's see if he can calm that down and try to move back forward instead of trying to defend here.
Watching on board with the helmet cam with Nemesis Racing Pro's Roman Walter. That's a really cool perspective, actually, through the Porsche curves. You don't get that perspective in many broadcasts, whether it's real or virtual. Even passing that Audi into the Corvette curves, that's a really unique perspective. You don't get that often to see it from the driver's eye, just about. Real down low in the cockpit, obstructions in the way, of course, the A-pillars, and the wall, that big blue wall through that Michelin section. It's my favorite part of this racetrack, other than Indianapolis and Lodge.
Yeah, and you get to see just how fast these cars go through some of these sections with the downforce that they have. You know, going offline to go around that GT car, that's a little bit of a tight situation at those speeds. If the GT car messes up, it could be bad for both drivers there. Now we got some more GT traffic coming up down here. It's going to need to time this just right. Might be a little close, but try to get to the left here. No, he's going to be patient. Nice job there.
That's that number 41 Mustang that we saw in that crash earlier with, while we were talking to Nate Stewart. Old
And
Turtles into the pit lane.
Him following back ended up creating a nice battle back up for 3rd here. ProTech's back on the offense now that he has nobody right behind him.
Looks like this might be off sequence for our race leader. CRZ continues on. Composite, ProTech, they keep going. The pit stop time lines up, though, for Ullman. That's about what you would expect from a 4-tire and fuel. They might be trying to get back onto sequence for the end of this race, Zach, and work this race in reverse.
The other thing they could be trying to do is I see some LMP2 and GT3 traffic up ahead of the leaders. They could have been trying to pit while they still had clean air, afraid of running up on that traffic right at the end of the lap and slowing themselves down.
We shall see with that battle. I want to take a look back at GT3 quickly. .exe still leading the class. Evolve Sim Sports 2nd. Banana Racing Team 3rd. French Formula Team in the 4th spot. And Satellite Racing Indianapolis back into 5th. There is .exe. They've got a 7-second lead now over the Evolve Sim Sport Corvette. That's a pretty comfortable lead at this point in time. Not even 4 hours in, and you've had a VSC recently. To have 7 seconds, I know that's still kind of danger zone because you can have one slip up and lose that gap and even lose the lead. That's still pretty comfortable, all things considered.
Yeah, the nice thing with a gap like that is now you can start to manage the traffic overtaking you instead of having to try to be as aggressive as you can. You know, like that LMP2 car coming past him, he could lift off just a little bit and let him get by him and get back in line and not have to push anything. That's the nice thing when you get a gap like that. If you got somebody within a second, maybe even 2, you have to be a little bit more protective of yourself in the aspect of not losing time. This battle just continues on here.
Through those Porsche curves, Nemesis Racing Pro still on the offense. CRZ Simsport now the race leader. Will they pit this time? We just saw Old Turtles pit the last lap, and CRZ will pit. So CRZ and the rest of the LMDH field able to save at least one lap. Here comes Composite. Here comes Protec stays out. Nemesis pits. That's a big switch up.
Case of sitting there in the draft saving fuel. He got an extra lap of fuel. The only problem I'm going to see is it looks like he's going to catch a lot of traffic on this lap. And I still think that's why your leader ducked in the lap before, was to just get away from that traffic. Now he's in clean air. All these cars timed it just right. But we'll see what happens with Protec here once they pit and see where they come out in this sequence.
I like taking risks, though, and if this is a risk for Protec, I like it. If they could just manage the traffic nicely, just because there is traffic doesn't mean they're going to get held up in it, and it looks like they have some decent clear running for now. It really is going to be a problem if they have traffic into the Porsche curves, because you can manage it just about everywhere else, even into Indianapolis and Arnage. It's really just the Porsche curves. If you're in traffic there, the lap is a throwaway.
Yeah, and it really depends on the traffic that it is. If it's an LMP2, it's not going to cost them too much time. You know, those cars are similar in downforce. They can get through some of the fast stuff at similar pace, not quite the same. But if it's a GT3 car and you can't get around them, that's just going to kill your lap. You're going to lose several seconds just in that one section there.
Pit stops here on screen. You see the number 40 DLR SimLab machine come in. They, of course, started outside front row and got punted off on lap number 1. We'll flip back over to our LMP2 leaders, or at least close to it, top 5 anyway. It's still Vermillion out front, and of course this whole group is now pitted. Twin Turn has actually come out ahead, and they are back into second. F Racing is third, CRZ Simsport is fourth, V3 Racing, who we're watching battling CRZ, is fifth. So different fights there, a little deeper in the field. We've got a closer fight. North Sim Racing on not so girthy boys and Altitude Esports LMP2 into Indianapolis this time. Sparks flying off the car ahead. Love this section of racetrack.
He backed out of it there too. He had a run and decided not to try to take that. That would have been a little bit risky move at this point of the race. You know, 20 minutes left in the race, might be a different story.
Even 2 hours left in the race. I feel like any time after 6 hours, I think you mentioned earlier, 16 or 18 hours, you want to be safe. After that, it's go time. You've got to be offensive. And when we come back in the morning at 3 a.m. Eastern, I feel like that's going to be where we see these guys start to really race. Once you get through that overnight, get through some of the morning, especially since these guys are racing to 3 in the afternoon sim time, that's where they're going to be on the offensive big time. As soon as morning kind of runs back through and the sun is up properly and the track heats up, that's where these guys are going to go for it.
Yeah, it tends to be once that sun comes back up in the morning, that's when it's go time. Everybody gets aggressive, everybody's getting tired at that point, so your mental capability went down a little bit. You're so concentrated on driving the car that you might make a mistake that you shouldn't make at that point, just because you're too tired to clearly think about what you're about to do as far as making a move on a lap car, another car in class, whether it's for position or not.
We're going to flip back up to LMDH, where Protec is currently the race leader. They're in the pit lane now, with this lead fight racing to them. Old Turtles and CRZ Simsport, where CRZ has started to falter in LMP2. They are on it in LMDH, suddenly fighting for the race lead, as it would be after this pit stop cycle cycles through. And CRZ falls back.
Your one big thing here with your battle is these are the same car. You know, there's no difference as far as one car has a different strength over another. If it was a different manufacturer, one car might be a little bit better with your high speeds or your low speed mechanical grip. This is just a straight up dogfight between these two cars at the moment. We're waiting to see where Protec comes out in this group of cars as the leaders come up through the Porsche curves here.
You're absolutely right. 2 Porsche 963 LMDH cars. We talked earlier about how the Dallara 217, the LMP2 car, is spec, right? Makes it that much harder to pass because there's no differentiation between manufacturer. There's no strength here or weakness there in the car. So it comes down just to driver and team, driver and setup, I should say. So there's a lot less variance. As there's ProTech leaving the pit lane, they will lose the lead back to Old Turtles as expected. And Old Turtles will have the lead now by a couple of seconds over CRZ, which just now goes by ProTech. But you definitely, you have a harder time passing cars of the same manufacturer. Otherwise, if it's a different manufacturer, especially if you can utilize advantages or weaknesses here and there depending on which way it goes, you might be able to pass a little bit more easily if you're a BMW versus a Porsche or vice versa.
ProTech went off on cold tires back behind this battle.
You're right, through the S's. I seem to recall them having a similar moment, I believe, after a pit stop earlier, so maybe a common problem with the Acura.
Yeah, these cars, they're just hard on cold tires. You know, iRacing's done a good job with modeling the real life aspect of until you get temperature in them, they're a handful. And they can be a little unpredictable because you may get temperature depending on your setup, either in the front or rear tires faster. And it might make the car go from pushing because there's no temperature to being really loose because you get all the temperature up front and then have nothing out in the rear. That might have been a case of that. Now he's trying to recover here, trying to hold off the car behind. He had done a good job too of coming out third, but now he's lost a couple spots. So
there's your leader through the frame in second. That was Ullman, then Schubert. And everybody else comes on through. Here's ProTech just coming into frame now, along with, I guess that would be one of the lap cars actually on their back end. Composite Performance now fourth, trying to work on Nemesis. Nemesis has jumped up from fifth to third relatively quickly here. This Cadillac, or not Cadillac team, this Porsche team is impressive. We've got 3 Porsches leading the field. That's rare.
Yeah, that Porsche seems to be pretty good with straight line speed. Even back at Daytona, I remember that car was really, really fast the last part of the straightaway. And that's pretty accurate with real life as well. That car tends to be a little bit quicker on the straights. It's just got a way different shape than everybody else. It just seems a little bit smoother. As you can see, this Acura here is not able to make any progress on him. Has to fall back in line.
And that's the 511 Echelon Sim Sport, which is 4 laps down, 33rd spot. Shouldn't be much of a challenge there. Composite should be able to focus ahead on Nemesis Racing Pro. So yeah, it took me a second to completely get it straight. Nemesis is in the 3rd spot. Composite had 3rd, I believe, for a second, has given that spot up. Regardless, it's a Cadillac in 3rd, a Porsche in 4th, but Porsche is still really showing out today as we take a look here at Nemesis Racing Pro.
Yeah, the Cadillac, it seems like its window for a setup is really, really small, but if you hit it right, it's really fast. You know, it's a car that's fairly compliant, so if you're off, you're not way off, but it takes so much to get that car right. Right now, it looks like they're doing a pretty good job. You know, they're running up here in 3rd at the moment, and then we switch back to the Lmp2 battle down the backstretch here. 5 cars under a blanket, essentially.
Yeah, this is 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th positions. Altitude Esports, the Not So Girthy Boys, North Sim Racing, Team Red X 804 at the back end of this group, and there's a lap car, it looks like, in between. A really interesting fight, honestly, between this bunch of cars. The Not So Girthy Boys, they have seemed good at times and not so good at others. It seems like they kind of they're hit or miss, and I think they've had James Dennis behind the wheel for a while now. So I'm not sure if it's maybe a temperature thing on the racetrack. I mean, the track temp has come down significantly. It was 95 at the start of the race, down to 80 degrees now as we get later in the day.
I know from my experience, the LMP2 seems to be very temperature sensitive based on what your setup is. You know, sometimes when you do a lot of downforce or no downforce, depending on the track, you know, a 10-15 degree track temperature change is a big adjustment to the car. You know, we see that a lot, especially at Daytona, just because of how slick that track is and how cold it tends to be. Your car could change drastically overnight. Le Mans, it's usually hot because it is the summertime, so it's not as big of a swing. But, you know, if it really depends on what you want your car to do. If you set it up for the nighttime, well, you might be starting to get a little bit happier with it right now.
Just 15 minutes from 4 hours of this race being complete. North Sim Racing right here in that white and blue machine. It's actually Manatee Racing black in the 45 car that's in between here. Norbert Frank behind the wheel, and they will now get out of the way of North Sim Racing and Team Red X. So finally, Manatee will bow out and play nicely, and kind of let this battle take its place. Yeah, Manatee even pulling over there. I think they might have been notified by race stewards potentially. Hey, these guys are trying to fight. I know Manatee had keyed the flashers a time or two, and I think getting a little frustrated.
Yeah, that was a nice move regardless. You know, if they chose to do that, that's a very good move by that team. Let the other cars fight. Unless you can just go up and get right through that lead trio or, you know, all the cars in front of you that are on the lead lap, there's no reason for you to be in the middle of them.
Pit stop here. Ryan Walker comes in from Satellite Racing Indianapolis. We'll see if there's a driver change. It looks like there might be, yes. Jawad Karoni gets back behind the wheel out of France. The Frenchman will take back over for Satellite. They had taken the race lead briefly as pit stops had... they weren't on the racetrack very long, I don't think. Here's DOT. .exe, rather. With Rolf Mueller behind the wheel. Vincent Rankin now in for Banana Racing Team. And Didier Thibault for French Formula Team. Kevin Hill is in the car for Evolve Sim Sports, and Jawad Karoni will roll off the pit lane for Satellite. I think he's going to roll back in about where they were. So no time really gained or lost there for the number 18. Our two leaders, by the way, they were close together for a time, and they've split apart now by about 3 seconds. We'll go on board here with CRZ SimSport as they catch up on some traffic. In fact, that is the Evolve SimSports Corvette, the French Formula Team BMW. Up ahead is the Banana Racing BMW. But CRZ kind of starting to fall off the mark. 3 seconds and change now up to our race leader. Old Turtles has been on it. And Zach, I know it's early, but I can't help but wonder who we're going to call to the checkered flag in this race, right? I mean, we've had several different leaders in each class, especially up here in LMDH. We've had V10R lead, we had German Sim Racing Purple, then Old Turtles took over after their crash. And we've had other contenders. I would say CRZ SimSport is a very, very solid contender for the race lead. Nemesis and Composite starting to come alive. ProTech, the entire top 5 within 14 seconds of one another. Feels like they can lead this race at some point. And V10R is 6th. They're not even so far out of this race either. So there are a lot of different players that can lead and potentially win this race. I have to wonder who we might be calling to the checkered flag when this thing's all said and done in some 20 hours and 11 minutes.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I think the overnight's going to be a big telltale. So, you know, some cars are just going to come to life at night, and they may pull a big gap overnight, or somebody might just fall off drastically. You know, your top 7 are within about 25, 24 seconds, it looks like. So really any of those 7, I would say, are in the battle at the moment. It's just making sure you don't make a mistake, especially at night with traffic, being smart. You're better off to give up a couple seconds here and there than to try to force something. You know, it's too early for any of that.
Position change here, side by side through Dunlop. That's a 13 Altitude Esports. LMP2 losing a spot to the not so girthy boys who move into 7th spot. So our big battle down here in LMP2 really shaking up. Altitude moving over again. They must have a slowdown.
Yeah, he's either got to slow down or he got out and got some marbles on this tire and just isn't comfortable. You know, some people, they're not comfortable with pressure of a car behind, but it does look like he has a slowdown. He's backed out of it a little bit here. So we'll see if they can get back up to speed once they bleed this off.
While we await Zach Murtis' return to the broadcast booth, we're going to take a segment we haven't used yet as we approach 20 hours left to go in this race. We're going to go Pit Stop TV, Sounds of the Sim, and just take a brief commentary break. We're not going anywhere. The broadcast will still be manned, but we're going to take a brief moment just to relax our voices and come back to you here in a few minutes. And that was Pit Stop TV, Sounds of the Sim. We come back to you now with a battle on screen, second, third, and fourth in LMDH, and at the top of the grid as we're about to tick over from 20 hours to go to 19. Zach Murtis is back. Zach Shucker is with us. Nemesis Racing has fallen back a little bit in second spot. They had an off there at the exit of the Mulsanne corner. Composite Performance has just moved on through to third, and CRZ Racing, since putting Kaz Schubert behind the wheel, has just been a little bit off pace. They've dropped from second now to fourth spot, but up front of that, anyways, of that car, second and third, I think is going to get interesting. This Cadillac, this Porsche, Nemesis Racing, Composite Performance, I think might be two big-time sleepers for the race win if they can ever run down that number 73, Zach.
Absolutely. The 73 has been hauling the mail out in front right now. No major competition at the moment. Everyone's just all spaced out, kind of doing their thing. Like you said, Andrew, a few small fights here and there across the board.
Oh, it's slowdown for Composite. Right, oh my gosh.
Unfortunate.
That has been the big kicker every single time one of these drivers makes a pass or something. That's what happened to CRZ the lap prior even. They had a slowdown that slowed them down by 5 seconds here, Zach Shucker, and that's why they lost the second spot. So it keeps flipping back and forth, and now this group is very much spread out, so we can flip down to another group. I don't see any battles for position down in LMP2. How about GT3? If we flip down there, .exe rather, still the race leader. Really, everybody is spread out as we flip over into 19 hours to go. There aren't many battles at all on the racetrack.
Yeah, everybody's kind of spaced out here. You know, this is the time of the race you start putting in different drivers. Everybody gets into a rhythm. You know, what we talked about earlier with being smart with moves. Some of that includes not getting off tracks, not getting slowdowns. You know, there is an incident count where you get a drive-through penalty, and at some point you got to be mindful of that. Usually it's not a big deal at Le Mans, but it is something that you want to keep in mind and you want to avoid if all possible. So we got a 3-wide battle hill around the GT car, 3 LMP2s going for this, or 2 LMP2s and a GTP coming by them here.
That was the Lmdh of 498 Racing and the Porsche trying to go by. They've still got some damage, it looks like, because they are not able to pull the same straight line speed that they should be. They might not have much hybrid power down the straightaway. And a challenge there from that Lmp2, the Thomas Eng Sim Racing machine, trying to get back by that Lmdh car, and it matters because that Lmp2 right behind that white Porsche is for position with the 14s. The 14 and the 42, Thomas Eng Sim Racing and Rubis Gas by NGC, they're fighting for 13th and 14th in LMP2, and now that Porsche 963 is able to pull out and try to make this pass.
Looks like he's going to be able to complete the pass here. Gets it rolling. And I do kind of want to build on a point that Zach Shucker touched on, which was there is an incident limit that will start getting a drive-through penalty if you get too many incidents. Actually, there is no incident count, no incident limit, no team limit, no personal limit, no nothing. So you could get all the off tracks you want. Obviously you don't, and race control is going to take note of that, but you could, in a sense, get all the off tracks you want. You're not going to get a drive-through. You're not going to get disqualified. Nothing.
Yeah, I think the reasoning is because of how difficult it is to actually get an off-track here without getting a time penalty, so it's kind of self-policing. There's a lot of pavement runoff. Really, the only other off-tracks you can get are the grass, and they're even pretty forgiving, so a really well-done circuit, I feel like, here on iRacing. This is probably one of the best, if not the best, in terms of off-tracks and slowdown penalties. I think everyone can agree it's one of, maybe the best.
Yeah, it's a pretty good track. You know, you don't have too many big issues as far as that goes. If you're going to get an off track, usually you're penalizing yourself. You know, it's kind of like I was watching Composite Performance in fourth. They're trying to catch back up to the second and third place battle. Old Turtles has about a 6-second lead, 7-second over second, and then it's only about 3.5 seconds between second, third, and fourth as they're fighting through traffic up here.
So on board with Composite Performance, they're about 1.5 seconds, about a second and a half back of Schubert for CRZ SimSport, who is almost 3 seconds back of Nemesis. I think Composite and Nemesis are faster for sure. and CRZ is a little bit off right now. While we were in Sounds of the Sim, Zach Chucker had mentioned that ProTech and V10R were about the same pace. Well, that last lap, V10R peeled off about 3/4 of a second to ProTech, and is starting to climb on into that fight. RPL UK sits in 7th, and we'll keep updating you on as much of the field as possible as this race goes on. I do want to flip down and look at somebody we haven't looked at in a while, though. It's going to be our LMP2 race leader. Car number 28 from Million Esports, Zach Burtis, that is. They have led just about the entire race in LMP2, and they're the only ones to have done it like this. In LMDH, it's been a completely different race from a couple of hours ago. In GT3, this race has been turned on its head as well. In LMP2, it's been very consistent with who's been where, especially at the front of the field.
Yeah, it seems like they've really got their whole class, for the most part, figured out when it comes to just overall race pace. And we had a few teams earlier on that had a lot of good showings and a lot of good race pace, but now they're all 2, 4, 3 laps down, just trying to peel back anything they can get for their race today. And you mentioned it, Andrew, the race up front in the overall positions for the LMDH category has completely flipped on its head, because Ullman still leads the way in that 73 car, and you had the V10 Racing outfit that just dominated the day for the first few hours of the race. Now they're sitting, what, 7th, 8th right now?
And now a pit stop in LMP2. Here comes our race leader, Vermilion. And locking up right at the mark there to get into the pit lane. We should see V3 follow as V3 comes around, where is that? Porsche curves, I guess? Corvette? Yeah, exit a Porsche into Corvette. So they should pit this time around, I'd imagine, in the 188. And they will. North Sim Racing should follow. And the LMP2 battle becomes pretty well straight and forward once again, just like it really has been the only fight that's been consistent throughout the day. And there's been a few different players in 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, whatever. They've moved around a little bit, but that leader has been so consistent throughout the day, Zach Chucker. But if you go back down to GT3, that's where things change. This team, .exe, was about nowhere earlier on. They started 43rd. They're up 6 spots overall. But the big thing is that we didn't see them but maybe 4th or 5th in that first run with the GT3 group. They finally, through that virtual safety car, were able to take the race lead from the team that is now encroaching on them. Banana Racing Team starting to move back up. These are a couple of drivers we haven't seen much of. Rolf Mueller there in the 168 for .exe. If you go back to Banana Racing Team, it's Vincent Rankin. We don't know exactly where these drivers' strengths do and don't lie. How do you balance as a team, though, Zach, when you put what driver in? Because you've got experience in the real world doing it with amateur endurance racing, with the Champ Car Series and Lucky Dog and whatnot. How do you balance when you put your fast driver in versus your slow drivers?
Honestly, it just kind of depends on, your start times for one. This being a 3 o'clock sim start time, I would like to try to get somebody with less experience in early while it's bright, sunny daylight, so that they don't have to worry too much about stuff starting to come up. Obviously, they have to manage traffic a little bit better, but they can be conservative early on, lose some time. And then you tend to start putting some faster guys in around this time, depending on your driver lineup. Get some time back, try to get a gap if you want a gap, or even something as simple as save fuel, get a couple extra laps on a pit cycle in 3 or 4 cycles from now. Just stuff like that matters, because once you go into nighttime here, everything's going to change. You don't want somebody that's not comfortable out there, because they're just going to be losing time every single lap, and they're going to be risking losing the car in a bad situation. So you try to just make sure your drivers are comfortable with when they're going in the car is the big thing.
I want to remind everybody that's watching, there's 4 splits of this race that are broadcasted. Of course, we have split number 4. If you bump up a split to split 3, you can go over to Grid Vision and catch coverage there. Split number 2, I believe, is covered by Global Sim Racing Channel, GSRC, and split number 1 should be covered by SimSpeed, I do believe, here on the YouTube platform and over on Twitch. And it sounds like SimSpeed is going to be live for the 12 hours between commentary coverage with a static camera broadcast only over on Twitch. So if you want to see some static cameras during the overnight portion, head on over. SimSpeed in between broadcasts, in between commentary segments anyways, the first 6 and the last 6, and you can check that. But Zach Murtis, what do you have for us?
Nothing at the moment. Everything seems to be all clean and green for everyone at the moment. Looking through the list at the moment, we've had a few people that have been getting off tracks and getting slowdowns. Like you said, this is a very considerate track of, if you get an off track, you're more than likely going to get a penalty of some sort. However, one thing I do want to point out, as I was looking through the overall timing sheets, the lead has been cut down for the overall portion, as last time by, Old Turtles was only about 4.5 seconds in front of the 991 for Nemesis Racing.
Whoa! Hello!
Oh, that was close!
I think Tillo was trying to give a spot to Jawad Karoni. That is for 4th, I believe. Yeah, 4th in GT3. That was a big moment. And there's Old Turtles. I believe they had to slow down the last lap. This time through their lap across the stripe is a 3:27, and that even is a couple of seconds off pace. So Old Turtles heading the wrong direction right now. They still have 3.2 seconds back to second. Nemesis Racing there in the second spot. That was a big GT3 moment. That was close. And I mean, Zach, is there a right, Zach Chucker, that is there a wrong way to let a car by?
Something like that. I would much prefer them to get way offline. Give it to them early. Don't make something tight like that situation was. You know, if you know you're going to give it up, move over to the left as soon as you exit the corner. Roll out of it, get your slowdown done, and blend back into the racing line with no penalty to anybody. A situation like that, you could have taken both cars out, cost you both, you know, 10-15 minutes of repairs potentially, and it just takes you out of the race. But that's part of it when you're looking at the faster prototypes coming up behind, as your overall leaders are working through the GT3 field currently.
Looks like a problem here for Get Pole Racing. We're going to take a look back and see if we can find a replay maybe of what caused all that damage to their car.
I was just about to make a comment on that, Andrew. They actually have a pit for repair flag, so they might actually be done for the day.
Well, you say the day. There's still 19 hours to go. I think they'll get it repaired and back on track at some point. But this is Sandro Mueller into the Porsche curves. No problem there. Oh, and it was with Old
Turtle leader.
Yeah, that was our leader, Old Turtles. Wow.
That's a ping pong move right there.
That explains a lot. That also explains why, despite the slower lap, Nemesis made little to no gain on Old Turtles, even lost some time. So that makes a lot more sense. I'm glad we found that little clip, and we'll go on board here with Sandro Mueller and watch Old Turtles come up. This is optimistic at best, I think, from the race leader.
Hopefully he doesn't have too much damage on that car, and I mean, there's so much that can be done in that scenario to really prevent any and all contact for the most part. I mean, Mr. Shucker over here, you've had a lot of experience when it comes to endurance racing as well. I mean, if you're a faster car coming up on a lap car and all of a sudden they end up getting in your way and it costs you valuable time, I mean, how would you react to something like that?
I mean, that's a situation he should have just backed out of right there. It's way too early to make an aggressive move like that. You know, if it was my team, I would have been asking the driver, like, hey, are you all right? You getting tired? If you're starting to get a little bit tired mentally, let's go ahead and get you out of the car on this next stop. Because that's just a situation, 10 feet difference, and he could have been turned head on into the wall and been sitting on pit lane for the next 15 minutes. And it just cost you so much time, you know. And if he damaged the car a little bit, lost a little downforce, he's going to be using the tires up a lot more now. So now he has to be careful of that as well the rest of the stint.
GT3 battle on screen. I agree with everything you just said there, Zach Shucker, but we've got this fight. It was a lot closer into the Porsche curves, and then this BMW Banana Racing team had to really jump out of it and check out big time. So some cornering struggles for Vincent Rankin as, oh, there goes V10. V10R on by, and they are going to continue. Looks like they were pitting for a second. With .exe pulling right back into the throes of Banana Racing Team. This is going to be a good fight, I think, for the race lead.
Just might. You see more of the Lmdh cars rolling on by, and the Banana Racing team has been very eager to get back to the front. I'm sure you've seen it, Andrew. They have been on pace all day and wanting to get that car back up in the front of the GT3 field. And I took the liberty of looking over the 73. Not really any damage.
Oh, a
cosmetic.
slowdown for the Banana Racing team car. Right in front of a prototype.
He didn't even look like he was off track that much.
Wow.
It doesn't take much, though, here. It really doesn't. These track limits are very clearly marked, and any step over the line can result in that slowdown.
It's a pretty forgiving track overall with runoff, but there's a couple of spots I think the Ford chicanes are probably the tightest for sure, where you can absolutely get just a little over and end up getting yourself a slowdown. That's probably where you get the most slowdowns, is the Ford chicanes. So if you back that up, you can change how that goes for you, as you see the Evolve Sim Sports Corvette creeping into third, the Satellite Racing Indianapolis Corvette creeping into fourth, and somewhere back there is a BMW with French colors on it trying to fight for their homeland here. French Formula team in the fifth spot. So all 5 of our lead GT3 cars within about 13 seconds of one another.
Yeah, they're all just sitting here single file. On another note from earlier, Andrew, off turtles was off strategy. I saw that they came in the pits. It may have been from that incident that we witnessed, but it looks like they got back out, so we'll continue watching this GT3 battle up here.
Wow, you're right, they did pit. New driver in the car. They might have done exactly what you said, Zach, because they pulled Ullman and put Lars Bachmann in the car. That is really shocking, actually. They've dropped to 8th position with that move. That's really surprising, although they are, you know what? Remember earlier, they were the first to pit because we thought they were getting out of traffic about an hour ago. So that, I think, is that move there for Bachmann. They pitted earlier. They had to pit earlier. It just kind of coincided. Now we should expect Kaz Schubert and CRZ Simsport on the pit lane this lap, maybe the next.
We'll definitely have to see. I'm sure that a lot of these drivers are now looking at seeing when these cars are pitting and wanting to see if they can adapt that into their strategy. Obviously, I think it's the same across the board in any racing series. You don't want to be the first car to pit. Never really do, because then that kind of sets the bar for everybody else, and you're always looking to see who's going to try to run longer, who's going to pit with you. It's never exactly the best strategy, but somebody's got to do it. As we roll through the last of the Porsche curbs, we see a pit stop here. Yes, we do. No, we don't. It keeps catching me out, Andrew. I keep saying it. You got to use all the track, but it keeps catching me out.
So I think Old Turtles and Zach Shucker, I'll see if you back me up here or not. I think Old Turtles is kind of backed into a strategy where they're running all out and they're just whatever they can get on the racetrack in terms of time, they're okay with, and it was working for them. We'll see if it continues to work for them on the far side of these pit stops as now Composite comes in. ProTech will stay out. V10R comes in. We'll see if it works out when this cycles through or not. Do you think it will, Zach Shucker? I mean, they have the pace on the racetrack, but they're giving up at some point a pit stop, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it really just depends on if they get a caution later on that can bring them back into the same strategy as everybody else. Because if you remember on the previous cycle, they pitted a lap early, and then most of the rest of the top of the field pitted. ProTech stayed out an extra lap over all of those cars. So we'll see if they kind of follow that same strategy here, stay out 1, maybe even 2 laps longer if they're saving fuel. I'd just be curious to see, with the new driver and everything, where Old Turtles shakes out here.
They've had pace no matter who they've had in the car. We'll see how Bachmann can do. It's going to be intriguing. It really, really is. I wonder where CRZ cycles out, if they make a driver change or not, Zach Murtis. I mean, they seem like... here, try to visualize it this way. You run about 11, 12 laps per run. If you're giving up 1 lap, in 10, 11, 12 hours, you've given up a pit stop. Does that make sense?
Just about.
So
like I said earlier,
if you're
got to find a way to eliminate that pit stop.
Yeah, if you're pitting short, I realize you've got pace, but that's an extra pit stop or two in this race that you could make if you're running short each and every run. I feel like you have to play the fuel game at least to a point. You can find a balance there, but you have to play the fuel game to not add one, even two pit stops to your race, because that is really difficult to overcome. Imagine if somebody told you you had to make two pit stops, pass-throughs. Two pass-throughs on the pit lane. That would be crushing. That's a lot of time in the pits, and that's not even accounting for the minute stop that you have to make. So I don't know. We'll see if the pace can hold up for Old Turtles, but if that is their game plan for the whole race, I'm concerned.
Well, in reality, you said it yourself, giving up time on pit stops is horrendous. I mean, you're giving up time you're giving up roughly about a minute per lap, or excuse me, a minute per stop, which could end up costing you a lap for 2 extra stops. 2 extra stops is 2 minutes. I think a fast lap around here is what, a 133, a 134. So you're giving up a lap plus.
A fast lap is a 324. Thereabouts. 323, 324.
As in a 33?
No, 3 minutes.
Oh my goodness. Where am I going with that? Okay, so then you probably won't lose the lap, but you'll be damn near close.
The most interesting aspect of everything about to happen, though, is most of the field is in the same relative area of the track, it looks like. It looks like everybody's kind of between Porsche, Corvette curves all the way back. You have GT3s, LMP2s, and the LMDHs all kind of intermixing right now on the tail end of these pit stop strategies. Cars still on cold tires trying to get heat of them.
And here is Lars Bachmann on those new tires. CRZ Sim Sports in the pit lane. ProTech in the pit lane. We should see Nemesis duck in this time, which is kind of shocking, actually. Nemesis is pitted. So this is actually how they line up. This is for the lead, guys. Nemesis has it right now over Old Turtles, and they're jammed up between traffic here. There's Banana Sim Racing Team. Oh, that gets close. Nemesis goes around the inside. And there's even some LMP2s and some more GT cars up ahead. In fact, there's our GT leader, .exe, right in front of this bunch. 3 wide of the Corvette curves. Whoa! Hello!
Passing the grass. How about that? Bachmann's going to go for it as well. So that is pass made. The fight for the lead continues. Oh my goodness. Talk about racing. That was good.
CRZ Simsport off the pit lane. They're in Dunlop. They're going to take over the race lead. Wow. So CRZ, that we thought that was for the lead between Nemesis and Old Turtles. It's not. Old Turtles goes through. They get the position back, it looks like. That's for second now. Nemesis drops down to third. CRZ, the race leader, by 2 seconds. What a turn of events down here in LMDH. Zach Shucker, have you ever?
Oh, I have, and honestly, a lot of this probably is because of the traffic they caught here on this outlap.
Yeah.
You know, CRZ had a clean in lap. They came back out at the front end of this traffic, and they have a little bit of a gap to get tire temp now. So he was able to be a little bit conservative down through Dunlap, down into this first chicane, and then he can start pushing a little bit more now. But he has a lot of LMP2 cars to get through too coming up.
I think that's a really good point, actually, is the in-lap, out-lap of the traffic. It really, really messes with you here, and CRZ had a decent exit. They've given up about a second on these cold tires now to Old Turtles. We're going to have 3 cars, I think, racing for the lead here very, very shortly between CRZ, Old Turtles, and Nemesis. And it's not like Composite is that far back. They're 3 seconds back of Nemesis, so if these guys actually get to fighting, Composite will pull up. ProTech isn't that far out. We've still got the same 6 cars or so that could threaten for the race lead at any point in time. Down further in this race, Vermilion leading in LMP2. Nothing has changed there. They've been on the racetrack now for a handful of laps since their last stop. There is a fight in LMP2, though, right here in the midst of all this traffic on the backstretch, the Mulsanne Straight. Thomas Enge and Altitude Esports. Altitude has slid big time. They were much higher in this race not so long ago. In fact, now it's Orbit Drop, Sun Bear Racing in the top 3, along with Twin Turn and Vermilion, so things changing there. And if we go back to GT3, a change for the race lead, guys. Banana is up over .exe, and it's not over.
Yeah, they are so close together trying to fight for this spot.
Banana Racing Team finally back in control. That is a huge move.
It's where they need to be. They've been up there all day, Andrew. They wanted to get back up there and see them letting some traffic go on by, and I think now that they're back in where they need to be, it's going to be a lot easier for them to continue moving forward. And I'm so tempted to say that now they're back in the lead, they've got the clean air, but there's no clean air right now.
Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. I mean, you can use the draft a little bit down the straightaways and the corners. Certainly you don't want to be in traffic. But, whoa, some contact there with the Thomas Enge machine, and they go off the track a little bit. Everybody keeps it clean, though. 3 wide we go with an Acura there on the inside. And they get that sorted out. There's a couple of Corvettes battling further back. Satellite Racing now over Evolve Sim Sports. That pass has just been made. And back up front, Old Turtles within 7/10 of the race lead.
Yeah, they made a charge on them. Now it's pretty much a straight-up fight. Everybody's got some temp into the tires here. They're kind of working through the last bit of traffic. They're going to have a little bit of clean air for a couple laps. We'll see what happens here. See who really has pace now. You know, CRZ may have been just holding back, saving a little bit on everybody. Maybe taking a little bit less fuel on that stop to jump ahead of everybody, along with the traffic on the in and out laps there.
And Old Turtles might have had a slowdown. They give up a lot of time here. They're on the outside lane. Yep, they just lost a bunch of time. Nemesis, Composite. We're going to have now a fight for second instead of first between Old Turtles, Nemesis, and Composite. So things changing big time in LMDH again. And now a comfortable moment when it has been anything but for CRZ. They finally are in proper control of this race in LMDH and overall. Their Lmp2 team 4th place right now with Nico Schiffer behind the wheel. I think if we had a team of the day vote, it would have to be CRZ. And I wonder how that would stack up versus the other splits as well, because they have been absolutely the best team here, I feel like. We've got multiple Manatee cars in the race, I believe. We've got multiple Team Red X cars. There's an LMP2 and a GT. But I think far and away right now, CRZ has impressed me to a seriously large degree.
The strategy they've been able to pull off today has been honestly incredible. I think there's been so many good strategy calls all over the field, and it seems like the fight for the lead is starting to heat up a little bit more.
Slow down.
Oh,
Nemesis.
No.
Nemesis that time. Losing time. These guys are just all over the off tracks, and that's, I think, the most frustrating thing in endurance racing. Zach Shucker, I think you can back me up. When you make a little bit of a mistake, you're just a few inches over the line, and you have to slow down and watch your competition drive by you, or you're going to get a larger penalty.
It's so frustrating, especially if you're trying to set up a pass on somebody ahead of you, and then all you do is end up giving up a spot because you cost yourself time by getting the slowdown. You know, everybody's trying to push it to that limit, and that's probably part of the reason why we've seen what the top 6 overall, they were at one point 27 seconds apart. It's now down to 12.5 seconds between the top 6. So, you know, everybody's pushing, everybody's going to end up making a mistake here and there, and it's who can make the least amount of mistakes for the next 6, 7, 8 hours. That's really what you got to focus on, is don't make mistakes, especially when it gets dark. Pull back just a little bit. Leave yourself a couple extra inches of margin just to be safe.
On board with Team Red X, number 804, Sam Rose behind the wheel out of the Great Plains. They were just up on Team Nishikin with Two-Bro Racing, Kenta Nishizawa. And Kenta has pulled away in that number 24, so a position change there. Kenta now taking over the 9th spot with Team Nishikin. It's interesting how many random position changes we've had deeper in this field, in LMP2 especially. They're really starting to mix things up like a big spaghetti plate. It's just a position change here, a position change there, and they're swapping spots often. They swap right back a little later on. I want to go back down to GT3 since we've had some questions. .exe is actually no longer P2. They have lost second recently to Satellite Racing Indianapolis, who is on it all of a sudden. Jawad Karoni is on it big time, Zach Murtis. I don't know where this newfound speed is from, but he is running through this GT3 field and chasing that 36 car back down a little bit. Last lap, faster by 2.5 seconds.
My goodness, that's one heck of a margin, especially since the margin is below 2 seconds between them now. See how much you can close here going through the last end of the Porsche curves and into the Ford chicanes. Riding on board, you can see just how much they're attacking. Look at that closing rate, Andrew. Look at how much he closes in. He pulled 3/10 just in those 2 corners alone.
Whoa, there goes the German sim racing purple car right back by. Former race leader. And you can see Karoni still making inroads on Rankin for the race lead down here in GT3. .exe had the lead for so long, a slide there now out of Karoni, and then they had second for so long, and now they're falling back to third, and they've got pressure from behind. They've got Evolve Sim Sports pushing up on them. Kevin Hill behind the wheel. So we had Matthew Briggs join in asking about .exe. They're starting to slide with driver Rolf Mueller behind the wheel. I'm getting a little concerned for them now. They were looking really, really good for a long time, but that number 168 starting to go the wrong direction.
Yeah, looking at his last lap though, Andrew, he was right on pace with the front 2. Actually, he was a little bit quicker from what I can tell.
.exe?
Yeah, it might not be updated though.
Yeah, .exe's last lap was a 4-minute 6.63. The leader ran a 3:57.109. Satellite Racing Indianapolis ran a 3:56.0.
Yeah, sorry, it's updating now.
Yeah, so just a little bit off for .exe right now, and here comes that Evolve Sim Sports Corvette. We got a fight here, Zach Murtis.
Yes, we do. Going down the Mulsanne Straight, going into the second chicane. Couple of our LMP2 cars moving around, and we see the Banana Racing Group up there leading the charge still. So many fights going on right now in the GT3 field. And it was yourself, Andrew, that said that the field had gotten a lot more spread out. The field that seemed to be a little bit more in the fighting sense. And now it seems like they're all closing back up with each other as the top 4 are within 5 seconds of one another.
Yeah, GT3 has been a very interesting fight really all day long, and I feel like they've kind of returned back to where they were earlier in this day, just missing a few players. Earlier in this race, it was Banana Racing Team, then it was Satellite Racing Indianapolis making some big moves, and .exe now wide at Mulsanne. That is a pass, maybe. It's a pass in the works. Right, it's a pass in the works for Evolve Sim Sport. They've nearly got the position, and .exe is going to have to recoup. Maybe. They're still side by side. They're still side by side, Zach Shucker. How?
That's just difference in car strengths right there. Porsche looks like it's got a little more top end as he makes the pass back by. Holds on to that for now down into Indianapolis. We'll see if
no!
and then he
spins! Oh my goodness, and backs it into the tire barrier. There's traffic approaching. That got scary for a second. And .exe, the frustration is palpable. I mean, you could tell the way he let the car roll backwards into the tire barrier. That was pure frustration out of Rolf Mueller, who goes for that spin. Now Kevin Hill able to focus up. He's 6 seconds back of Satellite Racing Indianapolis, who is trying to challenge for that race lead now. They're within a second of race leader Banana Racing Team.
Getting closer and closer every single lap, Andrew. And one thing I do want to point out, we haven't been able to showcase it right yet, but the V10R group passed the Nemesis Racing group to move up another spot. And I guess they passed Composite as well, but Nemesis actually also got a black flag for an off track. They had to do a slowdown. There's a lot of great stuff going on all throughout the field. Oh, pit stops!
Pit stop from Banana.
Banana Racing Group.
So Let's see. Satellite Racing will stay out, and you mentioned our LMDH field, where Old Turtles has taken the lead, or no, well, everything's updating. They weren't drawn, that's why, because of the car that we had to put on to give us decent graphics. CRZ still leads, so we get a little update here on LMDH. CRZ still leads, Composite Performance second, with Paul Gibson behind the wheel. What a run from them. 19th to second now on the grid. That is absolutely incredible. Old Turtles now into third, ProTech in fourth. Fifth is V10R, as you mentioned, Zach.
Yeah, I know Murders was talking about Composite. I was kind of watching them. They went from fourth up to second. But Andrew, I do want to point out the top 5 now are within 9 seconds of each other. It has tightened up in that back part of the
considerably,
top 5.
Yeah. You're right. V10R only 8 seconds back of CRZ. I want to mention, I see Low Kurt commenting. So the previous 4.5, 5 hours of this broadcast, it's been a little bit tricky with the graphic situation. It's not been just us here at Pit Stop TV. Grid Vision has had some similar issues. GSRC has talked about it a little bit. Some graphic issues for all of us trying to broadcast this event across these different splits. The car count, of course, is up over 50. It's like 54, 55. We've had to lower our drawn cars down a little bit because of the load that it's putting on broadcast PCs down to 42, because otherwise, if I turn it back up, you'll see cars blinking in and out constantly. Unfortunately, the byproduct of that...
Got a big crash, Andrew! Big crash out of the Porsche curves.
Composite?
Second place.
Composite. Wow.
Oh my goodness, they went airborne. It was insane. Hate to cut you off there, just... Oh my goodness.
Got a replay coming. Composite Performance on screen. Coming up on A5 Adamo. This is in Corvette. Right here.
Oh,
wow.
No.
Oh my gosh. Out of the world.
A5 Adamo out of the race as well. Oh my goodness.
That amazing story we had talked about from 19th on the grid up to the second place. It's over for Paul Gibson. Was trying to get back to the line in qualifying, was trying to get that lap in. And now this massive, absolutely cataclysmic incident, I'll say, out of the Corvette curve. Zach Shucker, look at this. Pow.
Yeah, I watched that live, and he tried to come over too far to the right to set up the entry into the next corner. If he would have just left that couple extra inches we talked about earlier, I don't think that would have happened.
Oh my goodness.
We're gonna watch this back a couple of times. Paul Gibson on board. A5 Adamo, the other car. This is gonna be a wild ride, guys.
There's the hook. Oh my goodness.
Gone. Literally out of this world. Let's see, where's A5 Adamo? They were number
Just
98.
Right. There's the rear cam. I think it's just a little over-aggression, Andrew. You know, not to play down that Paul Gibson was absolutely having an outstanding run in that car. But to some extent, there has to be a little bit of patience. I think he assumed he was going to be clear there, and, well, he was not.
Yeah, I see the argument that it was due to a back marker. The back marker did nothing wrong. A5 Adamo was entitled to that position on the racetrack. They have to be left space. You hear it in Formula One all the time. You have to leave space for the other driver. In this case, Paul Gibson, as Zach Shucker put pretty well, just came over a little too soon and cut the nose. I don't think A5 Adamo did anything wrong with placement of the car at all. And we can actually go back and show a slow-mo here in a second. Because it's a little closer than I thought it would be, seeing it from that last drone perspective. So we'll show this again. It's actually in a little bit. But, yeah, no, Jack Lancaster behind the wheel was just trying to take the racetrack that he's owed.
And he held it within track limits, too. I mean, there's not much you could have asked.
I don't think there's anything done wrong here at all. You guys?
No?
Nope, that was... He opened the wheel up just a little too much right there, and it cost both cars big time. And you gotta give credit to the car behind. He didn't overreact as soon as that happened. He just maintained his line to get by the incident before a car potentially bounced out in front of him, too.
That's
As
incredible.
you see them flying over the car behind to say that.
That's incredible. Take one more replay. This will be from the perspective of that 73 car that went underneath them. Old Turtles Racing. This is absolutely incredible. But yeah, Paul just opened the wheel like you said, Zach Shucker. He just opened the wheel too early, kind of bled over. And especially in an LMDH, you can hold the wheel much tighter. You can absolutely stay further left from where he was. That's just a small mistake. I'm sure Paul wishes he had that back. Wow.
I'm sure he absolutely does. But now they're going to have to see whatever damage they can get fixed. Hopefully they can put themselves back out there. That moves up V10R into the third spot, though. Protec right behind them. And CRZ has also gapped Old Turtles Motorsports by about 6.5 seconds. So there's still a lot going on track. On board with Lars Bachmann. And I would also like to point out at the moment that we've had only two cars exit the race. The Mercury Setup Shop 00, and then also the 229 Scuderia Volpel. What I keep mispronouncing that one. Thank you.
It looks like Ryder Engineering also, so technically 3 cars, but you're right. I mean, a very small amount of cars. These guys, like we said earlier, Zach Murtis, they paid their dues to get into this race. They want to use all of that. They want to get their worth out of it, and I really appreciate that, really admire that. Want to mention down in GT3 here, Zach Shucker, change for the race lead. Satellite Racing Indianapolis has gone by, and it looks like it's by virtue of a pit stop for Banana Racing Team. They've pitted, where Satellite Racing has not yet. So we expect this Corvette in the pit lane out of this time or the next time around. I would imagine this time around.
Yeah, looking at it, I would guess he's going to pit this time, because I see he's coming to the end of his 14th lap. Everybody else is on. They're about 1 lap into a stint from what I can see of the top 5. So we'll see. I'm pretty sure he'll pit this time by. But it's still been a good drive by him. They've found some pace recently, and that's worked out pretty good for him. So.
Yeah, really solid pace here out of Joan Caroni. I just wonder, because of fair share limits and just driver stamina, I wonder how many more laps they can get out of this guy. He has been their anchor, it seemed like. How much more can they run him before they run him too much? I guess we'll find out. Here he is into the box. See if he stays in the car or if he exits.
Could be a very definitive stop for that group as well. Like you said, Andrew, you got to find out really when you want to pull your driver out of the car or you want to keep him in. I think they're going to keep him in here, though, from the looks of it.
Gotcha. Makes sense, Shot Mark. I see you out in the YouTube chat. Nearing 19 hours to go in this race. And let's see, we've still got an hour and change of coverage. Caroni will stay in the car. It looks like he's not getting out, so that's good to know for Satellite Racing Indianapolis. Here we go. Fight for second, though, overall in this race. V10R and Old Turtles, they have suddenly come close together. And Old Turtles, again, the lap wasn't that far off. V10R is just running them down. So race pole sitter V10R here, Zach Murtis, has run Old Turtles back down. This will be the fight for second. We might have an Acura back to the front here very soon.
Hold on, look at that, Andrew. He opened up that arc a lot more, got a big run, backed out of it. Now they're going to be 3 cars in a line going down the Mulsanne straight. I really expected to see a pass there from the V10R group, but it just didn't happen there. The arc was there. The corner was opened up.
Whoa, that's a third car. That's Pure Motorsport Yellow that just pulled out a line, and that V10R tried to block. Yeah.
That car's 2 laps down, Andrew.
And they're getting in the middle of a fight. I don't understand that.
He's going to split the 2 cars now.
Don't understand that.
Back with a run, though.
Oh, this explains the speed for the V10R machine. Dylan Madeleine back behind the wheel, second time today. Started this race, qualified on pole and hyperpole. That makes so much sense here. Dylan Madeleine has been an absolute beast in this car.
He's been the driver to beat today, and I think it really goes to show just how competitive he is with how much he's been able to pull back on these leaders. And, you know, Zach Shucker, we've talked about it so much already. You've had experience running endurance races like this before. Do you think there's any benefit really to making the driver who qualified the car be your first starter? Or do you think there's any chance where you would need to pull him out and leave him in for different stints and have maybe somebody else start the car?
I've done it both ways. It really just depends on the length of the race, the track, and who you have as drivers. You know, for me, it's very common on like the 6 hours of Watkins Glen, for example. You put your fast guy in for qualifying and then have your slower guy, if it's a two-man team, start the race. Just because you want to back time when your fastest guys are in the car at the end of the race. And as you see right here, the lap car, it looks like to me, he's trimmed out a lot more than both of these cars because he got by them both with, you know, a big head of steam down the straightaway, and now he's starting to pull away. So now you got a heads-up fight here. Also, Andrew, just to follow up real quick for you on your driver stints and stuff with the GT3 field, it looks like the top 3 or 4 cars all have 4 drivers in those cars for this event.
There you go. And it looks like Caroni stays in for Satellite Racing Indianapolis with the race lead. 7 seconds over Banana Racing Team, who keeps ranking in the car. Kevin Hill stays in for Evolve, and Rolf Mueller stays in for .exe. Looks like Kita Yabuchi stays in as well for Strong Characteristic Horse Racing. So all 5 of those drivers have been in the car for a while now as we stay on board with Dylan Madeleine. I want to go back to a previous point. Somebody had asked about the LMP2 timing at the time. That's going to jump around a little bit just because of the situation here with graphics. The byproduct is that when cars are not drawn by the sim, they just don't appear on the overlays, and it's nothing we can control. Pass maybe here, side by side, and yes, pass made by Madeleine. That's good for second. What a move in Dunlop.
Yeah, but you got to think about it, Andrew. Now setting himself back up to get a tow.
But if Madeleine is trimmed out, he's not worried.
It is true. Lars Bachmann might be able to get a run going down the Mulsanne straight. I don't know if he's going to be close enough to really set up for a good enough draft here. He's trying. He's definitely trying.
I want to thank you all for tuning in today. I want to mention real quick that we do have social media platforms here at Pit Stop TV, Facebook, Instagram, Twitch, YouTube, and X. You can follow along on each platform. We're broadcasting to Facebook, Twitch, YouTube, and X. So I'm sure we have a lot of you over on Twitch. I don't have the Twitch stream up. I'll have to work on that. I'm sure we have some over on Facebook as well. X tends to be kind of just an extra for us as far as the broadcast goes, but glad to welcome you in from whatever platform you might be on. YouTube is kind of the primary source, as there's a flash from V10R Esport driver Dylan Madeleine up ahead at a slower car. Also want to mention our partners here at the channel. I'm sorry, Zach. Whiplash Simcams, ATVO, and CC's Business as we approach our final hour of coverage. Prescribed coverage, that is, in our opening 6 hours here for the 2024 Majors 24. Zach Shucker, I believe you had something here.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out what you were talking about earlier. Dylan Madeleine has the fastest lap of the race at a 3:22, it looks like. His last lap was about half second off the leader, but with the battle that he was having with Old Turtles, 4th place ProTech had made up about a half second on both of those cars the previous lap as well, which he matched the leader last lap. So your top 4 aren't really spreading out any. They're holding pretty steady at the moment.
I don't mean to butt in or anything, but it seems that Race Control has black flagged the 204 in the LMDH group. I'm not sure what the black flag is for. They are currently 7th on the board, but they are more than likely going to have to serve that relatively soon.
It's Julian Bussier. Oh. I think I can find out. Hang on. Avoidable contact. And it looks like this might be the second. They had an avoidable contact drive-through earlier in this race. Unfortunately, I don't have the timing, but we do, us broadcasters, we're lucky enough to get a sheet from race control of all penalties, and they are the only other entry on this list. Car number 204, avoidable contact. It doesn't give us a timestamp. I wish it did. But they now have another one where this drive-through is waiting to be served. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Well, Zach, Murtis, let us know if you hear anything else on that, maybe a reason other than avoidable contact, or if you can find it maybe. Might be able to show it at some point in a little bit, but not sure exactly when that happened, but we want to go down to Lmp2 and cover their fight at the moment. And Zach Shucker, it's the not-so-girthy boys that currently lead the way. They have to pit this time, though. So the eventual fight for second, Orbit Drop Bear Motorsports Saturn, I don't know what the name really means. They have got Twin Turn Sim Racing starting to close in a little bit, although Twin Turn just got caught behind a Ford Mustang.
Yeah, this battle's not really going to go away with these cars kind of being a spec car. Usually the setups are pretty close. You know, it all comes down to drivers who's able to manage traffic the best. I know people get tired of hearing that as he makes a big move around the outside there. Almost got a little too wide out in the marbles, but he did a good job hanging on to it, getting down through the Porsche curves, chasing after the car up ahead.
And as quickly as that fight materialized, it dematerializes and falls back away as the Twin Turn Racing machine now falls back. So up front, worth noting that CRZ SimSport still leads by 4.5 seconds. Dylan Madeleine is cutting into that over time.
You want to talk about overtime? He cut in 2.5 seconds that last lap.
That's big. That's really big. There isn't a whole lot else going on. I mean, if we bump down to GT3 even, I don't think there's a ton happening there. Banana Racing Team just kind of doing their thing right now. But we are going to go Pit Stop TV side by side. I'll be back to you here in just a moment as we continue on, nearing an hour to go in coverage of the 2024 Majors 24. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the virtual Le Mans as the 2024 Majors 24 carries on. A little over an hour to go of coverage. And V10R Esport has closed into about a second back now of CRZ SimSport. We have got ourselves a fight for the lead as the day wanes here at Le Mans. How about it? Zach Murtis, these guys are getting very close. And Madeline, new fast lap.
Fastest. He just turned the fastest lap of the race. He's closing like you would not believe. He wants to put this V10 group back out in front on the back bumper. Right there, you can see the diffuser on the CZR car, or CRZ car, excuse me. They're going, oh, look at him. He's opening up the corner a little bit more, trying to set it up. See what he can get here, Andrew. This is looking real good.
Insane Madeline. That's what I'm going with here, Zach Shucker, as he pulls up. This is going to be a really fun fight for the lead. And who knows, potentially, you never know with these races. This could lead to a fight for the win. We don't know. This could be a precursor. But everything that Dylan Madeline has done today has been absolutely impressive to the most shocking degree in a good way. And into the first bullseye chicane. What a move to get by that Mustang.
Yeah, he needed to get that done because looking ahead, he's got about a lap to try to get this pass done before they get to traffic. And I know as quick as he ran them down, he's going to want to get by him if he can before the end of this lap. He has a small run here. I don't think he's going to be close enough unless he just sends it in the brake zone here. Let's see what he does.
Psych him out a little bit. He just flashed the headlights at him.
Yep, he's trying to distract him some, get him to miss his markers. He's so good on the brakes, though. That's what I've noticed watching the overhead view of this fight, is he's closing up 2, even 3 cars in some of the big brake zones. Like, to me, he's close enough right here to make a move. He's going
got to
for it.
run.
He's going
to.
Taking
a look.
Side by side, Dylan Madeline going to poke out for the race lead and takes it over. Just shy of 5 hours complete. Pole sitter back to position number 1 at Le Mans. What a move. And what a run. What a whole stint from Madeline.
What a good job getting into the corner right there. Going into Mulsanne corner. This has been an outstanding race so far. Just like you said, Andrew, just shy of 5 hours into this race.
CRZ isn't done, though.
He's not done yet. He's trying to see if he can form a run together. He's got a tow. I think Madeline is just too trimmed out to even worry about it. They're coming up on some lap cars. I think the only thing that's going to defeat Madeline right now is going to be getting caught up with some lap traffic. And you can see right there coming into frame, only 1 lap car in front.
And there's that one Ferrari up the road, it looks like here, Zach Shucker. If you're Madeline now, obviously the focus has to be just keep hitting your marks, right? But if you're Schubert in that second spot, what do you got to do?
You got to just keep your head on straight. Be careful with traffic like he was right there. He backed out of a bad situation. One thing I do want to point out looking at is Dylan does have to pit a lap before CRZ does. Both second and third have a lap advantage. And he stays out as Dylan goes into the pits. Now, here's going to be the big thing with this situation, though. They're catching the whole rest of the field in terms of traffic. So all of that's going to be a big difference on where CRZ comes out compared to Dylan and the V10R race car here at the end of this pit cycle.
ProTech will stay out. They've run a little bit deep here in some of these later stints. Down in Lmp2, Orbit Drop Bear has taken over the race lead. Never mind. Okay. Timing got me. Vermilion's still out front. It's a 18 second gap, it looks like, between Vermilion and Orbit Drop Bear. Orbit Drop Bear is still doing a really good job. Now second place in Lmp2. Want to stress second place, not first. CRZ SimSport 2, meanwhile, is third. Nico Schiffer. They're second and third between the two classes. That is incredible still. Twin Turn Sim Racing fourth, and V3 Racing is fifth. Zach?
Yeah, I would just like to point out the Nemesis Racing Group just took to the pit lane, but in interesting fashion as well, because they joined the Choke Bar iSport 444 in the pit lane. They entered too wide, Andrew. They entered in double wide into the pit lane and almost got some collective damage on both their machines. Thankfully, though, they're both good. One of them clipped the tire barrier. No immediate damage, but hey, they're still rolling. You gotta admire the commitment to getting into pit road.
Absolutely. There's German Sim Racing Purple coming in. The one Ferrari leaves. Down in GT3, a little competition update there. Sim Racing Indianapolis, first place still. Banana Racing Team, second. It's now a 14-second gap. Jawad Karoni has really come to life. Evolve Sim Sports is still third, so really nothing changing there. A couple of other teams we can hit on, though. French Formula Team is in 5th in the number 112, so they are 40th overall. Strong Characteristic Horse Racing is 6th. And you see Kita Yabuchi behind the wheel. TLDR Sim Sport with Chris Carey in the car is 7th. Penguin RC Thunder is 8th with Kevin Fanning in the car. Blue Chip Racing is 9th. And 10th place, currently Sure Esport Red in that Ford Mustang, just looking through that GT3 field. Still a bunch of stragglers beyond that. I mean, IFR Esports, DPR Racing, Gitpole Racing, Tatum Racing Team, and ATK Sim Racing, all tagging onto the back end. But things starting to simplify, at least down in GT3 right now, where it has been an absolute stint and a half from Satellite Racing Indianapolis, Jawad Karoni.
Guess who just got back on track, Andrew? Coming down the Mulsanne Straight right now. Paul Gibson, Composite Performance. They finally got that car fixed. They're back out on track.
And just 2 laps ahead of the GT3 field. So another 8 minutes or so, they would have to be passing GTs for position, but they get back out just in time. I'm impressed that car is even back on the racetrack. Zach Shucker, rather. You know somebody who works on these things in real life. I think he'd be shocked to find out that car just flew out of the world about a half hour ago.
Yeah, I think he'd be a little upset that they could fix it that quick. It doesn't quite happen that way in real life, unfortunately. But, you know, iRacing does a good job with modeling the crash damage and tries to limit how much time you sit on pit road by a little bit exaggerated repair times. But there is lasting damage that occurs from a wreck like that. So, you know, you could be down couple percentage of downforce points after that incident, even with the car repaired.
Well, on board now with, I gotta check and see if we have a pronunciation key for him really quick. Looking through my list, I actually don't see his name on here, unfortunately. I'm gonna wing it then. Wojtek Dvorak? I don't know. I'll happily be corrected here for Thomas Eng Sim Racing, but they are chasing down Team Red X in LMP2 for 10th spot. Sam Rose, the defending driver there. And actually, it might be the other way around, because if you notice, you can break out the telestrator for this one, guys. The name here is different, so that indicates to me that Team Red X has actually recently passed Thomas Eng Sim Racing, and that Thomas Eng is now on the back foot trying to get back up there. The 14 car has just kind of hovered around that same position most of the day, looking to maybe break through a little better. Further up the road in LMP2, North Sim Racing on track in 7th spot, trying to chase down F Racing rather, LMP2 in 6th. So Angelo Gagliano chasing Miguel Cordero. And there again, I think that was a pass recently, because you can see tracking to a different name that I just told you. It's tracking to Blythe, who's 2 spots up, and yeah, the hands were quick there.
Yeah, but it was quick for both cars. You saw them right there. And a little understeering in that corner right there by the 278, but hey, they're all just trying to work with what they got right now. They're tired. The sun is setting, too. These cars are going to have to go through multiple setup changes throughout the course of the night to get them in a spot where they feel comfortable to be able to adjust these cars any further. You know, you want to have a car that is good for both the day and the night. If you set your car up for the day, you'll be good in the day, you'll suck in the night. You set it up for the night, you're pretty much the opposite. Good in the night, suck in the day. However, with open setups, you can adjust these cars throughout the course of the race to make them a little bit more beneficial for whatever you're doing overall. I mean, obviously the baseline setup needs to be set for a little bit more terms of equal performance day and night, but there's a lot of stuff that you can adjust in the car still to get it a little more preferenced for day into night. And I'm sure you... Oh, we got one car stopped out there.
I see
in
that.
the Ford chicane.
That is the 55. That's Hillbilly Racing with Hayden Miller behind the wheel. So they go for a spin. Unfortunately for them, they're a non-factor right now. 17th in LMDH, 34th on the racetrack. In fact, they are one lap ahead of Composite Performance with where they've merged back on. Here we go. The 804, Team Red X is pitting. They were in that fight with Thomas Enge. And that will now blow up that Lmp2 battle. Here we go. Race leader in. Schubert.
The V10R group also pitted as well. They dropped down a little bit, currently second on the board.
Yeah, he's coming up into Indianapolis. It looks like Zach. He's coming to the end of his second lap from his pit stop. So we'll see where this merge ends up. I was looking too earlier, Andrew, just to kind of see where this battle was going to shake out as far as who may be making a driver change. And I did notice that V10R here, they only have 3 drivers in this race, which is very realistic to real life. Most teams only run 3 guys at Le Mans. But everybody else either had 4 or even 5. I believe there was one car with 6 drivers. So when you start looking at drive time, you got to start changing drivers because of that.
I believe we even had one team register 7 drivers for this event.
Oh my lord.
Nico Dircho going to take over. 8. Nico Dircho going to take over for CRZ Sim Sport, which is a very, very big move. Driver change there. We don't know how Nico is going to perform. Here's Dylan Madeleine to take over the race lead by passing. Madeleine pitted, looks like. Hang on. Yes, 2 laps ago. So it's very, very important for Madeleine to have come in now past CRZ on the pit lane. Dircho works back out, and that cycle is complete.
Well, Andrew, if you remember when Madeleine made the pass for the lead on the CRZ group, there was a Ferrari lap car right in the way. That was the IFR Esports 718. They have received a pit for repair flag, so they are now pretty much parked in the pit lane trying to get that car fixed. I'm not sure what the incident was that caused them to get stuck in the pit lane and have that flag, but it looks like they're going to be stuck there for a little while.
You said they were which number car?
That was the 718 IFR group. They are the GT3 Ferrari.
The 720.
Excuse me.
Yeah, they have 718 in their name. I see that now. Yeah, let's go back and see if maybe we can find what happened.
They pitted with our leaders on their in lap. So interesting to see. And then you can see here's the pit stop. I think this is them just coming in.
Left front looks like it's got a lot of camber.
Not gonna disagree. Look at that left front too. It's all banged up.
The left rear bumper is also kinked, it looks like.
Oh, look at the wheel. It's cranked.
Like it might happen down here in the Porsche curves. There's Composite going by. That's after they rejoined with Paul Gibson. So one of the few Ferraris in this race. Through the Porsche curves. No problem there. Oh, wow.
Big snap under braking.
You know where comes to mind for that one, Zach Shucker? The Daytona bus stop. Very, very similar. Where if you get on brakes or even just shift weight the wrong way, you will absolutely upset the car and do that pretty repetitively, it feels like. I forget. It's not quite under braking in the bus stop. It's more when you come off the corner, either when you turn back to the right in the bus stop or when you come back to the left to exit. The car just shifts weight and it loads up one corner of the car and continues turning. That's a bit what it looked like there for Casper Kern, where it loaded up and just was off to the races.
Yeah, it's a little different than Daytona bus stop, because usually the bus stop, somebody hits one of the curbs and it gets them way offline, and they plant the nose when they hit the next curb, and it just causes them to spin out. That looked more to me like going through the kink at Daytona whenever somebody goes to hit the brakes to slow down, and you can't just hit the brakes hard in that situation because you're already light. We're kind of going through a crested corner there, a little bit off camber. You have to be very, very ginger with your brake input, or you're going to have exactly what he had happen to you.
Well, refocusing up in LMDH, it's ProTech Motorsport closing in on Old Turtles. Old Turtles now has Lars Bachmann, still has Lars Bachmann behind the wheel, but getting held up big time by the French Formula team. Here we go, ProTech for third.
They're looking, going defensive, going up into Dunlop. Gonna back out, be smart about it, not really try to force the issue just yet.
Sam Sherwood, new driver in for ProTech. I've not seen that name yet. That could be where this pace is coming from. Last lap for Sherwood, a 3:25. That's about a second off of V10R Esports Dylan Madeleine, and was 3 seconds faster than Old Turtles Lars Bachmann. Zach Murtis just texted me, what happened to the ticker? What happened to the ticker is me, with a bit of broadcast fatigue at this point, hitting the single class ticker to go back up instead of the 3 class ticker. We've got them all in a bin where we got 1, 2, 3, 4, and Zach, you and I cover a lot of oval races where it's a single class of cars. I'm just so used to muscle memory hitting that one button.
Happy to keep you on your toes.
Yeah, one of those things. One of those things. Still on board here with ProTech's Sam Sherwood. I'm surprised he didn't bleed back over straight into the draft here.
Maybe just trying to get some clean air on the nose, help a little bit with the downforce. It's always possible, especially when coming up on these lap cars. You want to kind of see where they're going to go, and there's some heads-up driving right there by a few of them. You don't want to stay in line most of the time. You know, obviously you want to draft, obviously you want to go, but at the same time, you also want to do what the other car is not. You want to find a way to move around without really kind of compromising your line, and just seeing if you can force another driver into a mistake, or even find a way to intimidate them a little bit and see if you can get them to make a mistake and find that gray area to push past and get around. It's common in every racing series, really.
So Zach Shucker, first time on commentary. How's it been so far as we approach the very back end of our coverage here in the opening 6 hours of the 2024 Majors 24?
It's been going pretty good. It's a little different than, being behind the wheel, having different conversations involving what we're looking at, trying to keep an overview for everybody, give some insight as to what we're seeing. Like right now, I'm actually watching the car up ahead of these two because they were both quicker than him last lap as he gets situated. And he's caught the end of the GT3 field kind of in a bad spot. So he should lose a little bit more time to the battle you're watching for third and fourth. So that's going to condense all 3 of those cars into a much tighter area over the next couple laps, potentially.
Very good insight, for sure. I mean, CRZ catching that lap traffic, holding him up a little bit through the Porsche curves. We've talked about how debilitating that can be, specifically in the Porsche curves. Everywhere else in the racetrack, you can work by decently quickly. But the Porsche curves, they're so fast and so tight, there's nowhere to go. Yes, you can make a pass here and there, but you can't rely on being able to make a pass on a lapped car, or a slower car, or a different class car through those Porsche curves. It's just so treacherous. Want to mention, it looks like there's some pit stops maybe happening down in LMP2, but, well, we're not going to leave anywhere. We're staying right here because this battle just tightened up as they go by the Evolve SimSport Corvette. Look at how close that Acura was, right behind the Old Turtles Porsche.
He rolled up right on that diffuser, Andrew, and now they're coming into the Mulsanne straight. There's going to be some fighting going on as they hit the lap car right at the corner, just on the apex. Now they're side by side, going into the first chicane. It looks like that ProTech car is going to have a lot better of a run, but there is Caroni in the 18, the leader of your GT3 field.
And yeah, the banana, oh, Banana BMW gets up out of the way. Caroni just kind of living there on the left side of the racetrack, having to take his line of course. And
little snap there from the Protect car.
yeah, that backs Sherwood up again. So, Zach Shucker, put yourself in the mind of Sam Sherwood. Do you want to keep pushing, or do you want to just ride in the line? What are you trying to do at this point in time, if you could try and get inside their heads for a moment?
Well, here's a big factor. The sun's starting to set, so headlights are starting to show up a little bit more in your mirrors. So if I was really trying to get by him, which it looks like Sam is pushing a little bit, he's trying to force Lars into a mistake. You know, this is where you can start playing mind games. You can start showing them a headlight. You can flash them a little bit. You know, some people get a little dirty and try to flash you just before a brake zone. Get you a little distracted, see if you'll miss a mark, because it makes it really easy to get by then. And we'll see. You kind of saw on that one straightaway there that Sam doesn't quite have the straight line speed that Lars does in that Porsche. And Sam was behind that GT3 car there, getting a little bit of a tow. So I think it's going to be difficult for Sam to pass him heads up without a big dive into the brake zone.
On board, Sam Sherwood. We've been here a lot recently watching this Protect battle on the Old Turtles Motorsports 73 car. Still nowhere to go. We've been watching a lot of the back end of that Porsche recently because Sherwood is just so close every braking zone, but can't find a way, can't find a way to get by that 73 car. Even a bump and run, NASCAR style, can't do it there at Arnage.
He tried. He definitely tried to see if he could make something work.
Well, that gives us an opportunity now to focus on our LMP2 leader for a moment, Vermilion Racing, who has been there just about the entire day. I don't think I've seen much time at all, aside from when the ticker is kind of bugging out, that the 28 car has not been in the lead of LMP2. O'Reilly in the car currently. Jacob O'Reilly's been in the car for most of the race, I feel like. I've seen that name a lot. They have just been absolutely stout. Vermilion really is impressing me today in this LMP2 category. I don't know that there's anybody really that is even close to their level right now. I think CRZ might be next. I mean, V3 Racing is second place currently. Owen Blythe in the car. North Sim Racing has looked decent, but I just don't know that anybody is on their level. They've got 31 seconds in class, and you know, if I think back to reality here, Zach Shucker, if I go watch the Daytona 24 or even the Le Mans 24 this weekend, I feel like anytime you see LMP2, there is one or two teams that just tends to elevate, just tends to be the best and walk away from the field. And that feels like what's happening here with Vermilion. It feels like they are that team that just showed up, has this car figured out in specific, and is going to walk away with a win.
Yeah, I mean, this car, like you said earlier, it's a spec car. Everybody's working with the same thing, right? But, man, you get a group of drivers together and you just hit on something just right in the setup that works for all of them, you can be much quicker than the other cars. You know, I've experienced it firsthand. I had a race at Watkins Glen in the P2 car where me and a co-driver, we checked out to 3-second lead in the first, or 3-lap lead, sorry, in the first 4 hours of the race, just because we were that much quicker than every other P2 car. And as you see them come into the pits now, you know, another factor too is who are you putting in the car? You could have your fast guy in right now while everybody's trying to get their minimum time in for their slower guys. That's another factor you got to watch as the race plays out.
Look at this, Zach Burtis. Look at what's changed.
I was just about to tell you, they have made the pass. The ProTech Motorsport car has made the pass on the Old Turtles Motorsport car. But the way he made the pass was very interesting. I was watching it through my cameras while you guys were focusing on our LMP2 leader. The ProTech Motorsport 12, Sam Sherwood, as you see them getting very close together going into the Mulsanne corner, he moved under braking going into the chicane. It was very tight because the pass was completed before the chicane, moved back over to the left, got in front, still under braking. That could have been very dicey for both of those cars.
Well, we're watching the replay now of what just happened to get this spot away. Sherwood up the inside into the first chicane. I guess that's going to be the move, right? I mean, he's got position. Got position.
Wait for it.
Moved over a little bit. Wow.
That's what I was talking about right there. Moves right over under braking. In a normal WEC race, or even in things like IndyCar races like that, moving under braking is prohibited, and it can get you a time penalty or even a black flag. Now, did he do it to perfection? Absolutely, and was able to get that spot away. So kudos to him and Sam Sherwood and that entire group for being able to put that car now up on the podium.
You know what it looked a little bit to me like? Zach Shucker is a Pruitt Fate almost.
Yeah, it was similar,
Ooh.
but it was very much a protection thing. There was a nice correction there. Now, I do want to point out, while those two cars were battling, they were still a second faster than Nico and the CRZ car up ahead, and they have closed down to being in the same frame as the car ahead, who got slowed down by both P2 cars that lap. So now you're going to have a three-way battle for second here in the next lap or so, it looks like.
On screen, you've got that fight. The CRZ car pushing the frame on the right side, that blue Porsche. Now you've got ProTech in that pink Acura pulling up, looking like Meyer Shank Racing in that Acura. It's just, I can't help but notice the similarities. That number 12 goes right on by that Lmp2, the 73 getting left in the dust. Now there's a Ferrari in the way. That's that Ferrari that had that big moment into the Porsche curves. And now all sights are set if you're Sam Sherwood. Oh, that was close for Bachman. But if you're Sam Sherwood, it's all sights on CRZ SimSport. You know you can get there. It's a matter of how and when.
While also focusing on the fight, one thing that has actually come to my attention, the A5 Adamo Endurance team, they were involved in that earlier on incident with the, it was the Composite Performance Group.
Yep.
They are still pretty much out of this race. Now, they have a meatball flag, and you would think, well, they're just getting their car fixed. Dane Armstrong, out of the UK, he is the only driver left with that racing group. I do not know if they will be able to get that car back in this race, but one can only hope that they can get that damage fixed and get back on track. That meatball flag has not changed, and they are actually not even in the pit lane from what I've seen, so I don't even know if they're still getting that car fixed, Andrew.
Unfortunate. That team had a pretty strong presence in the YouTube chat. A lot of people excited about their performance today. Do want to mention 498 Racing starting to fly back through the LMP2 field. Echelon SimSport doing the same. Chalk Bar iSport trying to do the same thing. Composite, they're all trying to fly back through the LMP2 field, passing them as they are all LMDH teams. Satellite Racing Indianapolis is still leading in GT3. Now you see Banana in the background into the first Mulsanne chicane. But since taking the race lead, this 18 car has been absolutely fantastic. And really, it's been while having this driver in, Jawad Karoni. He has been absolutely excellent in this back end of, I guess, the second stint of the day. He's been in the car before. So second stint of the day, he's been absolutely top tier of a driver and gone up and wrestled this race lead away from other teams in the GT3 category. I believe he jumped in the car in 4th or 5th and drove to the front.
Yeah, it looks like he's pretty comfortable right now, Andrew. He's being somewhat conservative with off tracks too, from what I can see.
Another team not giving up here, but they are currently, it looks like, still going through some difficulties here. Zach Murtis, Hillbilly Racing, Billy Bob making sure to check in on the YouTube chat, letting us know they are absolutely still 100% trying to get back in this race and not giving up, and I appreciate that. I really do. Any team that does not give up and is here for the long haul, you gotta love it.
Yeah, this is an eye on them, seeing how they're doing too. And they're still trucking along, but I think, Andrew, we need to focus on the P2 battle because it looks like the ProTech Motorsports car has finally caught the CRZ machine, and they are real close together going down the front straightaway up into Dunlop.
Well, we've seen this view a lot, haven't we? Out the front end of Sam Sherwood's helmet. Here we go, a move into the Dunlop chicane, and that is a pass made by Sam Sherwood for second. As soon as he got there, he just flew on through. Question is, can the CRZ machine fire back? Dircho behind the wheel.
I think
the answer is no, not yet.
Well, he did a bit of a crossover move to stay close, and now they're coming up on a lap car, going into the corner, down the Mulsanne straight. That was a bad move right there. That was a bit of a bad move. Nico had to back out, and I don't think he should have, because that just costed him a lot of momentum. Now you can see Sherwood is driving away, trying to keep that car out in second place. Now, the other thing is, too, Sam Sherwood turned a 3-minute 25.46. That is still 3 seconds off of the fastest lap last time by that Madeline put out, which was only a few tenths off of his fastest lap, which just turned a 3-minute 22.999.
Yeah, I was going to say on my screen it says 3:23 flat. That's rare. I mean, that's impressive stuff still. In 31 seconds or so, that gap is still opening up as, well, the CRZ machine isn't going anywhere just yet. You can see Dirt Show right on the back end of that ProTech car in Sherwood, and now we'll fall back, and I think Bachman's going to have an opportunity here. This will be for third position.
Yeah, it looks like to me, Andrew, that the CRZ car is trimmed out a little bit more than both cars around him, because he tends to lose a little bit more in the corners. But, man, he's got some straight line speed compared to both of them. You know, you watched it in the chicane. He lost 2 car lengths through the chicane alone just because he slid the car a little bit more than everybody near him.
And we've been talking about going back and forth on these differences, not only between the cars, but between the drivers, and how about between the setups? You can have a setup that's trimmed out versus a setup that's, built for downforce. And different drivers be able to do different things and excel or fall back in different kinds of setups. So you could have a driver on the CRZ team that's really, really good, or even 2 drivers really good with that trimmed out car, and a couple that just aren't as confident, aren't as strong, and give time back up. Likewise, you can have a downforce kind of car, like it seems like Old Turtles might have, and go for sheer pace in the corners and just absolutely spank the field at times with certain drivers, and other drivers just want that car to be trimmed out. They aren't as good in the momentum sections. I think it's very much a give and take, and that is what we love about motorsport. You've got these different sides of who's fast when, who's fast how.
You can see the top 3. Well, I say top 3, but you've got Sherwood, Nico, and the Old Turtles machine of Bachman. They're all super close together now. Bachman's getting ready to pounce on that CRZ machine. And there's still just so much racing left to go and so many exciting storylines. I hate that we have to leave here soon in the next half an hour, Andrew. This has been so exciting. And I would like to make a comment on Grant Miller out in the YouTube chat. Shout out to Hayden Miller on the Hillbilly number 5. He's in the car right now, actually, driving that Hillbilly number 55. He's only been on iRacing since December of 2023. This is more than likely one of his first big endurance events, so congratulations for getting in this car, doing everything he can to keep it clean. They are currently sitting 6 laps down and towards the back of the field in the LMDH category, but hey, they're doing a great job keeping it on track.
Yeah, they're down there in the 32nd position overall, 16th in class, and 2 laps behind the next Lmp2 car they're going to pass. But again, gotta say, they have done a fantastic job of just staying in this race and sticking with it for the long haul. Just turned 15, Grant Miller said. How about that? That makes me feel old.
And first 24-hour race. That is amazing.
Looks like we've got a team that is starting to go a little bit faster in LMP2, and it's Orbit Drop Bear Motorsports Saturn. Oh, man.
That's a handful.
Yeah, it is a nameful, we'll say. Orbit Drop Bear, we'll go with. Really closing in. I can't. I get paid to talk sometimes, and I still can't. But Drop Bear has really picked it up, and behind the wheel currently is Lockhart Brownlee. And I'm assuming that's an Australian, considering for some reason we can't get that graphic to work. Regardless, starting to close in. I mean, they're still a ways back, Zach, but there's somebody who mentioned it in the YouTube chat, and here we go, showing off that car. They are 3rd place right now, 14 seconds currently behind the Not So Girthy boys. It's a long ways to go, admittedly, but last lap they picked up the better part of a second. So if they just keep doing this over the course of a tire or a fuel run or two, they can absolutely get there and start fighting for the second, maybe even first positions, if they're able to just keep this pace going compared to the rest of their competitors in that class. So worth highlighting these guys for sure, as Lockhart Brownlee is still making a little bit of time up on Pete Herod in the number 16 car.
Yeah, not to cut away too soon, but there was a side-by-side battle for third in the Lmdh. The 73 was trying to make a move, couldn't get it done. Now they're encountering lap traffic, and that's allowing the CRZ guys to pull away even further. And the Old Turtle Motorsports group, they got super, super close to making that pass. They were side-by-side going into Indianapolis, couldn't complete it, couldn't get it done, but now they're still trying to set themselves up for another run. Lap traffic up ahead, though.
Ooh, that was going right by the .exe machine, Zach Shucker. Things are getting close. And I think these guys, there's a sense of confidence in the air, I feel like. Those who have been in the car for hours, they absolutely feel good right now. And even the guys who are getting in the car newly, they're green to the racetrack and whatnot, it seems like they're even driving pretty confidently. We've seen, like, the Paul Gibson crash, for example, just a confident move. Unfortunately, it went wrong, and it went wrong pretty spectacularly, but it feels like everybody on the racetrack is starting to drive with a newfound sense of confidence, and is starting to lead to big moments like that.
Yeah, the other thing I'm noticing is the track temp. I'm pretty sure the last time we checked in on it, it was 84 degrees. It's now down to 74.
It was 95 at the green. It was 80 when you and I checked, and now it's 74. It just keeps going further and further down.
More grip.
Right as he got a little bit wide there, almost gave up. But yeah, all of that's just grip. Now the other aspect, though, that you can see in some of the pictures is there is marble starting to form on some of these corners. So you got to be careful to not get too wide and get that up on your tires, because all that confidence will just end up biting you.
Well, on board with Old Turtles Motorsport, there's actually another fight in LMDH that's brewing, and it's right back here. RPL UK is pulling up big time on Nemesis Racing Pro. This is 5th and 6th on the racetrack, guys. This is completely flown under our radar. In the car right now for RPL as Old Turtles will go by. Of course, it happens right when I try to highlight somebody else. Lars Bachman makes the pass for third. But further back, RPL UK, Luke Grange in the car, trying to pass Roman Walter for Nemesis Racing. And this is another Acura on a Cadillac this time. One of the few Cadillacs in the race, defending for 5th.
Trying to hang on best you can from the looks of it. The handwork to be able to run this race and really just stay competitive. It's incredible to me. I've seen so many drivers struggle when it comes to road racing. I myself struggle quite a bit when it comes to road racing. So to see just how much these guys are working hard to be able to defend their positions and hang on to it, it's such a good thing to see. And here's the fight. Here's the move. Might be 3 wide.
Getting close, very close. Acura on Cadillac, down to the Mulsanne corner. Is there any advantage that that RPL car can get? Zach Shucker, they're ahead to the Mulsanne corner. Can they go 3 wide?
Oh, and he had to back out due to the GT car. But if he would have stayed a little closer, he could have timed his run off a little bit better right there. He gave up too much ground. I don't think he's going to be able to get a good enough draft to get back up to him here. Yeah, that's what Murs was talking about, is just keeping your racecraft, learning how to read the lap cars you're coming up on, and try to set yourself up in the best situation. That's why, Murs is fast on an oval. He struggles on road courses, and I'll teach him a thing or two one day on some of that.
One of these days. Although, he went street racing, technically, here very recently, just back over Memorial Day weekend at the Earnhardt Outdoor Showdown. I got to meet Kerry Earnhardt, got to go street racing against some Cup drivers. And Zach, where did you place? Zach Murtis?
Oh, sorry about that. Had a slight technical issue, but we're good now.
So where did you place in the Earnhardt Outdoor Showdown?
That would be position 8th overall, but if we're going off of what was technically classes, there were the NASCAR drivers, and then there were the Legend Car drivers. Now the Legend Car drivers, I finished 5th.
There you go. And I say street racing It was a time trial on a street oval. I've never heard of such a thing. I think Zach Murtis and I were both surprised to see the track map when it was released.
Yes.
Have you ever heard of a street oval, Zach Shucker?
I have in one situation of quarter midgets. They tend to race in parking lots a lot, especially alongside some of the NASCAR stuff. So, yes and no, a little bit different. Not a street, but same kind of aspect.
Well, there you go. Meanwhile, up to second place in LMP2, Orbit DBM, as we've been told to call them. Orbit DBM Saturn, that is. Lockhart Brownlee up to the second place. We talked about them recently. Getting by, I believe that was Twin Turn, and I think it was by virtue of a pit stop. But I could be wrong. Or was it? No, it was Pete Herod, wasn't it? It was Not So Girthy Boys, and they did pit recently. So the LMP2 field, I will say, is on top of each other again. They have tightened back down to where Vermilion is leading with a 15-second lead over Orbit DBM. Then CRZ is 9 seconds back. And, we got a battle again. RPL on Nemesis one more time. I'm going to recap the rest of LMP2 really quickly. It's Vermilion, Orbit, DBM, CRZ. V3 Racing is only 4 more seconds back. Then 11 back to Twin Turn. 11 back to F Racing. 13 seconds back to North Sim Racing, 4 seconds back to the Not So Girthy Boys. So they are all very close, only a handful of seconds apart each, as this fight goes on for 5th, and we've got trees in front of the camera. And that's a move. That's a move.
That's one heck of a move there.
RPL UK up a spot into 5th now. Top 5 for Luke Grange, going past Roman Walter. I feel like Nemesis Racing has been good for a while, but they haven't been lead good. And now I think everybody else is starting to excel with their really good nighttime drivers coming in. Even if we're a little before nighttime still, I feel like they are doing the same thing they've been doing, and everybody else is starting to excel.
Question for me. How long do you start to put off when you want to start making those setup adjustments for the nighttime?
Well, for Satellite Racing Indianapolis, it could be now. They're in the pit lane for service, and we'll see if they change drivers. Jawad Karoni has been in the car for a long time, and yes, Ryan Walker will climb aboard. So driver change there with 21 minutes to go in the hour. And 18 hours to go has been the hour of the 18 car in GT3. They have been absolutely phenomenal. We'll see if they're able to continue that streak. I mean, they have been really, really good here.
Yeah, and you got to give them a lot of credit too, Andrew, because you got to remember that's a brand new car that was just released. It's not like they've had that for a month or two to work on the setup. They've only had a couple days, so they're doing really, really good with that being the case.
Yeah, we talked about that with Nate Stewart, even with that team, Penguin RC being in the Mustang. They aren't necessarily happy with their performance at this point in time. They've only had a handful of days to prepare, and they haven't had that much time, it sounds like, themselves to prep for this race in that Mustang specifically. Also want to mention this team, Evolve SimSport, also in that Corvette that is brand new to the iRacing.com sim. Also have not had much time to prep or build a setup or anything for this car. So a couple of Corvettes out front in GT3 I think is very, very impressive as Kevin Hill comes around and might be pitting this time by. We're going to find out. No, actually, he pitted 2 laps ago, so everybody else in GT3 looks like they've pitted recently. And here comes even Kevin Fanning, that Penguin RC team that I'd mentioned that Nate Stewart's been a part of. He, I believe, will pick back up later on in this race towards the end. Do we have a driver change here? Does Fanning get out? Or does Fanning stay in? I think Fanning stays in. So, I think eyes kind of turn as we approach the back end of our coverage here. Back up to V10R, Zach. Zach Murtis, that is. We started this race some 6 hours ago nearly. And from the get-go, it was Dylan Madeleine this morning who had absolute monster pace. Drove away from the field once, is doing it again, 41 seconds. Remember when we had a 3, 4, 5-way fight for the race lead at one point?
Yes, I do.
It's been a while. There is also a fight now for 4th. It looks like Old Turtles Motorsport has pitted recently, so Nemesis and RPL UK are now up into the top 5 both for the time being until they pit and cycle back through. But Nemesis is sticking right with Luke Grange and RPL UK, so I gotta give them props here. They've been caught and been passed, but I gotta say, they've really picked it up and stayed with that Luke Grange machine on RPL UK.
Absolutely. And I said earlier, I'm going to say it again, I wish we were still keeping on going. This has been such a good race so far, especially with it being a 24-hour race and everything being a little more stretched out than you would think with a shorter style race, whether it be other series that we broadcast here, like the Icon Cup Series or the 1/8 Coffee or the 1/8 Media Tour with the Sarah Super Series. You know, they're short races. There's a lot of action involved in just a short amount of time. Everything gets a little more spaced out here, but it's been relatively exciting the entire time. So this has been such a good showing, and I can't wait for us to come back at, what, 3 o'clock in the morning?
Yeah, 3 a.m. We're going to have Emerson Arden and Bryant Lucas on the call. Bryant Lucas has actually been helping out with race control today in Split 1. So we're going to have somebody who's very, very familiar with everything going on, all of the happenings, come back in and help us out. I want to highlight a couple of cars we just have not talked about yet today. Here's one of them, majorsgarage.com. Gary Thomas in the car currently. We have not talked about this number 19 car since the very start. Do you recall, Zach? Zach Murtis, that is, very start of the race, Garen Batten in the car?
I think so.
Yeah.
Not quite sure. Oh, yeah, no.
Drop of the green, he got hit.
Yep.
In fact, I think it was the Protect car that hit him.
Might have been.
I believe it was. It was that pink nose. So this team has done a fantastic job of recovering. They're just outside the top 10, chasing Pure Motorsport Yellow. They are a ways out of it, admittedly, but they've had a very large hill to climb throughout the course of the day. Same with Dead Bull Racing, although they were involved in that lap 1 mishap for the car, for the 40 car, which is now somewhere. I'll find them. The 40 is actually up in 7th, so real props to Didier Reuters and DLR SimLab. They have moved up to 7th, and they're next in line maybe to join that fight up front if we ever get a VSC. And also want to mention, up in LMDH, Team Red X SimSport 803 with Jonas, Jonas Janum, I believe is the pronunciation on the name. I believe so. I believe Jonas Janum. And we have not talked about this car at all. They have been very, very quiet, but they're in the top 10, and they are the first car that would get any kind of wave around if we do get a virtual safety car anytime in the near future. They are 9th, 2 laps down to the race leader, but they can still get back in this race, and that's what matters, and they're still going after it. Quickly, I'll float down to LMP2 and cover a couple of those cars, and then take a break from my spiel here. Adrenaline Motorsports, Scott Kessel behind the wheel of car 48 here. They've been here and there. We've talked about them a couple of times, but they've dropped down 16th now in their class. Manatee Racing Black, Stefan Kurzman behind the wheel here. Before we go away, I just want to cover some of these drivers, some of these cars. IFRN Racing Team with Antoine Mark behind the wheel, their 14th spot. And I don't think we have zeroed in at all on this 42 car much. Rubus Gas by NGC with Rui Texera behind the wheel. Definitely a very Latin inspiration as far as their name, their surname, even their first name, I guess. Names I can't pronounce is the easy way to say it. But Zach Murtis, as we approach the back end of our covers, very end here, what's happening up front?
Not too much. Seems like everything's, for the most part, just stabilized out. There has been a driver change in the V110, the V10R group. They have put, oh my goodness, Alexandre. That's not on our pronunciation sheet, so I'm gonna
go with Alexander Favre. Google.com.
Oh my goodness.
Let's see.
I'm really not sure. When it comes to French names, there's always a silent letter, and that entire group is from France. So I'm assuming there's got to be at least one person that has one last name or first name that has a silent letter in it and whatnot. But they've been able to make a driver change here. There hasn't exactly been too much in terms of closing rate between the ProTech and the V10 car. In fact, the ProTech car is actually on pit road. Sam Sherwood in the pits.
I'm wondering if it's Fever. Just off of a quick Google search, and you call out ProTech hitting the pit lane, there they go up on the jacks. We'll see if Sam Sherwood gets out of the car or not. It looks like he'll stay in. So pulling a triple maybe. But I'm going to go with Alexander Fever. Based off of a very quick Google search, and that could be wrong, but until we know, we don't. Nemesis Racing, they were slow briefly. They're still working on RPL UK. Zach Shucker, we'll come back to you again. It's been a while since you've talked. What's going on?
Oh, just kind of trying to watch this battle, watch the pit cycle here. CRZ, I've noticed they're a lap longer than anybody else during this cycle because they're still out. Should be their nth lap. But everybody's kind of single filed out for the most part, kind of minding their P's and Q's, just trying to log laps at this point. That's kind of your big part of this stage of the race. You get what you can early, and then from hour 18 to 6 hours left, you try to just log laps, stay out of trouble. That's the name of the game right here.
Absolutely, and I think for CRZ, they're still a massive threat for the win here. They've led 18 laps so far today. Nico Durcho, yes, he's been a little bit off here lately, a little behind V10R with Madeleine in the car, but Dylan Madeleine has been absolute alien mode today. Insane Madeleine, as I've said. So if things shift here, if CRZ can kind of balance out and still be quick, I really got to believe that with their fuel strategy, they are a massive threat still to win this race as they currently lead. They'll pit either this time or next time, I think. The field just pitted. They're on lap 11. I think they can get one or two more.
There
we go. We expect them in this time. We'll see if they can extend. By the way, post pit stop, ProTech is 45 seconds behind V10R. We talked about it earlier. We'll talk about it again briefly before we shut things down here, where you can catch Pit Stop TV in the upcoming week or so. Of course, we have continuing coverage here. We're back at 3 a.m. Eastern with more coverage as we pick up the sunrise morning portion of the day. I say sunrise, it'll be probably 9 a.m., so that's probably 3 hours removed from sunrise, so just morning portion of the in-sim day and the back end of this race, the last 6 hours. Then tomorrow night as well, after we shut things down with majors, we go racing at Sonoma Raceway with the Icon Cup Series at 7:45 p.m. Eastern. Not so long after, only, what is that, 16 hours? I've got to get some sleep in there somewhere. That's 16 hours after we start, so 10 hours after we finish with coverage here tomorrow. Then, of course, Thursday we go out to the Milwaukee Mile with the 1-8 Racing Media National Tour, for the Sim Auto Racing Association. That's super late models at the Milwaukee Mile on June 13th. A lot of racing coming up. Do not miss it. There's plenty of places to follow along with Pit Stop TV, all listed at the bottom of the screen. As we come back up into the full picture here, we were expecting CRZ to pit, and they have not.
Now, that could explain their pace that they've been lacking too, Andrew. They might have been saving fuel to get an extra lap because everybody else has been doing about 12-lap stints, and they're on lap 12 coming around to 13 this time.
Well, and as they stack up laps as well, if they're able to consistently run 1 lap longer, eventually they're going to be 3 laps later, 4 laps later, 5 laps later that they pit. So they're going to be pretty well off sequence eventually if they can keep extending these runs by a lap. And I think that's the goal, certainly, because you can cut out a pit stop that way and leave these other teams bogged down in the pit lane taking tires and fuel.
Same regard, too. Looking at the timing table, CRZ had a 23-second lead over V10R at the line, and then they're about a minute 8 above ProTech, who has put themselves a little bit further into the mix with the Old Turtles Motorsport Group. So there's still a lot left on the table for just about everybody going forward right now. Not to mention, we've still got 18 hours left in this race. There is so much still to go, so much to watch as well.
Darian Roy tells us it's Fevre. I suppose that makes sense. I think that's what he's trying to say in the YouTube chat, Fevre. Or Alexander Lefebvre in the V10R car. One more time, got to mention our partners here at the channel, Whiplash Simcams. Of course, all of these views that you see are available for purchase at Whiplash Simcams, at the Whiplash Simcams Discord server. ATVO is how we broadcast these events, so our graphics today, while we build them, they are put together in ATVO, and that's how the broadcast magic happens. It's how you're seeing anything on the screen right now. And of course, TC's Business keeps the broadcast HQ smelling great with some wax melts. Time is a-ticking. The sun has come way, way down, and weather conditions down to 73-degree track temp as we watch CRZ SimSport come around the racetrack. Another recap on Lmp2 briefly. It's still Jacob O'Reilly in the car, and Vermillion out front. They have just led this whole dang thing, Zach Murtis. I seriously can't recall a time where they were not the Lmp2 race leader for any length of time. I'm sure at some point they've lost the lead here and there, but not much.
Only on pit stops. That is it. Only on pit stops have they been losing the lead.
Yeah, really impressive run here. And there we go, CRZ coming in now after lap number 12. So it's 2 laps after our leaders that time. We'll have to see what it is in the morning when we come back through as they lock up just getting into the pit lane. And Orbit DBM also coming in. CRZ, both cars are in the pit lane for CRZ. It just happens to sync up that way. Also have to mention, guys, Zach Shucker, here we go. The Corvette that we talked about earlier that you haven't been able to run laps in yet, clearly it's a strong car. Satellite Racing Indianapolis, 35 seconds now, clear of second place, Kevin Hill in another Corvette.
Yeah, they've just been turning laps here. They look very comfortable. I noticed earlier they were a little bit free up off the corner, but it looks like as track temps come down, that's coming around to them, and they're starting to drive away from pretty much everybody else behind them.
So as the track is gripped up, maybe this car comes to life. Of course, it's a little more angled for attack, a little more on the nose, so maybe that car calms down a bit whenever the track picks up grip. That's at least what it seems like. It's a really cool looking car, really angular, and definitely is attacking the racetrack. Of all of SimSport's second with that Corvette. If you go a little further back, you find Banana Racing Team in a BMW. They were so strong earlier, but now Trevor Marsh a little bit off pace, it looks like, from what his counterparts in the GT3 class are doing. He's not that far off pace, just a little bit.
Yeah, it was leading the way earlier on in the race, and now they're just trying to get back what they can. The TLDR group, they've also been showing a lot of support in the chat. They're trying to make a recovery drive. They were laps down earlier. I think they're still 1 lap down at the moment. Yes, they are 1 lap down at the moment, and just trying to make a comeback. I'm hearing out in the YouTube chat that they're going to make a comeback throughout the night, and it's going to be one heck of a recovery drive, so I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, Elliot Hellier, remember Elliot Hellier? Alien Hellier, does that make sense? He was an alien earlier on in the day. That Audi was very quick. We'll have to watch for him again later on in this race. But 45 seconds now for our race leader. Every leader in this race right now doing an absolute bang-up job. Really impressive stuff from V10R Esport, from Vermillion Esports, and from Satellite Racing Indianapolis. 3 really strong teams, clearly, and I think maybe we can make some bets. I don't know, but they have been absolutely, I think, the best teams here. Aside from, I would say CRZ is the best overall team with 2 cars in 2 different classes. Really good job.
Would just like to point out the Protect Motorsport car still has Sam Sherwood in the car. They are respectively P2, half a second faster than the 110 last time by. So they're trying to close that gap. It's going to be tough because it's a 45-second gap.
Yeah, I was going to say, at that pace, a half second, you're lucky to catch them after 90 laps of racing. And 90 laps of racing here at Le Mans is an eternity. We're only on lap 98 of the race as a whole.
And we've been at it for, what, 6 hours now? Just about.
So at that pace, which they won't be able to continue that pace exactly because of different driver changes, but at that pace they would catch up around hour 12 or so. So Zach Shucker, might be the last time you chime in here today. Overall, how has the experience been, and do you have a pick for this race win?
Experience has been pretty good. I don't mind coming and hanging out with you guys. You guys provide very good input, and you make it pretty easy to fit in. I know Murtis wants to play the who's faster game sometimes, but I enjoy the camaraderie. And as far as a pick, I honestly couldn't make one. Looking at timing right now, your fastest car last lap that I can see was actually 6th place Nemesis Racing. We'll see what happens as everybody comes across the line this time, but I would say if I had to take a top 3, V10R, CRZ, and Old Turtles, I feel like those 3 are going to be pretty hard to beat. I know Protec's up in 2nd right now, but we'll see how they shake out as the night goes on.
Zach Murris, I'm going to ask you a very similar question. Do you have any picks for this race win in one or any of the classes?
Not really. Not yet. Too early. Ask me that question in 10 hours.
Well, I'll be asking you that question in, 15 hours when we're getting ready to go for our stint from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. That's going to be a tough one. Poor Andrew the Fifth is going to have an abbreviated sleep, unfortunately, but we make it work here. And as we count down, I do have a surprise. We will be extending coverage just a little bit to make up for what we missed with our blue screen of death earlier. So stay tuned. It's not going to be commentated coverage because we have been on this now for 6 hours, but we are going to have Sounds of the Sim coverage. I might pop in here and there, but the two Zachs are both going to be going and getting some much needed rest after this. We're going to stay live a little bit longer with cameras like this around the racetrack, timing up on the screen. You're still going to be able to catch some of the action, so stay tuned. This will be extended a little bit. I think 30-40 minutes to make up for the 30 or 40 minutes that we missed out on earlier. I think it was 45 or so. So we'll make up some of that and work with you guys, since of course nobody wanted that to happen earlier on. And frankly, if we could cover more of the race, we would. If we could just cover the whole thing, by all means, we would love to. So we'll cover a little bit extra here as we go on, and we're 15 seconds now from completing the first 6 hours of broadcast coverage. Even since coming back, we've been live for 4.5 hours. So it's been a really cool day. It's been really cool getting to meet all of you guys, at least in a way, and commentating this racing has been a pleasure overall. So, Zach Shucker, I want to thank you for being here. Absolutely, 100%. It's been a great time having you go from somebody I just know in the real world, from some amateur racing and whatnot, to now somebody that has broadcasted with us at Pit Stop TV. Thank you so much for being here, and I guess you are now dismissed.
Thank you, sir. It was a pleasure.
And Zach Murtis as well. Thank you so much for being here. You've been a big part. And I gotta replace Zach Shucker in there. Hang on. Let me get Zach Shucker put back into this graphic. He deserves it. He's been here.
He's not here anymore. He's already left. Left.
We'll show ours here in a second. There we go. Zach Shucker has been a very valuable asset in this broadcast. I know this was a new thing for him, and I think he absolutely crushed it. Did a really fantastic job for being brand new to commentary like that, and I very much appreciate what he's done with us today. And Zach, I'll bring up our newer graphic There we go. Both of us on the screen. How about that?
I love it. You got to update my photo, though. I sent you some new photos that you can use as a headshot now.
Well, we'll certainly be working on it. We're going to extend just a little bit here. I'm going to step away for a second. A bathroom break, I'll be honest, is kind of needed. But we are going to put up our Sounds of the Sim graphic and keep some broadcast coverage on, so you guys can keep tabs on your favorite teams. And who knows, maybe we catch a VSC in here. I might pop in a moment or two and take you guys just a little further on into this race. We'll be back, though, at 3 a.m. Eastern with commentary coverage with Emerson Arden and Bryant Lucas for a few hours until myself and Zach Martis take back over. So don't go anywhere. A little more broadcasting on the way here at Pit Stop TV of the 2024 Majors 24. Thanks for staying with us here at Pit Stop TV. Just chiming in for a minute during this Sounds of the Sim segment. Some GT pit stops happening there in the background as you watch on from Virtual Le Mans. The sun is setting. Weather conditions dipping down now. 68.8 degrees in the air, 72 on track. Getting lower and lower, cooler and cooler. But as this day goes on, we are going to end coverage in about 15 minutes, which apparently, per Daniel Yeaman in the chat, is about 20 minutes before F1 qualifying. So it works out perfectly. You can hop over to F1 qualifying and then check out SimSpeed's Split 1 coverage, which will be continuing through the night, it sounds like, on Twitch only. That will be static cameras, much like what we're doing here with the Sounds of the Sim. Very, very similar static cameras only. And I just want to thank everybody for staying with us today through all of the issues that we had. We did have a handful, just getting things going. Some of the very unfortunate technical difficulties that were very much out of our reach, out of our hands, but that's just part of it. That is part of sim broadcasting. We keep working through it, and this race continues on here on the French countryside. But it has been a pleasure, certainly. A big thank you to Mike Owlett and everybody else with the Majors Series and the Majors 24. Want to update you guys on what's going on around the field briefly. V10R Esports still leading in LMDH. The top three is still comprised of ProTech Motorsport and Old Turtles Motorsport. No real change at the top of LMDH. If you go down to LMP2, it's V3 Racing. LMP2, Owen Blythe currently third. Second place now Vermilion Esports, and we saw briefly while under Sounds of the Sim that Orbit DBM had actually passed for the lead in that class. So LMP2 is switching up a little bit. Oh, Daniel Nateman is actually, there we go, perfect, yeah. that works out. He's with the SimSpeed commentary, it looks like, in the back six. So I know Jay was trying to get that going. I think he might have had a couple of technical difficulties, but I think he's still trying to do it. Regardless, Orbit DBM, really strong run. They've gone up and taken the race lead away, which is very, very impressive. I feel like, considering we were talking up Vermilion Esports for hours, it felt like how good they've been. For Orbit DBM to go up there is a big, big statement to make and take that race lead away. And then down in GT3, it's still Satellite Racing Indianapolis by now a minute and a half or so, it looks like, over Evolve Sim Sports. I'm going to double check that, make sure that's correct. And yes, a minute and a half or so between those two cars for the GT lead. .exe is now running third. French Formula Team is fourth. Banana Racing Team is fifth. And those drivers have not changed much. So, for the most part, things holding steady with the way they've been. There's a couple of changes here and there, but right now, each of our class leaders, I think, are the strongest in the field. I think you can make a case in the LMP2 that it could be Orbit Drop Bear or Vermilion. But otherwise, certainly in LMDH, the strongest team today has been V10R, and the strongest team in GT3 has far and away been Satellite Racing Indianapolis. So we will continue on as there's a pit stop here for our overall race leader. We'll go back to traditional Sounds of the Sim coverage, bump up the sim sound a little bit, let you guys listen to the sim, and carry on for the next 10 minutes or so until we close this broadcast down. I appreciate you all so much. Once again, a big nod to our partners with the channel, Whiplash Simcams, AZVO, and CC's Business. And we will carry on. check back in here one final time before we shut the broadcast down. Again, thank you all for staying with us so much. This means a lot to the channel. This is by far the biggest broadcast I think we've ever done, so to have the issues we had earlier, very unfortunate, but to have the support that you guys have shown is so huge and appreciated. Moving up to Lmdh. V10R Esports still leading the race. It's still CRZ SimSport second and ProTech third. Really, nothing is changing. And in fact, let's go ahead and pull the ticker down. We'll do this way. It's going to be overall. You'll be able to see the class colors. So this is unofficial results. If the race were to end now, this is how this would shake out. That's a top 10. And actually, I should probably change this over to team name later. Might end up doing that. Because that actually isn't very helpful, is it? So we'll pull that graphic back down and we'll go back to the ticker. Anyhow. CRZ SimSport second, ProTech third, Old Turtles fourth, with Wayne Jury in the car. RPL UK in fifth. The top 5 down at Lmp2, well, they're pitting, so it's a little hard to say as... Oh, the 41 has had an incident. Let's check that briefly before we close this down. Let's see. 41 car. Might not have the replay for the 41. No, we don't. Well, it was worth a shot. But we can go ahead and roll back through. So, V10R Esports, CRZ, ProTech, Old Turtles, RPL, your top 5 in Lmdh. In Lmp2, it's Orbit, Drop Bear, Motorsports, Saturn, then Vermilion, the Not So Girthy Boys, love that name, and V3 Racing and CRZ SimSport are in a battle for 4th and 5th. And that'll be on your screen here. So V3 Racing 17th overall, CRZ 18th overall, about a second apart. If you bump down to GT3, however, you'll find Satellite Racing Indianapolis still in control, and they've just pitted, so they cycle out to about 27 seconds ahead of Nathan Medina and Evolve Sim Sports. Marius Brewer is back in the car for .exe. In third, French Formula Team and Banana Racing Team make up the remainder of the top 5. And as good as Banana Racing Team was earlier, I really thought they were a lock to win this race. You should never think that early in a race, though. I've learned my lesson. Trevor Marsh, rather, seems to be a little bit off, but still doing very serviceable lap times for that team. We are up to, it looks like, 7 teams who have retired entirely. Composite Performance 913, Paceworks Esports 447, German Sim Racing Purple, A5 Adamo Endurance, Scuderia Volpe by Charles Levenskow, Rider Engineering 77 and Mercury Setup Shop have all called it a day. So we're down to 48 cars left in this race, even including the 720 of IFR Esports and the 335 of ATK Sim Racing, including as well the 7 of Quantum X RT Black, Dave Van Dam in the car, great name. The DPR 41 of Andrew Dyson currently. Tatum Racing in the 17. Get Pole Racing with car number 366. Sure Esport Red, so on and so forth. So that will do it for us. Again, thank you so much for the support for our coverage throughout the opening portion of this event. It has been a pleasure. It's just about nighttime in Sim. I hate that we got to turn the broadcast off, but we're going to do some work overnight and be better in the morning. We'll see you at 3 a.m. Make sure to follow along. Everything Pit Stop TV. More information will be posted. In fact, our promo post, as we call it, will be posted on there very, very soon about our 3 a.m. Eastern coverage. Again, make sure to tune into our social media channels and make the next portion of our broadcast beginning at 3 a.m. Eastern Time tomorrow morning. We'll see you then.